Good morning from Studio B at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. I'm Robert McNeely as we anticipate President Trump to hold a cabinet meeting in Washington, D.C. They're at the White House on a beautiful day and really a cold front coming through not only the Midwest and the Southeast, but a beautiful time of year as everyone restarting school, whether K through 12 or college, and welcome on this lovely Tuesday, August 26th. It happens to be Election Day just next door from Auburn in Opelika, so good luck to all of the local candidates in our neck of the woods. I know it's tough to stick your neck out there, but it's something that's constitutionally given to good people who want to serve their neighbors. So good luck to all today seeking to serve their neighbors. In addition, today, the anniversary of Abbygate, and we have that full proclamation that President signed and spoke to those victims, those family members who lost their loved ones at the Kabul International Airport. Perhaps the biggest travesty of the Autopen administration, the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Yes, it's something the Trump administration worked hard for in the first term. Yes, it's something the American people were tired of. The unending wars that Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and the Autopen seemed to sign on to over and over and over, an engagement that took over 20 years, in fact, in the Afghanistan theater, a theater where the Soviets once failed to meet their objectives. But the way the exit happened, the vacuum, the power vacuum that created was terrible. And the Chinese Communist Party taking advantage of that over the course of the Autopen administration and those horrible videos and sounds that we saw. Think about that for a moment as your student might be in college for the first time or getting underway with their studies now. It's frightening to think about how certain professors push this ideology that America is so bad. Think about those Afghan residents who tried to get onto U.S. aircraft as it was exiting, and they were willing to fall off of that plane and hit the ground and die just for a chance to get out of the hellhole known as Afghanistan. So we have to pray for everyone over there and pray for those who live on with that empty seat at the table, especially over the course of the holidays. But this president focused on honoring those lives. Abbygate, this anniversary 4 years ago, taking place on August 26th in Afghanistan. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You want personal choice in everything, especially medication. And now for 25% off, ivermectin and mebendazole, along with the RSBN 10, the regular code, for an additional 10% off of these life-saving medications. This is All Family Pharmacy. You're very familiar with them here at the network and what they're focused on doing, bringing you cost-effective pharmaceuticals that some PBMs will not prescribe, because those insurers own the pharmacies down the street, and those doctors and pharmacists will not allow you to have these life-saving medications. Not only ivermectin, mebendazole, but NAD+, methylene blue, antibiotics, the emergency medical kits, over 200 essential medications, in fact, found at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. So for a limited time now, 25% off ivermectin, mebendazole, code RSBN10. That is an extra 10% off going now, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And when you have your health in order, make sure those finances are in order with Monetary Gold, the complimentary presidential gold guide. Call now. Do not delay. Call today. 800-476-7790. Ask how you can eliminate that annual IRA fee. Call immediately to discover how you can get rid of that permanently by going to rsbnforthegold.com, or again by calling 800-476-7790. That's 800-476-7790. Ask how you can eliminate IRA fees permanently with Monetary Gold, the best in the business for wealth, security, preservation, We know that gold and silver, these precious commodities, have stood the test of time for nearly 6,000 years in recorded human history. The Presidential Gold Guide won't last forever. You can get that now in a complimentary way. RSBN for thegold.com. So be sure to reach out to those great people. Bank of America just announcing that the dollar falling apart. So when paper money fails, gold and silver are there for the win. As President Trump is scheduled to meet with his cabinet at 11 a.m. Eastern, we will be right there with you to showcase their topics today. And it's really safety in Washington, D.C. It's safety in places like Chicago and Los Angeles and making America safe again. But yesterday, an unplayed clip from the Abbey Remembrance, a proclamation to signifies today's anniversary, perhaps the greatest foreign policy blunder of the Otto Penn administration. It's worth noting that Robert Gates, who worked under George W. Bush and Barack Hussein Obama in Pete Hegseth's role as Secretary of Defense and the chief over at the Pentagon, stated in his autobiography, which is a great read, by the way, that Joe Biden has been on the wrong side of foreign policy and history, quite frankly, over the course of the last half century. And we remember today, we remember those left behind and all those who perished in that terrible situation. Our young military members who bravely volunteer and give their lives to protect this nation. We will replay that from the Oval Office just yesterday.
Thank you very much. This is a very special. I've been with them from the beginning. Abbey, dumbest days in the history of our country by a previous administration getting out. At a minimum, they should have been at Bagram, the big field, where we have hundreds of acres around it. Nobody's going to get near it. They left from a small airfield, and the consequences were horrible. And these people have been my friends, have been with me, and I've been with them 100%. And more than once a year, actually. I think our all-time meeting was in Bedminster, played music, right?
Yeah.
Late at, they thought I'd be there maybe for 5 minutes, maybe for like 4 hours. We're listening to music all night long. It's 4 years. It's a 4-year anniversary. So we're signing a proclamation honoring them and honoring you and honoring your loved one. And so sad and so unnecessary. And what people don't know, there were a lot of other people killed from the other side. I call that, people killed. And the people that we also contact we have like 32, maybe more, but approximately 32 who lost their arms and their legs. And your kids didn't make it, they made it, but boy, they got to go through hell. And we have 32, at a minimum 32. And then you had hundreds of people killed overall. You had hundreds of people killed that day. That was a rough day. We had 13 of our great ones, right?
Yes, sir.
And somehow this group is just, we get together every once in a while. So I just want to thank you. We're 4 years now into this nightmare. We're just a nightmare. I think that date also helped start the war with Putin and Ukraine, because he saw how incompetent our military was under Biden and under Milley and all these dopes, these dopey people. And that's not our military. You see what our military is now. We knock the hell out of people if we have to, or we settle because they don't want to play games with us. But I just want to say I'm really honored to be with you again, and we'll be with each other for a long time. And your loved ones are looking down, and they're very proud. This is the new and improved Oval Office. We had an Oval Office, which was still the Oval Office, so I don't want to disrespect it, but now it's very special. You see what's happened, and everyone loves it. It's all the real deal, 24-karat gold, and people come from all over, and I do believe they're serious. They're not rolling their eyes, the roller of the eyes. We don't have any of them. And we brought the pictures up. They were in the vaults, pictures of some of our great presidents, a lot of them, and they were in the vaults for over 100 years in many cases. And they were just there, beautiful pictures, works of art. Lincoln, Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson. That's Monroe, the Monroe document. All mostly great presidents. We have a couple of none. You've been not a president, but we figure he discovered electricity, a couple of other. But we have a lot of great presidents. But think of it, they've been down, George Washington, the big one. They've been down there, for some cases, much more than 100 years. And we brought them out. I went through myself. I spent hours down there looking. That's in between Russia, Ukraine, China, all the other stuff. We do it. I want to thank Collins for being here, the secretary. An unbelievable job. Thank you very much. Special time, and now up, but it'll never be really like. But some great souls that are looking down on you right now. And but Mom's especially, that's what I seem to have dealt with mostly. It's not. So in the media, I want to thank you because you've been. Okay. Oh, that's a good one. Good when we rate them. I don't have the auto pen. I don't say have the auto pen. But he was allowed to do that. They actually weren't. Good one, right? It's been very okay. Do you have any questions on this subject, please?
Mr. President,
yes.
The Defense Secretary has ordered a review of Afghanistan withdrawal that is ongoing. Curious if you have on that review, and then for the families, I know that previous investigations on Capitol Hill. Are you satisfied with the speed of this investigation?
Pete, do you want to answer that?
Yes, sir. On behalf of this beautiful group, on behalf of these families, on behalf of your loved ones who fought for our nation, America deserves answers as far as what happened in Afghanistan. The military needs to answer for what happened in Afghanistan. So upon the president's direction, immediately, which showed that there needed an even deeper dive. So Sean Parnell, our Pentagon spokesman, who himself is an Afghanistan veteran, is leading this effort. It's a top priority. We're getting access to all the documents necessary. Why decision? For this, it's something allowed to happen that never should have happened. Any objective observer knows that's not how you country, and certainly these families know better than anyone else. These families deserve answers. We're going to be honest about it. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Sean Parnell, an Afghanistan vet, is leading it, and we're doing it on behalf of the American people. I would anticipate middle of 2026, thorough of the review we're doing. Hopefully a little bit sooner, but we're going into everything to get an understanding of what happened.
So we remember these great 13 souls, but we also remember the people that were so bad. And we're in contact with them always also, but they lost arms and legs. Their faces, they suffer with it, and so we understand that. It should have never. And they were in the wrong place. Bagram was the place to be. Big, massive airfield with hundreds of acres surrounding it. Nobody could get near it. And who would not have done that? But we had a bunch of incompetent people running our country. We're going to talk for a while. We'll talk about people that I've gotten to know, the sons and daughters and others that died. Hundreds, many from the other side, needlessly also. They did nothing to hurt anybody. But that was a terrible day, and I think it was the worst day, and in many ways the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And yet, at the same time, we learned so much. Call it a big lesson. It won't happen again. A thing like that can never be allowed to happen again. Doug, would you like to say something, please? You've been so fantastic. I appreciate it.
The nation's grief at what happened. It's all just a tragic mistake that was there. Someone who has been in the military. I was in Iraq and others, but Afghanistan, when you saw that withdrawal, but what you suffered and went through. And for those that you've mentioned, Mr. President, who are injured, who took the VA, the Department of Defense, we're taking care of those folks, and we're going to continue to do so at your direction. But with the families, it's just one of those times. It's a place that never goes away. But I know from this president is he's made a commitment that that memory will not be forgotten, and the cabinet understands that. American people understand that because of what you've done.
And this is actually our biggest gathering today. So you must have heard Oval Office, and you said, "I want to do Trump in the Oval Office." But it is, and it is a special place. But this is our biggest gathering in terms of the numbers. Everybody here, because there was always be, somebody couldn't be. Everybody's here, and that's a great honor. I think it's a great honor. JD, do you want to say a couple of words, please?
Oh, sir, I just echo what you said. We're so honored to have all of you here. I know that they can't make the hurt go away, but hopefully 4 years on, we can start to remember with fondness and with a little bit of joy the people that were taken from us. We're so proud of you. We're so proud of your loved ones for giving their life for our country. And I think importantly today, this is a rectification of a wrong. The fact that the President of the United States lost your loved ones through incompetence, but never acknowledged it. And your government never actually put pen to paper to say, we're grateful for your sacrifice. We correct that wrong today, and we're going to keep on fighting to understand, as Pete said, what happened so it never happens to another family again. But God love you all. God bless you. We're so thrilled to have you here in the People's Oval Office.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I don't think they ever heard from Biden or anybody, did they ever? You never speak to nobody ever even called you. It's a terrible thing we suffered through for 4 years, so needlessly, yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask about veterans, and I wanted to say I'm so sorry for all of your loss. And I know we've covered it in the media, but I can't imagine what you all have been through, and thank you for being here. I wanted to ask, just on behalf of those veterans who served in Afghanistan and Iraq, and I know we talked about this in the Oval previously, about making sure care for those, for example, exposed to burn pits while serving, making sure that they have the care. Are you considering maybe a streamlined service like the World Trade Center? And maybe the Veterans Secretary can comment too, but are you considering something like that to make sure, because it seems like they're struggling to get care?
Take care of our vets. Nobody loves our vets more than me, and we take great care of our vets. Do you want to just say a couple of words about what we're doing, Doug, please?
Yeah, I should, Mr. President. And through the PACT Act and through others with the burn pit, which is something I've been under as well, we're streamlining following the Congress direction. We're also adding more services. We've included a lot who have applied. We're also streamlining our backlog under President Trump's direction. Also, we took that backlog that was under President Biden was up over 260,000. We're down now, Mr. President, I get to tell you that under 150,000 in just a little over 6 months. We're making sure that what was bogged up in a bureaucratic system, we're streamlining it so they get that care quicker, and we're making sure that it is what they need. And then we're also doing that in our hospitals as well, so they get that care quicker in not only in our hospitals but in our community as well. That's been the biggest difference about the veteran at VA, not about the bureaucracy, so we are making progress there.
And the VA has a 90% approval rating. It was down in the low 40s when we did. So I had pretty close to that in the first term. We had a great first term, and it was pretty close to that. And then they took over, and it went down into the 30s and 20s and 40s. But it went down at one point to 28 or 29%, which is terrible. They gave away choice. And choice meaning you have the way to, as a veteran, you can choose who your doctor is, et cetera, et cetera. They gave that up. And accountability is getting rid of the people that were sadists and really bad people that abused our veterans and really badly abused them. And they got rid of both, put them back. I couldn't believe when they did it. And anyway, but everybody, percent. So we're 93% approval for our vets. And
War, how do you plan to do that? It requires an act of Congress to reach the Defense Department to the Department of War.
Do it. I'm sure Congress will go along if we need that. I don't think we even need that, but if we need that, I'm sure Congress will go along. You know, that was the name when we won World War I, World War II. We won everything, and appropriate. And we want to be defensive, but we want to be offensive too if we have to be. It just sounded to me better.
Mr. President, following conclusion.
Yeah, I think we have a deal done. They guns. We are, and he's a very good guy, very good representative for South Korea. It's a very big trade deal. You know, it's the biggest deal they've ever made by far. But the biggest deal ever made is the one with the European nations, as you know. The Europe deal is the biggest deal ever made. I think it's the biggest deal made, period. And they pay us $950 billion coming into this country and lots of other things. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of our oil and gas and all of the other things. So it's amazing. Our country is doing so well, we're so strong now. And you saw where the tariffs came in at $4 trillion. $4 trillion. The CBO, they just announced it. I told them that was going to happen, but they refused to give us credit for it. Now they're giving us credit because the money is flowing in. Down $31 billion that nobody knew where it came from. And I said, check the tariff shelf. And they said, how did you know that's where it came from? Well, we're taking in a lot. Look, we were abused by tariffs for many years. Nobody in this country got it. No president got it until I came along. Nobody got it. We were abused by other countries. Where China, I mean, take a look. That's what is what I'm doing, but we're making up for lost time, and we're also making sure a lot of these countries respect us for doing it. They couldn't believe what they got away with. I mean, I told a couple of people, what do you think? He said, one of them, a prime minister, said to me, I can't believe we got away with it so long. Just couldn't believe it. I'll tell you what, Prime Minister Abe, who was great of Japan, who was fortunate, he used to say, I can't believe we got away with this for so long. You know, they sent millions of cars in, and we weren't allowed to send one car. They wouldn't accept one car in Japan, and yet they would send millions and millions of cars to our country. No tax, no nothing. So it's doing the right thing, and it's making our country rich and beautiful and foolish for years watching this take place. You know, we did it in my first term with China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs. But when COVID came back, we focused on that. We did a really good job. The whole world suffered with that one. It was a terrible thing. So we couldn't be tariffing countries. And if you look at what happened to France and Spain and Italy and all, I'm not going to go say, by the way, we want tariffs. So, but now we do say that, and it's tremendous, and we're respected. We're the most respected we've ever been. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Good job. Thank you.
Our thoughts and prayers with those family members who are surrounded by President Trump and Vice President Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and the Secretary of Veteran Affairs Doug Collins of Georgia, who have worked overtime to bring transparency to all of this. What took place, if you remember, 4 years ago, Abbey Gate, referring to the location just outside of the Kabul International Airport in Afghanistan, a terrorist attack on August 26 of 2021. This lone ISIS-K suicide bomber took the lives of 13 U.S. service members and approximately 170 Afghan civilians. Of course, their main tactic of just detonating an explosive device, taking his own life as well. Investigations have affirmed the attack was not preventable at the tactical level without hindering the mission as identified, but at the same time, no phone calls from the AutoPen. Nothing from the last administration to address the concerns of these individuals who were surrounded by President Trump just yesterday in the Oval Office. And at the president's orders, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth doing an internal review of what took place on that day. Because we know the exit was rather reckless, careless, and millions of dollars of military equipment going into the hands of Afghanistan terrorists and then the Chinese Communist Party in turn, who took control of that very vital airport. So our thoughts and prayers with those 4 years after that disaster of Abbey and those young men and women who lost their lives serving this great country. Thank you to our sponsors, Kalshi.com/RSBN, who will win the Nobel Peace Prize. I think it's very clear who is a top contender, and that's President Donald Trump, given the countless nominations, Congressman Carter in Georgia to Claudia Tenney in New York, and leaders throughout the world. There'd be Bibi Netanyahu in Israel to the government of Pakistan, and 70,000 Cambodian monks, Buddhist monks, all recommending Mr. President Donald Trump for that Oslo, Norway Peace Prize. Will Zelensky meet with Putin before January? All of these vital questions at Kalshi.com/RSBN. So scan that QR code there right under the screen and get to see what your take is on countless issues facing the United States, whether it be domestic or international, and sports, music, culture, religion, the whole nine yards. Right there for you to make trades and bets on. Kalshi.com/RSBN. And make sure that you are glowing this time of year as we enter the fall season and football season just around the corner. Actually, college football starting this weekend. Angel Paste Miracle Cream is the go-to for all of their products out of Spring, Texas. This Christian-owned company that hires veterans wants you to experience things that are good for your body and soul. So non-GMO, no chemicals, the original Miracle Cream I use. It's vitamin B infused. Used it right here at the network back in Studio A. And it got rid of my dry hands, and I was ready to paint the town red. But what about a natural facial spray or a natural mosquito repellent? All that and much more at angelpaste.com. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And roughly 90 minutes from now, President Trump to meet with his cabinet at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock on the West Coast. Be sure to catch all of that, as really the news has been focused on making the federal city safe again. We know that there's not been a homicide since President Trump federalized Washington, D.C. as constitutional authority to do that. And much like Richard Nixon ended up being, President Trump truly is the law and order president, focused on supporting our military, supporting our police officers, whether it be local, state, or even federal in some cases. And we've seen that with no crossings at the southern border, deportations happening. But for some reason, the Democrat Party remains focused on people who are accused of things like trafficking, whether it be work trafficking or sex trafficking, child labor, to child abuse. And we know those family members that the Democrats chose not to stand for at that joint session of Congress back in March, when President Trump made his speech to the nation. And Democrats sat there as people like DJ Daniel, the hero going through brain cancer, being a sworn officer in countless police departments, including the Houston PD, his hometown, and the United States Secret Service. Director Sean Curry coming up to the rafters of the United States House of Representatives to swear him in that night. It was an inspirational night. It was an American night. And you think that the other major party can actually stand up and celebrate that. Yeah, granted, there's plenty to criticize for Republicans over the course of countless years. But this MAGA movement that has helped shape and influence a new Republican Party, one that really focused on the tariff traditions of people like Henry Clay, Abraham Lincoln, William McKinley, dating back all the way to Alexander Hamilton, the first Treasury Secretary. And in fact, going back to really what the Grand Old Party once stood for, as Whigs and others that developed into the party that would stand up against slavery, founded in Ripon, Wisconsin in the 19th century. And President Abraham Lincoln serving as its first president. But those two platform policies, really against slavery and polygamy, also focused on economic protectionism. Nationalism, the left wants to call it big bad words, but they're actually good. And it's making a major difference with the tariffs that President Trump has put on these other countries, whether friend or foe. It's bringing immense wealth to the United States. It's working. And the globalist media, the legacy media, would have you think not. But the proof is in the pudding. And countless countries coming to the United States to meet President Trump in the Oval Office because they want access not only to our markets, but when the tariff threats happen, they then respond. So really, it's a legacy media that's focused on globalism, that's focused on bankrupting Detroit and bankrolling Beijing, China. Something that's been proven failed by the neocon and neoliberal agendas over the course of the last 30 years and all of the living predecessors of President Donald Trump. This is the course to go, and it was showcased even yesterday as the president of South Korea coming to the Oval Office to meet with President Trump, and again, speaking to how he wants peace in his peninsula. They've advanced quite rapidly, especially since President Trump served that first term, crossing the DMZ at the invitation of Kim Jong-un. Remember Little Rocket Man? That was highlighted yesterday. And that battle of words exchanged in letters led to a Singapore summit and ultimately a second meeting where President Trump said he saw all around him all of the Secret Service, the guns, and he said the Secret Service, they were upset about it. But the first president to cross that post the Korean War conflict. Truly a conflict that has not officially ended on the demilitarized zone, the 38th parallel. That separates communism from freedom in the South. Perhaps one day a united peninsula will be met, and that was discussed yesterday, as was trade deals and peace even throughout South Korea in and of itself. As President Trump mentioning on True Social that there's a couple of things happening there, and if that continues, then we will not talk about trade until there's full peace enacted among the citizenry. So he's using these tariffs for peace. He's using the strong will and the complete executive authority of his office, constitutional, mind you, in order to save not only our country, but to provide for that lasting peace for generations to come. It's promises made and promises kept with your 45th and 47th president of the United States. That's why he's highlighted here in Studio B with the bobbleheads. They're fun. They're entertaining. Perhaps you could share which one is your personal favorite. Mine's the Fight, Fight, Fight from Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th of last year. And we know that that changed President Trump and really now believes, as I'm sure he did before, but something like that would really make you reflect upon why you're here on this earth. And as he said in his speech at the RNC, God preserved him, God saved him in order to make America great again. And we are here for it, for you, to cover it and bring it all to you at Right Side Broadcasting Network, as it's 9:35 Eastern, 6:35 on the West Coast. Good morning, America. I'm Robert McNeely. It's always a joy to be with you in Studio B, as Studio A being renovated. I'm thinking you're going to like it. It's quite an amazing new studio in a sense, same location, but a beautiful screen that will be something very fun to share with you in the coming days. And we are actually joined by someone very, very special who will be coming on the show here right now. Brylan Hollyhand, host of the show, a member of the great Auburn University, studying there, also author of One Generation Away. Brylan, thank you for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You really have inspired the nation from a Gen Z perspective. I like to say Gen Z is Gen free. Our friends over at Turning Point USA do as well. Tell us why it's so important to get involved as you have as a young American.
Well, good morning to you. Happy Tuesday. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I greatly appreciate it. And War Eagle to you. I am joining you before I got ahead of an English class in just a little bit. So I'm super excited for the opportunity. And we've had a great first week here at Auburn University. We've juggled a mix of a crazy amount of media hits last week and filming my own podcast and then also making it to class. So don't worry, my parents can attest to the fact that I haven't missed anything just yet. I'll say to the broader extent of what you said of getting the next generation involved, it has never been more important. I mean, we are seeing Gen Z right now be the most conservative generation in modern American history. And if you said that just a few years ago, people would have called you crazy. They would have said, no, no, no. But the polling says the opposite. The polling says that Gen Z have nose rings and blue hair and bullhorns, and they're shutting down college campuses, and they hate Trump more than anything. Well, let me let you in on a little secret right now that all of the pollsters got wrong on the Republican side and the Democrat side. We talk a lot about the Republican Party being the silent majority. But what we saw with the loud members of Gen Z was a loud minority. Those same people with the nose rings and bullhorns and blue hair that shut down campuses all across this nation are the loud minority of my peers. And the silent majority of my peers got out to the ballot box. They got off the sidelines. They support President Trump. And they're actually going to class every day. Instead of skipping class and skipping their jobs, they actually have lives to shut down a college campus. That is the Gen Z we're actually seeing every single day that I'm on a college campus.
You know, it's interesting too, Brylan, because I did work before here, before my media career with Turning Point USA, going to these college campuses. I was a Midwest regional manager. There's something about Auburn University that's in the water, whether it's Toomer's Corner to Jordan Hare on Saturday. We'll preview all of that, not only on the live desk, but on the Voice of Reason come every Thursday night at 6 o'clock. But there's something special about this school. There's something special about these students. Can you dive into that? I mean, you're a student there. Yeah. Quite frankly, I think you should be teaching your English class in a few minutes. But tell me more about why this Auburn University is so special and perhaps the premier university in all of the country.
It 100% is. And I think I have an interesting perspective on that. So I'm born and raised in Tuscaloosa. So I grew up in kindergarten where you couldn't put orange and blue colors next to each other if you had a crayon. Like that was a no-no. When you drove to the beach, you drove around Auburn. You couldn't drive through Auburn. Like this is a no-no zone because obviously it's our biggest rivalry ever. People didn't say the word Auburn. It was considered a cuss word. You didn't talk about it anywhere. Like this was the opposite of the culture that I grew up in. And I got to say, I came and spoke at Auburn's Turning Point chapter, and it completely changed my perspective on this campus. I was just out tabling with their guys a few days ago and told them that. And I was like, guys, y'all are the reason I'm here. Y'all are the reason that I even gave Auburn a chance, because I came and gave a speech to their chapter, happened to do a little campus tour afterwards. And I was like, first of all, the most beautiful campus I've ever seen. And I've spoken on 22 college campuses in the last year. I've seen a lot. This by far takes the top. Second, it's the community. It's the people. It's the feeling. And I hate to be like a Kamala Harris. It's the vibes type atmosphere, but it really is. It's the people on this campus building a Christian conservative community. Did I pass somebody with a tail yesterday? Yes, but it was one person. It's not a collective group of people that we see like up in Columbia or Harvard University. It's amazing to see Christian brothers and sisters in Christ leaning on each other on a campus. And instead of leading each other into temptation or going down, dark paths, this right here is substantially different than what we see across the country. Auburn's got something special going on. I'm here because I want to be a part of it for the next 4 years and beyond. It's very controversial being from Tuscaloosa and being here as in a sense from my back home group. They don't understand why I'm doing this. I think I'm crazy, but thankfully my Roll Tide family has been supportive of me. They're going to come to some games with me. They won't be wearing orange and blue, but they will be in the stands.
Hey, we're all here for it. And you know what's also awesome, Brylan, is the fact that if someone has a different opinion here, I've never seen them torn down. I know there's some business owners in town that have the no king signs, and we've had nice discussions, but they're on the other side of history, and that's okay. They still like to be in the community because of that Christian standard of being good to your neighbor, actually following the 10 Commandments. It does make a difference, and wow, it's so controversial to discuss that nowadays, but if you look into our founders, they actually wanted that to happen. They cited that our rights come from God, not from government. It's the anniversary of Abbey-gate, a sad day 4 years ago. Please give us our thoughts from a Gen Z observer as yourself, also an editor-in-chief of an outlet you founded yourself. Terrible moments and really perhaps the biggest foreign policy blunder of the past administration.
Absolutely, it's one of the biggest foreign policy blunders in modern American history. We look a lot at the Biden administration and talk about their missteps. We talk about, the failures of Joe Biden. A lot of those up until that point were just him tripping up the stairs of Air Force One, or him tripping on a sandbag on stage, or mispronouncing the name of some foreign dignitary. And those were bad things. It was embarrassing. But first of all, the international impact and image that portrayed on the world stage, it took years and years to be reversed. We're just now getting back to that standard of America's back. We will not be disrespected, and we're not going to be the laughing stock anymore. That's the first aspect. Second, the fact that this is the worst part of all of it, that Biden refused to even acknowledge this part, was the compassion towards the families. Like, there was a complete lack of that, where a brutal, completely incident that didn't have to happen. We had, stupid people like Joe Biden and Anthony Blinken in the Oval Office making these decisions, and we have people now in the Oval Office saying, yeah, that didn't actually have to happen. We could have done that a completely different way. We left them with a playbook of how to go about this, and they completely ripped it up and just went their own way. This is one of those scenarios, I think, where Americans started waking up to the fact that Joe Biden claimed that he was going to be this centrist. I don't love Donald Trump's personality, so I voted for Joe Biden, but now he's blowing up not only the country, but our international image. Maybe he's not such good old Joe from Scranton that we were told. And I think a lot of hearts and minds change. And I'll tell you, speaking on college campuses last year, not necessarily a hot topic at the moment, like our Afghanistan withdrawal and the botched version of that wasn't one of my typical speaking lines when I spoke on campuses, but it came up several times in the Q&A sessions when I spoke on campuses, and people were like, hey, I just wanted to let you know, don't love Trump completely, but I'm open to voting for him because I saw that when he was in office, we not only had no new wars, but internationally we were respected. And, I don't love the spray tan. Maybe don't love the way he talks to people, but I love that we were actually, not a laughing stock on the world stage. And that genuinely woke young people up. So I think we can attribute some of that, anger and frustration with Biden to flipping people over to not necessarily being MAGA and attending rallies, but getting off the sidelines of voting, and we'll welcome them with open arms to our party.
I really noticed that last week in Peachtree City, Georgia, actually,
Yeah.
the vice president being the first sitting vice president since Dan Quayle to visit Fayette County in Georgia. And it felt almost like a traditional Democrat rally of labor and business leaders coming together in order to bring good paying, high wages to a beautiful place just southwest of Atlanta. So really to echo that point, Brylan, the fact that male traditional Democrats seem to be within that fold of MAGA. Now, not to compare apples and oranges, but safety on the mind of countless people because of what's happening in Washington, D.C., but also cities like Chicago, where you have a bunch of Democrats yesterday out there on a beautiful part of downtown Chicago. I'm familiar with it. I'm from the area. Used to take the train and the Metro in from the suburbs over there. And so I walked over that area where they were right off of the Chicago River. But here's the thing. Senator Tammy Duckworth is talking about, hey, it's all smoke and mirrors. This is all happening while sirens are wailing in the background. Now, granted, it's the third largest city, but that's become somewhat familiar for people. So how does President Trump really thread this needle constitutionally and potentially put these boots on the ground in order for law enforcement? It's something we've seen here in Alabama years ago. Governor George Wallace, whether it was President Kennedy or President Eisenhower, a certain governor did not want to enforce the law, what was ruled by the justice system, Brown versus the Board of Education specifically, and wanted to keep people out of these public universities based on their skin color. Do you see any similarities in this situation?
Well, I'm glad you brought up the Peachtree City analogy there, because I was reminded of the second I saw that of this time last year when President Trump visited the Bronx. Remember when he did that rally, one of his larger rallies, the media was flabbergasted. This is right before Madison Square Garden. They were trying to say that he couldn't have filled that up, which he did and had a waiting room, outside. But he went to the Bronx, somewhere that Republicans never think about, much less take a time to actually go pay a visit to. And he reached out to unseen, unheard people groups that are in the deepest of deep blue cities, and they packed a rally for him. And we didn't bus people in, we didn't fly people in. Like, genuinely, people from the Bronx wanted to hear from President Trump. And did they agree with everything he said? Probably not. Did they take the time to listen to him, and did some of them vote for him? Yes. And that's a huge aspect of what is the modern day Republican Party that thankfully JD Vance is listening to and saying, let's go to places that Democrats don't take the time to actually court. They just assume they have a monopoly over, and places previous Republican administrations didn't even take the time to think about. We're going to actually visit there and listen to them. And I think that's a huge testament to what the future of the Republican Party looks like under JD Vance. As for some of the security concerns going across the country, I think it is insane that the left continues to take the most extreme radical stances on common sense issues. It started with men and women's sports, and that became a losing issue for them. It's continued with some of their transgender nonsense, and that became a losing issue for them. And now they're taking the side of being pro-crime and anti-police again. That didn't work for them in the summer of 2020. Their defund the police movement shed them of voters, and by the millions, because they were saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes, we like some of the talk of the Democrat Party, but we're not going to support a group that's like actively paying the bail of protesters trying to assault police officers like Kamala Harris did. And now modern day, they're going right back to it. They didn't learn their lesson. And I don't want to give the Democrats any free advice. I hope they continue to go more radical left because their party is a sinking ship of a party. Come 26, they will be a Titanic at the end of the ocean. I think really soon we're going to see a split of their party of a radical wing and a more centrist wing. And the radical wing is going to take the lead over that. It's a really bad day to be a Democrat. And every single time that for some reason their consultants are like, yes, let's go farther to the left. Yes, let's take the most radical stance. I'm cheering them on, but it's insane.
Really is. It's something to watch, Brylan, and I think a lot of it has to do with they want a strong, centralized government in Washington, D.C. to be the overlord of all our communities and states, and they simply don't believe in states' rights. Oh, and by the way, it's not a dog whistle. It's the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. Yeah. So, Brylan Hollyhand, where can we find your show and get your great expertise from a Gen Z perspective?
Thank you. I appreciate it. All of my commentary straight from Auburn University right here is on my social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, wherever you are. It's at Brylan Hollyhand. My book is One Generation Away. It's available Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever you get books. And we'll continue to have a lot of commentary over the next 4 years and beyond straight from this beautiful campus. Well,
Gen Z is Gen free, and I'm proud to be neighbors with you, my friend. And I don't know, we might have to co-host one of these together, the Brylan Hollyhand Show and the Voice of Reason. It would be a great time, and we look forward to Friday, Auburn versus Baylor. Any predictions on that game?
I think we'll see a big Auburn win, and it'll be good momentum to start the season. I'm super excited about it. My first Auburn game as a student. I actually came to the A&M game last year and got to storm Jordan Harris Field, and that was a lot of fun. So I'm excited to hopefully have some more of those moments over the next 4 years.
Yeah, special moment. We're excited about the season, and we're excited about you and One Generation Away. Everyone get this book by the great Brylan Hollyhand of Auburn University. Thank you, sir. We look forward to seeing you very soon on the right side of history.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend.
And as we get ready for President Trump, 11 o'clock a.m. is the time for a cabinet meeting forthcoming to talk all of these different issues, from safety in the nation's capital to the Abbey anniversary, and also the safety in our cities, as we talked to Brylan about. And we left some room there so he can get over to English class. What an impressive young man. I think he should be teaching that English class, as I was mentioning. In the meantime, every college student and really every household should have this. It's Cove Pure. CovePure.com, in fact, /RSBN. You could save $200 right now. Did you know Utah, Florida, they actually passed legislation to get the fluoride out of the water? And it's pesticides, it's chemicals. We saw what happened in Flint, Michigan years ago. JAMA Pediatrics actually did a study with their scientists and their doctors. Did you know that a child drinking out of the tap on a regular basis anywhere in America will actually lose 2 or more points in their IQ? Think about that. So if you want fluoride, plenty of toothpaste and different options in order to use that, but you shouldn't have to drink it if you choose not to. And now 8 decades of this, Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. really was right about this, taking on these major companies. He was lambasted throughout his career as an attorney to just simply make America healthy again. And we now know that the curtain has been pulled. And you need something like a covepure.com/RSBN to remove fluoride and those particles from the water. So they have this clear water technology that is state-of-the-art. It's the best in the business. A reverse osmosis system, as you can see there, that literally sits on your countertop in the kitchen den, in the office, and you get that beautiful, pure, delicious H2O. Drink pure, live pure. covepure.com/RSBN. Get $200 off of this machine. Thank you for your sponsorship on the right side of history. As we also thank the pdsdebt.com/RSBN. Break free from debt. We know this has affected many Americans over the course of the last few years, especially with the rise of inflation. Things going back the right direction. But regardless, no credit score is required. See if you qualify within 30 seconds. The system is broken and rigged, quite frankly. If you're buried in debt, that's exactly how the big banks want it to be. They profit when you're desperate, and creditors win when you can't pay these bills and when you lose. So PDS Debt takes back control and puts it in your wallet on your time without the worry of that credit card score in order to get some assistance. Get a free assessment. Break free from credit card loans, high interest traps. It's your money. It's your future. Time to fight. They go beyond the numbers to critique your personal situation and craft that plan. There's no minimum credit score. There is custom options, a free quote, and this great business, PDS Debt, has an A+ rating at the Better Business Bureau, boasting thousands of 5-star reviews on Google. So break free from debt. Start saving today. It's pds.com/RSBN. And as we thank our sponsors, we are preparing for roughly 60 or so minutes from now, President Trump to meet with his cabinet at 11 this morning on the East Coast. And that will be 10 o'clock here Central in Alabama and the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn. Great to have one of our very own here, Brylan Hollyhan, to speak with today. But a show jam-packed with different interviews and content focused on what is taking place this week and over the course of the last few days. As I know some of you coming off those summer vacations, getting right back into gear, and thank you for choosing us as your go-to live desk at Right Side Broadcasting Network, because we know you have an option in media. God knows it's 365 days a year, 24/7. It is non-stop. But we here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we have the relationships, we have the live desk ability to bring you in-depth conversations, interviews, full speeches, full press conferences, full hearings, so you know just what your government is doing. So I had the privilege of speaking to Georgia Congressman Rich McCormick. He was my congressman, but then those lines changed a bit. He went over from the 6th district to the 7th district. So this is northeast of the great Atlanta, Georgia. And we caught him right at the end of Vice President J.D. Vance's visit to Peachtree City, Georgia. And Congressman McCormick gave us an update on just what's happening in this recess and what we can look towards for the rest of the year. We're with Congressman Rich McCormick, the 7th District of Georgia. Congressman, your thoughts on Vice President Vance in Peachtree City, Georgia?
It's great to be here at a business and in Fayetteville. It's an amazing place to be, heartbeat of America. I think Vance nailed it. Everybody here today was on fire. It's great to see this revival of American spirit and patriotism. Georgia's going to be a crucial state for future elections. Very excited to be here today.
No question about it. Has the Democrat Party, their agenda, been lost to the Republicans? 33 years since a vice president of the United States, Dan Quayle, in 1992, coming to Fayette County, Georgia, a historic day on this August 21st.
There's a lot at stake. It's amazing that the Democrats are even in this fight. The fact is, Ossoff's ahead in the polls right now. That's not a good thing. But if you think about the future of America, you think about the extremism on the left, where they're embracing socialism, embracing communism, embracing men and girls sports, embracing an open southern border, embracing defunding the police. They picked all the right fights. They shouldn't even be close. let alone ahead. So we got to fight this fight, finish the race.
Take us through the last couple of weeks of recess for Congress. What are people in the 7th District of Georgia telling you right now? And also, what's towards the end of this year with the legislative session coming from Republicans? It's been promises made, promises kept, many victories, but what do you hope to do before the midterms?
Well, they're excited that the tax rates were locked in, R&D credits, all things that are good for business. I always like to quote Calvin Coolidge that the business of America is business. But now we have some other things to handle. We got debt. We got Medicare, which is going to go bankrupt. We got Social Security, which is going to go bankrupt, all within the next 10 years. It may not be this presidency, but we have to be forward-looking. We have to be visionary. We have to be proactive instead of reactive. That's our next big fight, is we got to look at the spending, which we're 30% over budget every year, building $3 trillion worth of debt every year. That's going to affect our currency, which has been downgraded twice in the last year. That's going to increase the interest rates, increase the payment every year, which is over $1 trillion of interest payments per year. We can't have that anymore. We got to be more responsible. That is the hardest thing for us to tackle, and that's what we need to look at.
Do you anticipate President Trump will meet with President Xi of the Chinese Communist Party? Because China, quite frankly, owns a lot of our debt.
They do, but they've actually been diminishing. Unlike Japan, which is our biggest debt holder now, over $1 trillion, China's been divesting because they want to corrupt our currency. They might even sell off big time in order to corrupt our currency into the future. China's not our friend. They're our competitors. They're the next nearest big GDP. They compete with us economically and militarily. They're on par right now. We have to be very careful how we handle that situation, especially in that region which has about 70% of the world's trade going through the Taiwan Straits.
Absolutely. Congressman Rich McCormick, he knows a thing or two about national security, a veteran, a champion right here in Georgia. Thanks for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting. We'll see you very soon.
Appreciate you guys very much. Semper Fi.
And great to catch up with Congressman McCormick. It was a bit loud in there, but it's fun to be there for you on Rally Day in America, which was last Thursday, and we'll see what happens these midterms. But I have a feeling this president will be on the ground running, talking about this great agenda and how it's promises made, promises kept. Someone who has made a massive difference, and his heir apparent, the vice president, in full form. And hopefully in the future get some questions from the vice president to get some answers, us giving the questions, of course. But he reached out to local media that day, if you did not see that, answering great questions from the Atlanta press, including a group of students who had a question for the vice president, made their day. And it's great to watch all of that as those up-and-coming journalists working hard to make a difference in their own community. And clearly, age is only a number. So if you're that young person out there, go out there and start asking those tough questions and get involved. It's your government too. As we thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, All Family Pharmacy. Now, you want the freedom to choose your medication. So 25% off of ivermectin, mebendazole, also an additional code RSBN10, RSBN10 for that extra 10% off. Sometimes a doctor won't prescribe these life-saving medications, not only ivermectin and mebendazole, but NAD plus to methylene blue, and 200 essential medications, including antibiotics and emergency medical kits that can make a massive difference in your life. You need All Family Pharmacy. They carry these great prescription drugs and providers, but you just request the medication online. You need the prescription, but it's no red tape, no insurance, no hassle, just doctors and healthcare providers, pharmacists, nurses who care about patriots like you at home. The shipment will come in 2 to 3 days. If not before, in some cases, 24 hours. Their goal is simple. Put health back into your pocket. The kitchen counter tables and issues that face you, the American people, that has to do with life-saving medication and what's happening under your roof. It's your business, not the government's business. So with All Family Pharmacy, you have that option. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Scan that QR code there. An extra 10% off. Code RSBN10 at RSBN10. Now 25% off ivermectin, mebendazole, and mypillow.com/RSBN. I just took advantage of this free shipping sale. My mattress had a recall issue. I had to scramble and get a new one. Took care of all that yesterday. And MyPillow materials will now, again, adorn the throne. I'm just kidding. But the free shipping sale, mypillow.com/RSBN. Call today. Don't delay. It's 800-836-7566. So My Cross, save 50% off of Mike Lindell's replica cross. There's a male version, a female version. Also, the My Pillow bed sheets as low as $24.98. The multi-use My Pillow 2.0, better than any lunch deal out there. It's $9.98. You get those classic colors, the gray, white, pink, or even in God We Trust with Lady Liberty featured as you rest your head at night. Support Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting Network. Shop now at mypillow.com/RSBN. And if you like what you see, it's fun here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have a live desk that is truly the go-to. Sometimes the news is so depressing without hope, but we talk about faith, hope, and reason. We share great stories with you. We reach out to people that have actually made a difference. You, the voter. That's who is important to talk about. We did so over the last decade. Why did you go to these Trump rallies in the first place? Why were you willing to sweat and be tired and bake in that heat, especially that day in North Carolina? President featured right there. It was a doozy, was it not? Last year, one of the most fun on the campaign trail. But now as your live desk, we want to continue to bring you the government and access to it that you voted for. RSBnetwork.com/donate. The best way to do that. Also, you can text RSBN to 801-801, or you can send in a check, a money order, or good old cash. I wouldn't recommend that, but if that is the course you want to go, we have an address over at 1550, that's 1550, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, in the loveliest village on the plains. It's Auburn, Alabama, 36830, 1550, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. So send a check there and then come visit us over one of these weekends and let's catch an Auburn football game. I think that's a good idea. RSBnetwork.com/donate. Text RSBN to 801-801. As we are covering President Trump, he will meet with his cabinet in roughly 58 minutes scheduled from now. We'll take you there live. Secretary Duffy, also very busy transforming America's system that Pete Buttigieg failed miserably. The former mayor of South Bend, Indiana, who did a terrible job, now resident of Traverse City, Michigan, and another one of these left-wing globalists who wants to be president. But Secretary Duffy cleaning up the mess that he left over the course of the last 4 years. Let's go see what Secretary Duffy is up to with planes, trains, automobiles, and telecommunications that will make this a safe and smooth ride in the United States.
To start, I just want to take a moment and thank President Trump for his leadership in the executive order that he made clear that we're going to put safety in America first on our roadways. We appreciate his leadership. By way of taking a trip down memory lane, it was in May that DOT put out a rule that indicated that we were going to take out of service truck drivers who were not proficient in speaking the English language. We announced that in May, and it was going to go in, it did go into effect at the end of June. Now, when we did that, to us that we were being mean to people. What we said was, no, this is a safety issue. Making sure drivers of very 50,000-pound rig can speak the language is truly a critical safety issue, and some complained about it. We implemented it at the end of June, and all of us in America saw what happened in Florida, where we had an individual who, but no doubt could not speak the English language and could not understand road signs when he was operating that very deadly. And so we at DOT and federal motor carriers, we are not going to tolerate states that don't comply with rules that come from this department. we've identified several states that have not been in compliance. That would be Washington, California, and New Mexico. Those are the three states that have not complied with this rule, which, by the way, driver in Florida had received a CDL in Washington, California, and was pulled over in July, and no doubt English language, and law enforcement in New Mexico did not take his rig out of service. So this one driver touched all three states. They are not complying with our rule. So for us, which I'm announcing today, is we are going to states 30 days to come into compliance with truck drivers. We're going to look at federal funding that they receive under the Motor Carrier Assistance Program. So California is 30 million? 30 million. Washington is 10 million, and New Mexico. Correct. By the way, this is phase one. There are other actions that we can take to make sure states comply. In the next, we won't have to withhold any, but withholding this money, and then we will take additional steps to guarantee compliance. And this is not, just to be clear, this is not just about saying we have some obscure rule that we want to with that truck drivers speak English proficiently. Your kids, your spouses, your loved ones, your friends, we all use the roadway. And we need to make sure that those who are driving and that when they're pulled over by law enforcement, they're stopped by law enforcement, they can communicate what they have on their rig. There might be a history that they have to communicate to law enforcement when they're pulled over or there's an accident. And if they can't do that, that creates a significant issue in public. And so this is step one. And again, we hope that step. I do want to from motor carriers what our plan is and how we're going to move forward. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Enforcement Act, FMCSA. I want to emphasize the two dates that you mentioned. May 20th is the date that the Secretary directed FMCSA to implement a new policy, and part of that policy included the assessment to determine proficiency requirement. June state partners put the new out-of-service rule into shared that policy with the assessment as part of it with all of the state partners. And so all of the states have had this information since May 20th and at the latest June 25th. Today, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration will be serving a notice of proposed determination of nonconformity to the states of California, Washington, and New Mexico. And this notice proposes a finding of noncompliance with the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program, commonly referred to as MCSAP, with the qualifying conditions. This notice program is FMCSA's main formula grant program, and it provides financial assistance to states to reduce the number of severity of crashes and injuries and fatalities. MCSAP funding requires the states to adopt and enforce laws and regulations compatible with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulations, which includes the English language proficiency requirement. And let me just quote what that requirement is that the Secretary described just a minute ago. But commercial drivers must be able to read, speak speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public, to understand highway traffic signs and signals in the English language, to respond to official inquiries, and to make entries on reports and records. The states must enforce ELP requirements to maintain MCSAP funding. Even before the tragic accident in Florida, taking 3 lives, FMCSA reached out earlier this month to all of the state partners and asked a couple of questions. We were reviewing the enforcement data, and we wanted to know what it was, and if you did not have a plan, what actions you were taking to prioritize your non-enforcement actions. And so we took that feedback and reviewed that in combination the data that I'll share with you Washington and New Mexico have a plan, or they have what they weren't doing. What we found in determining California between the date of June 5th and 21st, so it has done 34 investigations. California inspected over drivers been cited in other states for an English language proficiency violation. So what that means is subsequent to that violation, there have been, over that time, June 25th to August 21st, actions that resulted in a violation, 2 of which were not properly done within the commercial zones. But like 4 drivers that come into their state who had previously requirement violation and put out of service, and they did not respect and honor that previous violation. Mexico, over that same time period from June 25th to August 21st, New Mexico has provided 0 violations out of over about 5,000 inspections. And like Washington and California, drivers came into New Mexico, about at least 7 who had previously been cited and put out of service for the English language proficiency requirement, and yet New Mexico, just like Washington and California, did not honor that previous violation and returned them out of service. Just to underscore this point, if an out-of-service violation could be various citations, it could be breaks. No state officer is going to look at a previous citation of a brake violation in a state a month before they're doing their inspection and then just not inspect the brakes and just let that driver go on their way. And yet all 3 of these states are doing that. They're allowing people to be on the road that were taken off the road. So all 3 of these states will have 30 days from the notice that we send out today to respond to the agency and to provide a corrective plan. And after that 30 days, FMCSA will make a final determination of nonconformity and impose the appropriate sanctions that can be up to withholding all of the MCSAP funding. And as the Secretary said, that's just over, I think, $33 million in California, $10.5 million in Washington, and I think $7 million in New Mexico. Anticipate all of the states coming in compliance. We do not want to penalize the states. We want the states to comply, to enforce the English language proficiency requirement. It is directly related not only to the safety the citizens of their states, but the citizens of all of the states around all of the United States with drivers driving into those states. Where's the notices?
Wonderful. Just as a quick note, Jesse and I have worked arm in arm for the last today, but to make sure our rules and regulations are appropriate to keep people safe. I just want to, I'll take that were taken out efficiency over again. So their records are run by law enforcement. Of course, that's what law enforcement does. So it sees this green light. Listen, this person, this driver was taken out of service in a money away, and we'll take it that get progressively more difficult for these states. There's a lot of great tools that we have here that we don't want to use. We want to keep drivers safe. Not states. Americans drive in all states. And California, Washington, New Mexico, Americans drive in, and they deserve to be safe in those states. So with that, I will take a couple of your questions. Yes.
Secretary Duffy working hard there. This administration working overtime for you. We'll see that entire cabinet at the top of the hour. Now, an update on the vice president. He'll be traveling to La Crosse, Wisconsin, just as he did last week in Peachtree City, Georgia, to highlight the One Big Beautiful Bill. He'll be at a steel fabrication facility in La Crosse. The vice president will deliver and highlight the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the historic tax cuts that are delivering for the American people on a daily basis. So that event will be Wednesday, August 27th. So tune in for that. Also, the Office of the First Lady announcing a nationwide presidential AI challenge. First Lady Melania Trump announced the Presidential Artificial Intelligence Challenge, inviting K through 12 students and educators across America to participate. Now, the Presidential AI Challenge will be the first of its kind in steps preparing our next generation with a better understanding and indeed a base understanding of this important new technology, according to the First Lady. And in a recent video on AI.gov, she reflected her own experience with AI technology while creating her audiobook, emphasizing the transformative potential and inherent risks of the new technology. Mrs. Trump stated, in just a few short years, artificial intelligence will be the engine driving every business sector across our economy. It is important that America leads the rest of the world, and through initiatives like the Presidential AI Challenge, Mrs. Trump aims to empower the next generation to explore and innovate within this rapidly evolving field. So we look forward to all of that, and it's really the space race of 2025, AI, and how we can hold on and really know the potential dangers and opportunities that are met with all evolution in technologies. And something good to reflect on. If you like to read encyclicals, I advise you do that with other people, perhaps a Bible study. It's interesting to look at the same parallels from the late 19th century when Pope Leo XIII was in office to now this Pope Leo XIV, and the rapid advancements at those different times, the late 19th century and now in the 21st century, and how the dignity of work and the individual must remain at the forefront. Great discussions to review as we thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bank of America just announcing that the dollar is on the verge of collapse. A scary thought, but get ahead of protecting your retirement, your savings, your paycheck faster than ever. Best way to do that, monetary gold. With wealth, security, preservation, grab your complimentary presidential gold guide with a handsome gentleman on the front of that, Donald John Trump. Call today, don't delay. It's 800-476-7790. Ask how to eliminate your annual IRA fees for life. That's RSBN for the gold, RSBN for the gold.com. Call immediately to discover how you can eliminate those IRA fees permanently. Or visit rsbnforthegold.com. Gold and silver being the ultimate hedge against inflation and its value only going up over the course of 5,000 years of human history. That's why now is the time to call Monetary Gold at 800-476-7790. Call today. Don't delay at 800-476-7790. And Kalshi.com/RSBN. When you save all that monetary wealth with gold and silver, you might as well put some bets and trade on the biggest questions facing the United States of America. Who will win that Nobel Peace Prize? I think there's a number one contender given the peace he's spread throughout the world, from Iran to Israel to Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India, and the Koreas, to right here at home in countless different ways, especially the invasion that was coming over our southern border. No more, thanks to President Trump and crime. D.C. is the best place to be right now, the federal city. Think about that. Will Zelensky meet with Putin before January? You can bet and trade on those questions. Remember our Anchorage, Alaska coverage roughly a week and a half ago now. A lot of you made some moolah on the 10-second handshake because the question was, will Putin and Trump, they shake for 3 seconds? No, that was a nice, good, solid handshake. Scan that QR code now, Kalshi.com/RSBN. And for all the globalists watching, no, I hear the echoes of Russia, Russia, Russia. We know it was a hoax. We know that Barack Hussein Obama was behind it, and his fellow comrades. John Brennan looks like he's in a lot of trouble. So you can ask those questions, trade, and bet on everything, music, sports, politics, the culture, at Kalshi.com/RSBN. And then make sure you look good out on the town with all that extra dough. Might as well use it on angelpaste.com because everyone likes a nice smell, a nice glowing look, and this place has that for you. It's the Miracle Cream, angelpaste.com, a vitamin B infused cream that is non-GMO, no chemicals. Sometimes you look at these labels and you're like, what's the red dye and the blue 3, and is that good for me? Well, the answer is no. We know from the MAHA movement, all the great work that Secretary Kennedy is doing in conjunction with President Trump. We'll see them at the top of the hour. But there are great products at this angelpaste.com. They're out of Spring, Texas. They hire veterans. They're Christian-owned. So they're people you can trust who are patriots just like you. The Spring, Texas and the Houston Metroplex, a lovely place in this country to live. And it's right off the Gulf of America. So they have a natural mosquito repellent as well because they get that tropical weather, especially in the summertime. As you enjoy your Labor Day barbecues coming up, make sure that you don't want the chemicals, the DEET, all that stuff in those big sprays. You want something that's safe and healthy for the kids and the dogs and everyone at your party. So go with angelpaste.com for all their great options. Paint the town red and experience the miracle that is Angel Paste. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And as President Trump prepares to meet with his cabinet at the top of the hour, we're diving into a number of different topics with great interviews and catching the entire administration as they're out and about, whether it is in the Beltway, in the federal city, now the safest in the country, or out in places like Peachtree City, Georgia, where we were last week on Thursday, to enjoy Vice President J.D. Vance's statements at Alto Refrigeration, a great place to revisit again, as I used to sell to them when I was in the sales world and everything to do with refrigeration and restaurants. And I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to food and drink and just making it hospitable. They actually make sure that Chick-fil-A runs smoothly. So a great company, just on the southwest side of Atlanta. And a big shout out to Mimi's Good Food that's over there. It's a diner you have to go to. They love veterans. They love our military. They love our police. And they're just good people. Right down the street from Alto Refrigeration, Peachtree City, Georgia. A big shout out to Mimi, a great owner of perhaps the best diner in America. Granted, I have a bias because I love the Peach State of Georgia. It's my adopted home. But it is good stuff. I had a Southern Benedict with Mr. Director, and my goodness gracious, that was fantastic. The Southern biscuits and gravy, I'm not used to it as much from my neck of the woods, so it's always that heartwarming love and that kind of food that brings everyone together. So be sure to patronize their great location there in Peachtree City, Georgia. I can make that a tongue twister going 90 miles per hour here. On this beautiful Tuesday morning, August 26th, we do remember the Abbey Gate and 13 U.S. service members who lost their lives, young people who paid the ultimate sacrifice because of the incompetence of the last administration. And we see that incompetence throughout our major cities, whether it be New York City to Chicago to Los Angeles, and people like Kathy Hochul and J.B. Pritzker to Gavin Newsom. And they have plenty of nicknames, which are aptly due to all of them. Be great to have them here on the show. We're reaching out to their offices. We'll see if they actually want to come on and defend the fact that they're trying to, and in many cases, arguably, breaking federal law, harboring illegal aliens. J.B. Pritzker threatening President Trump last night on social media accounts, saying, if you come for my people, it's on. Rather bizarre statements, and they're always the first to preach on the left wing of history, oh, let's calm down the temperature. But you have people like Eric Swalwell, the congressman who enjoys sleeping with communist spies from China, talking about burying his Republican colleagues under the Capitol. Is that exactly a peaceful statement? Burying your colleagues under the United States Capitol? It's a rather bizarre statement, almost as bizarre as having an extramarital affair with a Chinese communist spy. Makes you wonder about the Democrat Party, where it stands right now, what its priorities truly are, and the fact that they seem to not want to secure their jurisdictions. And do I even get started again on gerrymandering? It's a household term that they made available for just about every American who does not pay attention to politics. Thank you, Governor J.B. Pritzker, for that. And no, it wasn't a kindergartner who drew the map. It was your Democrat lobbyists and attorneys who drew that map, and you signed it into law back in 2021. The 13th Congressional District goes right up the heart from St. Louis to the middle of Illinois, the Prairie State, not far from where I went to my undergrad, the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And it looks like an earthworm on LSD, as one of my media colleagues aptly described. Thank you to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Again, 25% off ivermectin and mebendazole. Now, All Family Pharmacy simply wants to get rid of the red tape and the bureaucracy. They want you to have life-saving medications, pure and simple. We know America is all about choice, it's all about freedom. You should know what you're putting into your body. You should also have that choice to try these life-saving medications. In many cases, they've been around for the last half century, if not more. So why not use the things that can save your life from bacterial infections, viral infections, or get ahead on those nasty flus and colds? It's ivermectin, mebendazole, NAD+, methylene blue, life-saving medications, in fact, over 200 of them, with emergency medical kits and antibiotics that will have you ready in case there's an emergency. And God forbid your pharmacist down the street does not want you to have access to these because the PBMs are overlording them and saying don't prescribe it. We've had situations like that. That's why President Trump signing that executive order to remove those barriers, to take on Big Pharma, the right to try from the first term just enhanced once again, 200 plus days in the Oval Office. It's ivermectin mebendazole, now 25% off. The online pharmacy, your go-to, that was even ahead of President Trump in getting this life-saving medication to your door. If you order now, just 2 or 3 days, in some cases quicker. Scan the QR code now. 25% off ivermectin mebendazole, and with code RSBN10, something we've been running for a while here at the network, you have that ready for you to go. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history, because that's what it's about too. No red tape, no bureaucracy. If you don't have insurance, don't worry. It's prescription mandated, but these are good things to have in your medicine cabinet or those last-minute summer vacations. As we look at a break. Well, with his team, the Attorney General Pam Bondi, and this extraordinary cabinet working overtime with their expertise in order to make America's nation's capital safe, healthy, and free again. I thought they wanted it. Oh, that's why. They wanted it to be a state. That's okay. This makes sense now. I think the Democrats support the 10th Amendment when it comes to Washington, D.C., but otherwise, let's federalize everything. As we're joined by Jim Path, president of the Conservative Caucus. It's good to see you, my friend. Safety seems to be on the forefront of Americans' mind. How would you assess what's taking place in Washington, D.C. from a constitutional perspective? And can President Trump do the same in places like Chicago, Illinois?
And entirely following the rights of all these individuals. If they've committed a crime, they're going to be arrested and go through the judicial system. If not, then they're not going after them. They're just actually going after the criminals. So it can happen in Washington, D.C. You are correct to point out, by the way, this really messes up their desire for D.C. statehood, which the founding fathers never wanted anyway. They absolutely never wanted that. In fact, one of the big reasons why the federal district, as it's laid out in the Constitution, was placed under congressional control is because under the Articles of Confederation, when they sat that first Congress in Philadelphia, there was a massive demonstration of about 400 Revolutionary War veterans who were threatening the then Capitol. And the governor of Pennsylvania wasn't doing anything to stop it. So they realized that we better have the federal district for the purposes of running the government and Congress and the White House and so forth. We better have it separated from states, because if we're not going to get that backup, we need to be able to provide it for ourselves. So, it should be off the table. Now, can he do it in other cities? The answer is no. He cannot do it in this precise manner. Certainly, if cities want some federal help, they can request it under certain guidelines. But he can't just march in with the National Guard into Chicago and say, okay, well, I'm taking it over. Now, he can use the National Guard to protect federal buildings and federal assets. That's absolutely constitutional. But you can't just go and take over a city. As much as we might like that to happen for the sake of the people in those cities, and nonetheless, they're going to have to suffer under the people they elected to represent them, who are doing a very poor job. In fact, actually maybe doing worse than a poor job. They may want the chaos to help them with their political aspirations.
That's been my question as well, because I think there's precedent in Texas versus Johnson from the 1980s that this is, to your point, Jim, that can't happen the way it's happened in Washington, D.C., say with Chicago. So where do you think President Trump's argument is here in regards to not only executive orders with flag burning, but also the threat of national force in the cities? Is it simply to get them scrambling? Is it simply to almost play that 4D chess and have that press conference that they had yesterday, because I was literally just chuckling watching this. Well, sad as well, because I come from the Chicagoland area. It's a beautiful city. I mean, talk about the culture, the food, a great sports city. And I grew up either watching these people or I've met them personally, all those Democrat and arguably true communists that were standing there, from J.B. Pritzker to Tammy Duckworth as well. We respect her service, but as she's talking yesterday, the United States Senator in the background, their sirens are wailing right off of the riverfront, which used to be one of the safest areas of the cities, and now we hear about so much crime there and so many businesses shutting their doors.
Yeah, it's really absurd, that group of people standing there, in the sense that, what was Brandon Johnson, for example, calling for? He was calling for, we need more federal money to come in to help us with housing and with blah, blah, blah. In other words, he wants to fix the problem, he says, by having more government programs, mostly funded by taxpayers from around the country, instead of dealing with their own problems. He doesn't want one of the best. Well, there are two excellent things that could happen in Chicago, and in certain iterations had happened a little bit more in the past, that would radically transform the cultural problems that lead to increased crime there. One is to have a freer market economy in the city of Chicago, which they do not have. It's highly regulated, highly taxed. It's always kind of been that way, but in the past there was a move to change that, and it actually was a better working environment. The second thing would be school choice. Have the kids not be bound to have children not be bound to these failing public schools in Chicago, which have gotten much worse. In fact, Paul Vallis, who ran against Brandon Johnson in the Democrat primary, was a guy who was very pro-police and very pro-school reform, school choice reform. There were some very positive. Remember Marva Collins? She had a school there that had just inner city kids whose parents had no money, just taking them in, using good education techniques, and those kids were thriving. And then they worked constantly, eventually, to shut what she was doing down and to bring the teachers unions in with much greater control. If you did those two things, if you reduce taxes to free up the economy, reduce the regulation, and get the school system in order, you'd have a renaissance in Chicago, which is filled with great people. But and by the way, what happens in Chicago happens to Cook County and the surrounding counties as well. It's a really close-knit situation there that has rollover effects into areas where things are a little bit better. So those are the prescriptions. But Brandon Johnson wants more federal money for housing. Like, what's that going to do to change the situation? It's crazy.
You find that in so many different races as well, whether it's Sandy Springs, Georgia right now, a mayoral race, and I would say a medium-sized city, roughly 233,000 or so. You have a candidate who's like a Mamdani. You have a candidate who very focused on housing, public housing. Well, one of the arguments as the incumbent mayor, a great man, former state senator in Georgia and former Georgia Republican Party chair, he has an opponent from the right as well who's saying, wait, we already have a lot of that. That's come in the form of the apartments. Now, people have to independently lease those, but you're getting a form of housing that's coming in, and it's landlocking us at the moment. So you have this argument from the right and the left against him. So you see it in all different kind of mayor races, but I actually reminds me of the late Paul Green, actually a family member of mine through marriage, a great man. He wrote The Chicago Political Tradition. It's about the 1987 mayoral race in Chicago. And right now, not as complicated as it was then, but you had Democrats who are running as Republicans, a Democrat incumbent who became an independent, and it all became based on segregational race politics. It was actually very sad to witness, but that's who suffered here, Jim. It was the people, the residents of the great state or great city of Chicago, to your point, mostly because of education policies.
Well, don't forget also one of the greatest police forces in world history that has been decimated by the post-George Floyd, post-BLM policy of hating the police and tying their hands And I know for a fact, because I think you're aware of this, but I some years back was helping out a congressional candidate in the Orland Park area just outside of Chicago, whose district went in to some of the wards of Cook County. And so I ended up talking with a lot of these folks and getting to know them. The police officers, who are many of whom are still dedicated to wanting to do the right thing, they have their freaking hands tied. They have been told to stop being what made them one of the great police forces in world history. And so, there's a whole lot of effort to destroy the institutions that ever allowed Chicago to thrive. And Chicago's been a key city in this country since the mid-19th century, when it was a central rail point particularly for moving cattle, beef stock, and pork and other things, and which kind of put it on the map, so to speak. But it was really a central location for a lot of commerce in this country as the rail lines started traversing east to west in the United States and on the continent. And so they've had a lot of great things that have always worked for them that are being torn down by radical leftist policies. And J.B. Pritzker's no better. This guy who Donald Trump rightly says was kicked out of his business. He's wealthy. They gave him a bunch of money, but they didn't want him running the business. He can't even run a state. And he's sitting there with a straight face trying to put criminality on Donald Trump when that whole city is filled with criminality. I mean, all the corruption that Chicago is famous for still exists. It's very evident, and it's something that's never been addressed. So there is a lot that Chicago has going for it if the citizens could be freed from this. It's just that Donald Trump can't send the National Guard to do it. We have to go through the elective process, and until people are willing to make a change, which they were close to doing. Paul Vallas almost beat Brandon Johnson in that primary. In fact, there are some people to this day who think it might have been stolen from Paul Vallas. But there are Democrats there who actually do want to put things back in line and are capable of doing it. And so we'll see if that ever happens. But they've got to make the choice. We just kind of have to continue to make the choice in Washington, D.C. to do things right. Donald Trump needs to keep going after the Federal Reserve, which is the real source of whatever housing crisis that we're having in this country right now. I mean, not just in terms of the rates that are set, but the inflation policy that they have brought into play since COVID-19 that have wreaked havoc in the housing economy. Brandon Johnson is wrong. The problem isn't more government, it's less. We need to change these things. So we have to fight for Chicago by fighting nationwide to get things back in order, in my opinion.
And it's true, Jim. It is a nationwide fight because these are the same people that shut down the public schools. And many of the students were relying on that lunch meal while their parents were working 2 or 3 jobs, not just one parent, but both incomes coming in to support the family. So it was a tragedy throughout COVID and the George Floyd riots. It just brings me to the question of Derek Chauvin. That situation there. Speaking of our police, because I think a lot about this. This is personal for me. Coming from Chicagoland, it's being from Irish and Italian heritage. Many immigrants came up that way in my parents' generation or before that through the police force, through serving their community, and we see that in New York City, even in some of the Muslim sector and our Islamic neighbors, with the terrible tragedy of the murder of the police officer there recently. This seems to deter people from wanting to serve in a uniformed unit, but also, did he really receive justice? Is there double jeopardy in this? Is there any way for perhaps a commutation or a pardon to happen from the president? Is there any interest in that? I know that Caroline Leavitt has said no to it, but it seems as if this man, although it was controversial, was simply doing his job, and that this person, George Floyd, God rest his soul, wasn't exactly a saint of a man, and these people were praising him as if he was simply a victim.
I've looked at the Derek Chauvin situation as 2 parallel tracks that didn't necessarily meet in terms of criminality. So what I still believe what Derek Chauvin did, even though there's the claim that he was following guidelines and training, I still feel like there was an excessive particular use of force. I mean, there clearly George Floyd was under the influence of drugs, and I've modified my stance actually on Derek Chauvin. I don't think he's quite as culpable as people make him out to be. George Floyd had his criminality on his side, much of which didn't start to come out for months and months and nay, years later, when more and better information was coming out about him and what the situation was, with him being drug induced at the time. There's a real challenge on the police. I think all the officers around Chauvin should totally be exonerated, it seems to me. Chauvin himself, I'm not sure needs to be fully exonerated through any commutation or pardon or anything. I think he made a choice that was an erroneous one. I mean, if you had 5 or 6 people who were made culpable with him in that circumstance, but all those police officers were standing around. If there was a need for heavy force, something better could have been done with the help of more than one hand, because Chauvin was the only one holding him down. That said, and we could adjudicate that all day long. I don't think Chauvin deserves a pardon or commutation. It doesn't seem that way to me. I think there was some excessive overreach legally because of the emotion of the time, and that does influence the judicial system. I think one of the great lessons from that is for us to remember that the judicial system can be subject to these emotional variances that go up or down one way or the other when we force that through the public. And I think maybe the worst violence in our culture right now is the violence that's being perpetrated by radical Democrat-funded leftist demonstrations that are making Donald Trump and his supporters like me to be fascist or something like that, like there's some authoritarian push taking place. There are a few areas, by the way, where I think Donald Trump is pushing the envelope a little bit, but at the core of it, he is reinserting Americanism and the American ideal into the federal government in a way we haven't seen as a positive reform for decades. So my concern is that you've got a lot of judicial activism, far worse in its effect than whatever judicial activism happened with Derek Chauvin, taking place by trying to shut down an administration through judicial fiat in areas where the law doesn't apply. That's actually a much greater threat than anything Derek Chauvin did, in my opinion.
We are speaking with Jim Paff, the president of the Conservative Caucus, always engaging. We love to talk to you, sir, about many different topics, but real quick, stick with us, please. We're going to go through a couple of our sponsors here, PDS Debt being one of them. The system is not broken simply, it's really rigged against you. And if you're buried in debt, that's exactly how they want it to be. The big banks profit when you're desperate. Creditors win when you have these issues affecting you. Issues like debt and just trying to get by. I know many Americans suffering from that, so no credit score is required. See if you qualify in 30 seconds. They've helped hundreds of thousands break free from credit card debt and high interest traps. It's your money, it's your future. It's pds.com/RSBN. You know, they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, in fact. And PDS goes beyond the numbers to help you understand your unique financial situation. So again, it's secure, a free quote, custom options, no credit score, no hassle. See if you qualify in 30 seconds. You can get that done today, pds.com/RSBN and covepure.com/RSBN. Get $200 off. Protect what matters. covepure.com/RSBN. Drink pure, live pure. Do you know that Utah and Florida actually putting forth legislation to get fluoride out of the water? And JAMA Pediatrics doing a study with their doctors and scientists that found that if children drink regularly out of the tap, gosh, I know my goofy nieces over the summertime, they love to drink that tap water from the hose. They think it's funny, just like their dad did when he was growing up. I listen to mom, but my brother, not so much. But regardless of that, it's actually a serious matter. They can lose IQ points, in fact, 2 or more, by doing that on a regular basis. So make sure you're drinking pure water and living in a pure way. This clear water technology, it's the best on the market with this reverse osmosis system to get rid of the impurities. So protect what matters. You see it's very good size to sit on a countertop or even in an office or wherever you would like to access that. CovePure.com/RSBN, $200 off now. And thank you again to Jim Paff joining us from the Conservative Caucus, serving as its president, analyzing the issues of the day. You know, Jim, it's fun because we have that show, The Voice of Reason, on Thursday night, but in a lot of ways, I think you truly are the voice of reason for this great country to break down these important issues. So let's talk, too, about this flag-burning executive order. Can it actually stand up in court if someone's to do this? Can they actually serve 1 year in jail, or is it simply, as the court has decided before, a form of political speech?
Well, I think the order itself very purposefully keeps away from the First Amendment aspects of burning the flag, mere demonstration. They've put it into aggravating circumstances that are taking place where other misdeeds are being performed. And I think that was a rational way to approach this. Now, me personally, even though I'm severely offended by someone burning a flag, I think, why would you do that? I think it's entirely unnecessary to go after that, and that seems odd to a lot of people. That said, I will say that circumstances where you have someone who is here legally or illegally and not a citizen burning the flag, I think immediate deportation should take place with those people. I don't even think throw them in jail. Just send them away. Because if you're not going to be in this country and care for this country for what it is, just like another country would expect us to be that way in their country, then just get out of here. Don't even be here. So that's a red line in my opinion, that is so clear and so fundamentally easy to point to. If someone like these I'll give you one clear example, an Antifa rally. We've seen a lot of Antifa rallies in the past. People wearing masks, by the way, and then they're talking about the ICE agents wearing masks. But Antifa folks wearing masks, doing violent works, activities, intimidating people directly. If that sort of a rally, if it looked just like an Antifa rally and someone were burning a flag, where the intimidation and sometimes pushing and shoving's taking place, I would not have a problem seeing an aggravation of any charges made, that this 1 year requirement for flag being done. Now, the last thing I'll say on this, I am not certain where in federal law you can enforce a 1 year prison sentence on burning a flag, even in these areas where you're not suborning someone's constitutional right. I'm not sure where that is. I've looked at the order, skimmed through it, and I don't see where that connection is. But I do understand what Donald Trump's trying to do here, and it is provocative in the sense of trying to continue to reassert the fact that the United States is the one bastion of freedom in the world. It's actually the last bastion of freedom. Look at Europe. I mean, people still have relative freedom, I guess you could say, but they don't have speech freedom right now almost anywhere in Europe. And they're going to jail for their speech in many cases. They're going to jail for expressing Christian opinion, religious opinion. I mean, it's an outrage what's happening there. I don't see hardly anywhere else in the world that has the freedom that we have here. And Democrats are out to mimic what's happening in Europe as much as possible. Why do we know that? I'm not just making some statement out of the blue. That's precisely what the Biden administration was doing. It's precisely what the Obama administration began to do. It's what the so-called deep state actors were doing in 2020 during the Trump administration by, saying the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation when it was absolutely real. Lying about Joe Biden being competent for the presidency when he was clearly in his basement and incompetent to serve, and not making that very clear. And many other abuses that were taking place, even during that time, working with social media companies to shut down free speech. That was a government effort done behind the scenes and against the will of the sitting president of the United States. So those things still linger in this country. If Democrats ever come back to power at the level that Joe Biden was in power, we may be done for in our freedoms as a nation. We'll go directly to where Europe is right now, and it'll probably get far worse. We are the last bastion of freedom. So Donald Trump being concerned about the flag is really rooted in concerns about standing up for what America is and its ideals and has always been in its practice, with the last 20 years being a time when that's most been under strain. He wants to reassert that ideal, and I support that. I don't know that the flag thing is the best way to do that, or even the most effective way. I think the most effective thing that he's doing right now in terms of what's publicly out there is that crime's going down big time in Washington, D.C. I think stick to things like that, continue the particular kinds of tariff battles that he's having right now, and many of the other things that he's undertaking. Those are going to show the American people where you need to go, and he's been very effective at it. I think it gives us some reason for hope for the future.
Is there anything you anticipate minutes from now with this cabinet meeting? It's a group of people really working overtime and using their expertise. And in many cases, I just think about your comments, Jim. It's so true that many of them suffering, in some cases, went to prison because of the last administration, now serving again in government because they are boldly stepping out to make sure that this is a constitutional republic that is one under God, indivisible, with the liberty and justice for all, something the other major party, sadly, seems to not wish for their political opponents.
No doubt about it. The Democrat Party is not an American party anymore. It's far from it. And they deserve all the criticism that they're getting. It's evidenced by that idiot press conference that happened in Chicago yesterday. So, I don't know any specific nuggets of what's going to happen in the cabinet meeting, but I think what you just alluded to is always worth noting. Every one of these people in this cabinet either were targeted after the last Trump administration and thankfully and rightfully have been exonerated from the false allegations that came against them, or people who were willing to stand with Donald Trump in the long run and continue to stand with him now. This is a star-studded presidential staff at the cabinet level and even lower than that. I mean, I'm actually incredibly amazed at the quality. You know, Ronald Reagan had a fantastic staff as well, but intermixed in his staff at that time, all people who obeyed his directives and went the way he told them to their credit. But you had many people like James Baker and even George W. Bush as vice president that were total moderate, institutionalist squishes, to be candid. But they did what Ronald Reagan told them to do because they were inspired by him. This is even better. These people are also doing what Donald Trump once done, but they are also committed to the ideals. And they are committed to the law, too. Again, there are going to be arguments on this or that thing about whether it's appropriate Donald Trump do this or that. Some of those things actually are going to come out negative in his favor. But it is incredibly low amount of things. Most of the things that the Democrats and others are screaming, and even the TDS Republicans are screaming and crying about, are things that the Trump administration has taken particular care to make sure pass legal muster. And we should really be thankful for that. We got to remember over these last almost 8 months now that Donald Trump has not tried to thwart the will of these stupid judge opinions by just ignoring them and going on down the line. He's followed the rule of law, even when it has been quite starkly wrong. And I think it's objectively wrong, the vast majority of these judicial rulings that have been taking place around the country. Yet Donald Trump has adhered to the system, and he deserves great credit for that. It is one of many things that need to happen for us to possibly restore justice in this country. And we've got a lot of work to do to get there, because we've got judges all over the country who are attempting to overturn the will of the people and rule this country from the bench. They are authoritarians, many of them, Judge Boasberg being the chief among them. But that's the challenge and the struggle that Donald Trump will have. And whatever criticism one might have of actions that he's taken, the one thing at the core of it we need to be happy about is that they are attempting to reassert as best they can and as best they understand a constitutional system that has kept this country free up to this point and can hopefully be sustained in the future. That the real threat to so-called democracy is Democrat attempts to undermine our legal system, particularly when it comes to elections, which I didn't talk about, but that's another big issue here. And the Democrats have worked really hard to tear down our electoral system, which has kept us strong for so long. We've got a lot of work to do. Donald Trump is the man to do it, and I'm very pleased. And I love watching these cabinet meetings and seeing these fantastic people doing fantastic things.
Always a great time to tune in, and we will do so momentarily. Jim Paff, president of the Conservative Caucus, a dear friend of the show. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful Tuesday morning.
Thanks so much. Talk to you soon.
And as we get ready for President Trump and the cabinet meeting live from the White House, to Jim's point, it really is just that. It's using Article 2 and the executive authority in order to do the will of the American people. This is the government you put into place back on November 5th of last year. And you might be asking yourself that question, what's the best way to go about this? Because you have powers that be, whether it's the Fulton County DA's office to rogue judges or a Democrat Party now, as Jim put it, that is anti-American. We saw the ridiculous press conference that was in Chicago, Illinois yesterday. That wasn't traditional Democrats of yesteryear. Those are full-blown committed communists. They hate the rule of law. They hate the electoral process because they're not traditional liberals anymore. It's far-left globalism. Proof is in the pudding, and aptly identified by the great Jim Paff of the Conservative Caucus. Thank you to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, where you can get 25% off ivermectin and mebendazole right now. Also code RSBN10 for an extra 10% off of everything on the site. 200 essential medications. It's NAD+, it's methylene blue, it's emergency medical kits and antibiotics that can save you from bacterial and viral infections. Now, we know that choice and freedom is of the utmost concern in America, especially medical freedom. And you have certain situations where pharmacies either don't have these great life-saving ivermectin and mebendazole tablets available, or simply the PBMs try to prevent you from even getting it in the first place because they're in bed with Big Pharma and the lobbyists and the attorneys that defend what has proven to be a failed solution for all of America. So if you don't have insurance, don't sweat it. This is doctors and pharmacists, nurses who care about you, the great patriots who watch this fine network. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, truly the leading online pharmacy that even was ahead of President Trump, who really has taken on the big pharma with right to try and the recent executive orders to specifically take on the PBMs. So again, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Order today. You have this life-saving medication available to you and yours within 2 to 3 days, if not before. Thank you for your sponsorship on the right side of history. And why not get a good night's sleep so you can be productive, spend more time with friends, that quality time, and really make those big moves at work? How about the free shipping sales, the MyCross, the replica MyCross, in fact, that Mike Lindell wears? Save 50% off now. There's a male and female version of both. There's also MyPillow bed sheets going for as low as $24.98, all colors, all sizes. And the multi-use MyPillow 2.0, under $10. The MyPillow 1.0, it changed my sleep patterns. I'm one of those back sleepers. I just had to go through all that. I had to get a new mattress and do all of that good stuff, and that can be stressful sometimes to replace what is going to be your component of rest. But think about a MyPillow 2.0 because it's a great deal. It's better than any lunch deal out there, but it also will get you that crucial sleep. They say that we should be reaching at least 8 hours. I'm one of those who thrives between 4 and 6. I don't know why. It just is the way it is. I probably should get more myself, but I hate going to sleep. I have so much fun on a daily basis, just living life. That the great way to solve that, I did not delay. I called back in the day, 800-836-7566. It's mypillow.com/RSBN. You know Mike Lindell, a great friend of the network. He is the purveyor of freedom of speech. He is the defender of election integrity. And gosh knows, maybe the next governor of Minnesota. We have great MAGA candidates out there, and Mike Lindell, someone who embodies those timeless American principles. mypillow.com/RSBN. Well, if you like what you see, feel free to donate. That's how we take on the legacy media, the corporate entities that have millions and millions of dollars, sometimes billions, as President Trump says. RSBnetwork.com/donate. You could text RSBN to 801-801. We were your go-to for over a decade when it came to Trump rallies in 2015 to 2016, the 2020 election, and 2024. What a decade it's been. But we've changed things up a little bit, kind of made it your go-to live desk since January, and we're proud to be there for you, whether it is a Trump cabinet meeting forthcoming or these continued rallies like we saw Vice President J.D. Vance in Peachtree City, Georgia last week on Thursday, or if it's those hearings that mean a lot for you and your family members and your wallet. Whatever it might be, we don't edit it, we don't throw it to someone else or skip out on the speeches. We bring it right to you for your own viewing pleasure, and we do it with a smile on our face, with hope, and looking to a golden age and an era of America nearly 250 years young, brought to you with constitutional governance once again. If you'd like to send in a check as well, there is an address for that at 1550. It's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6. It's box 344 in the loveliest village on the plains. It's Auburn, Alabama, 36830. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Trump Force One. It's relaxing right now at Palm Beach International. Maybe we'll see it again sometime in the future, but President Trump looking great once again on Air Force One. Thank you for supporting your go-to network as we await President Trump to hold a cabinet meeting that was scheduled for the top of the hour at 11 o'clock here. I'm Robert McNeely. Always good to be with you at Right Side Broadcasting Network, our live desk. We are live in Studio B, where we normally have the voice of reason, because we have a special surprise for you just really hours away from now. Studio A completely revamped to a new background. I think you might like it. It's been fun to observe and test, and hopefully it will bring more viewing pleasure to those of you at home. Although we're very grateful for all those who tune in on a regular basis here to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, if your friends don't know about this, sometimes people say, I had no idea this existed. Well, first of all, I ask, where have you been? I'm joking. There's a lot of media to digest, the 24/7 news cycle. But share, like, subscribe across all platforms, RSBN, tell your friends about it. And we're proud to be your go-to live desk. And come this weekend, it's college football once again. President Trump is excited. And President Trump, Senator Tommy Tuberville as well, the coach, future governor of Alabama here, they're working hard to deal with the NIL situation and really to make college football great again. And the White House highlighting that on True Social.
This season's going to be insane.
And we are here. We've got college football games this week. I cannot wait for them.
It is game week of week 0 of college football.
We are playing ball this weekend, guys.
President Donald Trump has signed an executive order.
Donald J. Trump just saved college sports.
College sports has been saved.
For the first time, there is an attempt from a very powerful person that normally exists outside the world of college athletics to put together a group of people, perhaps to lobby for changes that, by their very task, look out for the greater good in the interest of college athletics.
Very fun. I'm looking forward to college football season. It's Auburn at Baylor come Friday night. So that will be thrilling around Toomer's Corner and on campus here in the loveliest village on the plains. Excited for their season. I'm also excited for the National Football League. That's going to be a great time, as I've done 2 out of my 3 fantasy drafts. So for my friends watching, get ready to pony up the dough, and I'm going to take home that trophy. I'm a very competitive person, so I hate to lose, as many in Turning Point USA are, from the alumni to the students who were once there. Yeah, we love to win, but we hate to lose. That was kind of our motto back in the day, and I continue that in my fantasy football pursuits. So with all smiles and jest, we are ready for the college football season. Tell us who you think will be some of those top dogs in the game, whether it's in the SEC where it just matters more, or maybe my alma mater under a great coach, Mr. Brett Beliska, will be able to pull off a good season at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Can the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame make a comeback and reach once again the national championship after that upset from Northern Illinois University? Hey, it's RSBN Sports every now and again on the live desk, but share with us what you think. Feedback at rsbn.tv, feedback at rsbn.tv, as we cheer on the hometown Tigers of Auburn University, War Eagle. We are excited for Friday, that matchup between the Auburn Tigers and the Baylor Bears in the Lone Star State of Texas. We look forward to all of that, as we look forward to President Trump holding a cabinet meeting at 11:11 now, 11 minutes after that scheduled time. But these are busy people. They do a lot. Look at what he's done literally to the front and south facades of the White House. 2 big, beautiful, brand new flagpoles. And that, I just looked throughout this entire year, and what a blessing it is to be with all of you, to get to do what I love with this amazing team here, my colleagues at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's really a blessing to bring you the most up-to-date news, coverage, and stories inside and outside of the Beltway, whether it's your 45th and 47th president to your 50th vice president, the 119th Congress currently on recess. But coming back to Washington, D.C. soon, as we had a chance to catch up with a number of them, but specifically Congressman Rich McCormick last week, which you could scrub back to see that quick interview after the event with Vice President J.D. Vance at Alto Refrigeration in Peachtree City, Georgia. But they're working overtime. They're working nonstop. And in case you missed it, the MAGA Minute from last week, you have to dive into following the GOAT, the superstar, as President Trump puts it, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who just had a birthday last week. So happy birthday, Caroline. Thank you for standing up for truth, for principle. We can go to Cut 11 and cover some of those achievements over the past week.
Law and order, push-ups, and the pursuit of peace. Let's break it all down in another jam-packed MAGA Minute. The president traveled to Alaska to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin before hosting a productive summit here at the White House with Ukrainian President Zelensky, the NATO secretary, the president of the European Commission, and heads of state from the United Kingdom, Italy, Finland, Germany, and France, all to further efforts to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Foreign leaders have since remarked that more progress toward peace has been made in the last 2 weeks than in the past 3 years under Joe Biden. All we needed, clearly, was a new president. The president's initiative to make D.C. safe again has resulted in well over 600 arrests, including arrests of an MS-13 gang member, the seizure of illegal firearms and drugs off of the streets of our nation's capital. As a matter of fact, since President Trump began his crackdown on crime in D.C., all crime is down 9%, and violent crime is down 41% when compared to the 10 days before the president's executive actions. Additionally, carjackings are down 83%, robberies are down 58%, murders are down 50%, motor vehicle thefts are down 33%, and assaults with dangerous weapons are down 27%. The president on Thursday went to greet and thank the men and women undergoing this historic effort to make our nation's capital safe and beautiful again. And the vice president, J.D. Vance, visited Union Station to visit troops keeping our nation's capital safe and took some protesters to school. HHS Secretary Bobby Kennedy and Secretary Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth started quite the trend this week, encouraging other members of the cabinet and Americans like you across the country to participate in the Pete and Bobby Challenge. The challenge is 100 push-ups and 50 pull-ups in under 10 minutes. Can you do it? We want to see you try. And lastly, you should follow the White House on TikTok, where you will find some must-see content. It was another very busy week here at the White House. We will see you for next week for another very busy MAGA Minute.
It's 11:15 on the East Coast, 8:15 on the West Coast. Always great to be with you at Right Side Broadcasting Network's live desk. I'm Robert McNeely. And speaking of that Kennedy Hegseth challenge, in all transparency, I am up to the 70 push-ups and 15 pull-ups. So I have some work to do under that time frame, but lots of fun getting America healthy again, make America healthy again, along with making America great again as we await the cabinet meeting forthcoming at the White House. And it's exciting to have this golden era focus on just that. It's personal responsibility, is it not? That's this whole idea of conservative government, constitutional government's personal responsibility and honoring the blessings bestowed upon us by our Lord and Savior. Founders are very clear about this in their writings, and it's good that 250 years later we have people in government who you put into place who believe in those same ideals. So what happens when the dollar fails? Bank of America just announcing that the U.S. dollar is on that verge of collapse. Monetary gold is your go-to. It's wealth, security. It is preservation. And by grabbing your complimentary presidential gold guide with the 45th and 47th president of the United States, so prominently displayed on the front of that magazine, you have no obligation there but to find out what works best for you. Whether it's your savings, retirement, your paycheck, it's not worth losing in the form of the American currency and that paper money. So call today, don't delay. It's 800-476-7790, or go to RSBNforthegold.com. That's RSBNforthegold.com. Call immediately to discover how you can eliminate those IRA fees permanently. And this is the best way to do just that, because history tells us when paper money fails, precious metals win. We're talking 5,000 to roughly 6,000 years of human history where gold and silver has continued to become more valuable. This monetary gold will show you where to draw the line, how to protect yourself, and make sure that these assets, these savings, your retirement, all there for you so you can catch that round of golf or just enjoy more time with the grandkids and family. Or if you're my age, just thinking about that future family and the legacy you'll leave behind. It all matters. So again, call today. Don't delay. 800-476-7790, RSBNforthegold.com. And then when you have all of your gold and investments ready to go, retirement saved, make sure that your gut is healthy, and it's not just the probiotics, the prebiotics, it's getting that damn fluoride out of the water. It's unbelievable. Think about this. 80 years of this in our tap, and of all people, Bobby Kennedy has been vindicated, the great Secretary of Health and Human Services. He took on these big corporations, these special interests for years as an environmental attorney. And people remember in the 90s, go on CNN, different networks, before even Fox News existed. He'd make his stake his claim, and people on both sides of the aisle would laugh at him because they were bought and paid for in our nation's capital and our state capitals. But RFK Jr. was right. Protect what matters most. So Utah and Florida passing legislation to get fluoride, pesticides, chemicals out of the water. It's true, according to JAMA Pediatrics, this recent study of doctors and scientists that stated children who drink out of the tap, out of the faucet, or they go grab that hose in the summertime, they're drinking tap water, lose IQ points of 2 or more as a result. So covepure.com/RSBN, your go-to for clear water technology, the best in the business when it comes to reverse osmosis and simply drinking pure, delicious H2O. Drink pure, live pure. Get $200 off now at covepure.com/RSBN. You've been with us since 9 a.m. this morning. Thank you for joining us on Tuesday, August 26th. It's a rather sad day to remember the Abbey Gate anniversary, the AutoPenn's failures, and 13 U.S. service members who perished in the line of action. Many of the best, the brightest, the youngest, many not much older than our dear friend Brylan Hollyhand, who was on earlier to talk politics and the fact that Gen Z is Gen free, and so many of them choose military service, and millennials as well. I have to hand it to people like Vice President J.D. Vance, who did just that himself and grew to realize that the neoliberal and neocon agenda of the war machine was not working for the United States. And by exporting democracy through the use of force really was not the right way to do it. And the remnant of 20 plus years in Afghanistan, a very sad engagement ending in such a sad manner for countless people. Well, those people were surrounded by President Trump, the relatives of the 13 U.S. service members who lost their lives due to a terrorist attack that killed roughly 170 Afghan civilians as well. But if you have children in school, or whether it's K through 12 or especially in the colleges, and if they have a professor that says something like America is this, this, and this, for whatever reason, they come up with their communist agenda. And trust me, there are communists on America's campuses. I think that's been very clear over the last century, if not longer. Think about the people who tried to get out of Afghanistan climbing on that cargo plane that was leaving Afghanistan and Kabul's international airport, an airport that fell under the control of the Chinese Communist Party as a result of the incompetence of the last administration. If America is really that evil, that terrible, would they have done that? Because it was proven death right then and in that moment. And people, they fell to their deaths as a result of that. And millions in equipment, technology, intelligence left behind for the enemy. It's a miracle that we survived the AutoPenn administration. And thanks be to God, he's not quite done with his nation yet. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we know in that bobblehead behind me, fight, fight, fight. This president took a bullet for this country and is inspired every day with this team of experts to get the job done. Republicans, Democrats, independents who are cabinet members, who had the full force and weight. And as the Palestinian Senator Chuck Schumer of New York once stated, the intelligence community has 6 ways from Sunday at coming after you. They did just that with the Russia hoax, with Crossfire Hurricane and the Steele dossier. And people like Peter Navarro went to jail because they simply stood for economic populism and for common sense. But the investigators are now becoming the investigated. It's inverted. And still that control that this president has, using it within constitutional authorities and the letter of the law, the rule of law, making the executive branch great once again. So we look forward to this upcoming cabinet meeting as we get close to the bottom of the hour. It's 11:23 on the East Coast and 8:23 on the West Coast. I'm Robert McNeely with RSBN Live, your go-to live desk for everything inside and outside of the Beltway. And we're grateful that you come to us for your go-to knowledge on a number of different issues affecting your nation, both in the federal city and in your neck of the woods. And I think there's a simple reason for that. We don't treat you like children. We know that the viewers here, they can make up their own mind, that ideas can be dialogued on this network. And yes, we are right of center. We don't shy away from opinion, but you have expert analysis, discussions, and long-form common sense that other networks simply do not have. Other people would just cut off the president from speaking, especially when he was on the campaign trail as the former president at the time. Oh, that's the 45th president. We'll go on to something else. well, why would you ignore what he has to say as a major candidate for president of the United States? And one of the things he's been able to use in his deck of cards is the use of the tariff, really dating back to Alexander Hamilton, Henry Clay, Republican presidents like Abraham Lincoln, William McKinley, who used economic protectionism, populism, nationalism, all good, healthy terms, all peaceful terms, in order to make the United States the wealthiest and most influential land in the entire world. And that brings world leaders 20 plus now in 200 plus days of this administration to the White House. We saw it just yesterday. And in case you missed that video, President Trump in the White House sharing on Truth Social, the president of South Korea, Lee Jae-myung, to visit and discuss peace on the Korean Peninsula. Also reminiscing on the DMZ and Little Rocket Man, Kim Jong-un, President Trump said has a great relationship with, and that although there are differences as a capitalist and a communist, they're able to shake hands, dialogue, and President Trump crossing that DMZ line of the 38th parallel. It's a war that never officially ended. But as President Trump said yesterday, he looked around, all the snipers and the Secret Service, not too happy that he did that, but it's the use of tariffs, it's the use of dialogue in order to bring that lasting peace. And in case you missed it, if Mr. Director, that cut 4 is ready, the president of South Korea and his team visiting the White House just yesterday to kick off this week on Monday morning to address all of these different topics from peace, prosperity, wealth, and somewhat of what they're going through in South Korea, culturally speaking. There's been some unrest, although it's mostly a safe and very peaceful, very friendly nation, and has been a dear friend to the United States of America now for over a half century. So when that's ready, we can play that back for you. The president of South Korea being greeted by President Trump just outside of the Oval Office.
Good meeting. We're going to have a great meeting.
And that was followed by Monday executive orders for law and order. Really, this is the law and order presidency. This is the peace presidency. This is the New York businessman, the citizen who came down the golden escalator to make America great again, with a focus on dialogue and discussion and ending things like cashless bail. Seems like a good idea because there's been this debate over criminal justice reform. Even Van Jones, who worked under Barack Hussein Obama's administration, admitting that Republicans took this core issue and President Trump actually did something about it. Took it out of the Democrat playbook for real, true criminal justice reform. But sadly, counterparts, mayors of big blue cities, they've just did a whole different direction than ending cashless bail and slapping people on the wrist. Or, I mean, think about Beverly Hills, California, within the Los Angeles jurisdiction. Oh, you can steal up to this much and then you're okay to do that. So you have teenagers and gangs doing just that, knowing that they won't be charged with a felony or charged as adults. Oh, let's just go have fun and purge and splurge and harm people in the mix of their everyday lives. But President Trump working to end that cashless bail, and we have that playback for you now.
One of the executive orders has to do with cashless bail. That was when the big crime in this country started. And I can tell you who did it, when, but I don't want to do that because others followed pretty quickly. But that was when it happened. Somebody kills somebody, they go in, don't worry about it, no cash, come back in a couple of months, we'll give you a trial. You never see the person again. And I mean, they kill people and they get out. Cashless bail. They thought it was discriminatory to make people put up money because they just killed 3 people lying on a street. Any street all over the country, cashless bail. We're ending it. But we're starting by ending it in D.C., and that we have the right to do through federalization.
Common Sense at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We're at 11:30 on the East Coast, 8:30 on the Golden Coast. I'm Robert McNeely. Don't change that dial. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live as we take a quick commercial break. See you in a couple minutes.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door. Mr. Director, something that really grinds my gears. It's the fact that Senator Tammy Duckworth, and we honor her perseverance. She was a Black Hawk pilot, in fact, who fought for the freedom of the Iraqi people overseas during George W. Bush's war. Well, in turn, really, Dick Cheney's agenda, because we know it took Dick Cheney Halliburton, where he served as an executive in that it is a fine company, but brought all his friends over there after the United States invaded. And it took years and years, and what was classic Mesopotamia, many of those artifacts and civilization simply destroyed for the globalist neocon neoliberal agenda. We know it took President Trump 20 minutes, including one female B-2 bomber, to take out the nuclear program in Iran. Much different approach as peace was immediately achieved. Now, granted, roughly 20 years or so later, I'll get to my point. I was very upset yesterday to see Tammy Duckworth, someone you think that would be on the side of President Trump for peace and calling for that. She once did. Instead, railing off in a bizarre critique of the president's peace agenda and saying that he's on the side of the Russians. We've heard that before, right off of the Chicago River, the beautiful, ornate part of my hometown. While sirens wailing in the background. Oh, there's nothing to see here other than the communists lined up, whether it's Raja Krishnamurthy to Lieutenant Governor Stratton. They all want Dick Durbin's job. They want to be United States senators as well and bring that communist manifesto even further. And it's not an exaggeration. If you're just tuning in now, look at what they believe in. Look at their policies. Governor Jelly Belly Pritzker, someone who failed at his family business, was kicked out, and somehow because of his roughly $3.9 billion in wealth, all inherited by the Hyatt fortune, bought his way to governor of Illinois. Someone who endorsed fair maps and then claimed a kindergartner drew them while he was visiting Stephen Colbert, who we give our regards. He'll be canceled in May of 2026. Goes on a comedy show. I mean, think about that. And says a kindergartner drew it when his Democrat lobbyist did that himself, and he signed those lines into law back in 2021. Oh, but he believes in fair maps. For a whole state that 45% voted for Donald John Trump for president, only 3 Republicans represent them in Congress. Over 83% of the representation is Democrat. Interesting how it works in Washington, D.C., and in some of the blue areas in this great country of ours. But you think someone like Senator Tammy Duckworth would actually believe in the peace agenda, would not try to skew that, but no. She's simply bought and paid for by the war class and by the neocon and neoliberal globalist agenda that is dying and really taking its last breaths day after day after day. But if you've been watching this broadcast since 9 o'clock this morning, with great guests like Jim Paff saying that, God forbid, if there's the current Democrat with that mentality rises to the Otto Penn status and does become president of the United States, and you think of those people like a Pritzker or Newsom or Buttigieg, really any one of these leading candidates, they will bring those policies back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. An anti-constitutionalist, anti-rule of law, big government grab that simply says do this or else while their cities and their states burn to the ground. It's a mentality from the post-COVID, the George Floyd agenda that took place during those riots, the Summer of Love 2020. And how do you prevent that? You do things like people are doing today next door to us in Opelika, Alabama, running for office. It's election day, this August 26th, and that's how you prevent a big government grab. It's within your own community. Our founders were smart enough to recognize that, to say human nature is as such that men are corruptible. It's a sad reality. None of us are perfect. Only one person was perfect who ever walked this earth. His name is Jesus Christ, and he is still alive and well and sovereign. But there's a fallen nature to humanity. And in those cases, we've seen extreme forms of government, especially in the 20th century. And for an ideology that was destroyed thanks to brave young men and women in the greatest generation to silence fascism and ultimately communism through force because we were forced into the arena, those great individuals did not back down. So the question is for you today, you were born for such a time as this. And answering the question as to why were you born for such a time as this, I believe the viewers here can answer that question. And whether it's military service, public service, what you do in your everyday job, to your vocation, whether as a single person, married, or in religious clergy, whatever it might be, you have your role to play. And it affects not only the federal city, but your neck of the woods. In this great constitutional republic of ours, for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And because of that, you should have the medical freedom to choose where your medications are coming from and what kind of medications you ought to take. And it's ivermectin. Mebendazole now 25% off thanks to Michael Kunzler, the great co-owner of our friends at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. So you have that and life-saving medication, including NAD plus to methylene blue, and over 200 essential medications that can protect you from bacterial and viral infections. Also, emergency medical kits and antibiotics that will get the job done. So think about this. You have the PBMs that President Trump has gone after. It's insurance companies that also buy into the pharmaceuticals and control the pharmacy down the street from you. Talk about double dipping, but it happens. We've seen that here in America. And because of right to try and because of the executive orders President Trump has signed recently, you should have the ability to have life-saving medication that's been on the market for over 50 years. So it's no red tape, no insurance, simply medical freedom. Ivermectin, mebendazole, now 25% off, thanks to our great sponsors at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Scan that QR code now. and go to code RSBN10, which will give you an additional 10% off of everything and anything on the site. So it takes 2 to 3 days. Order today, and you'll get this life-saving medication to your door. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And how about calsheet.com/RSBN? Questions like a bilateral meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky. We know both gentlemen meeting with President Donald Trump over the course of the last several days, whether it be European leaders at the White House to the Anchorage, Alaska summit. Pursuing peace is the mantra. So who will win the Nobel Peace Prize? The shining token of Oslo, Norway, a beautiful place in this fair world of ours. I think Donald Trump is right up there as a leading candidate, whether it's Congressman Carter to Congresswoman Tenney, both of Georgia and New York respectively, to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, to the government of Pakistan, to 70,000 Cambodian Buddhist monks. Think about that. All of them have something in common. They have nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. And although the legacy media, and in some cases rightfully so, but in many cases only covering Russia and Ukraine, if he's able to achieve that, Hillary Clinton and John Brennan, of all people, both said they would put their names onto that list. Although there's always a double standard for President Trump. I mean, think about all of the places he's made peace, but regardless, this would be the ultimate crown jewel. So scan that QR code now, calsheet.com/RSBN. Trade literally on anything, whether it's the Los Angeles Dodgers repeating the World Series as the Florida Panthers did in the National Hockey League with the Stanley Cup. You can trade and bet on sports, music, culture, politics, and much more. Anything that is relevant here in the United States of America. calsheet.com/RSBN. And let's talk for a moment on that piece. Whether it's Rwanda and the Congo, to Cambodia and Thailand, the Korean Peninsula, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, and now Russia and Ukraine. This president is pursuing peace. And what brings that peace to the table? It's the use of tariffs, or preventing someone from coming into the American markets, something that's much needed for countless different nations to prosper. And that's what President Trump wants, using really the true capitalist argument of free and fair trade in order to bring about that peace. The greatest success in regards to, simply from a large scale of that, $600 billion in a new trade deal with a 15% threshold of Europeans entering the American markets. And the European Union president admitting at Trump Turnberry in Scotland, yes, it has been unfair. Europe has taken advantage of the United States. And between the United States and Europe, which will be competing at the end of September in the Ryder Cup, a timeless golf competition at Bethpage Black in the Empire State of New York. Be sure to catch all of that amazing coverage. These are the two largest economies in the world. So they agreed to $600 billion in trading to benefit both continents and the United States specifically, but $720 billion in energy agreements as well, because there was an energy element of all this. Remember, the AutoPen canceled the Keystone pipeline coming from Alaska through the western Yukon territories down through British Columbia and Alberta into the United States. And the former governor of Canada, the communist himself, Justin Trudeau, on his knees begging President Biden, please, please, please put this back online for Canadian jobs. Even the big government socialists like him wanted that energy flow throughout the United States and Canada. And the kicker in that one was, this is the best part, remember the green agenda, the Green New Scam and all of that? They said, oh, affect the caribou and all the animals that were living in that beautiful wilderness, God's country, truly. Now the photos of the caribou who actually were leaning up against the pipeline during the Trump first term because of the warmth. I always get a kick out of far-left globalists. You have to laugh at them, and they don't like being laughed at because they're always right, and especially when it comes to bird killers and those windmills. You know, the plastic that can't be recycled, and for some reason the Chinese Communist Party, through the use of GE, a once great American company, General Electric produces these things, and they go to these farmers, these lands, something that Senator Tuberville talked about on this show, that 2.2 million acres of Alabama that farmland owned by the Chinese Communist Party. But thank God we have strong Republican leadership changing that throughout the country. But I've mentioned it countless times. When I drive from Atlanta to Chicago and back, go through the crossroads of Indiana, crossroads of America, and that beautiful state, the Hoosier state. So many of those private farmlands, those farmers had to sell to the bird killers. And these plastic alleged energy boosters that cost way too much money, you can't recycle them, they come from China. And China doesn't use them. And they keep polluting and putting up smog in the atmosphere. It's an amazing thing to think about as we analyze the news and events of the day, this August 26, 2025, a beautiful Tuesday morning. We hope you're enjoying a little bit of the cold front wherever you are. It was a nice morning here down in Alabama. I know the Midwest is enjoying that as well as we look at a bright, sunshiny day at Pebble Beach. It's what they call those green tarps there, where our media colleagues await press conferences with the President of the United States, to the superstar Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, among others, including gaggle from the different cabinet members that can happen right outside there as we wait for that cabinet meeting. It is the anniversary of Abbey Gate, where 13 U.S. service members and 170 Afghan civilians lost their lives thanks to a terrorist attack, all at the feckless weakness of the last administration. And those people, those family members, were never contacted by the last administration, but President Trump, Vice President Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, all making sure to right those wrongs with a full investigation now taking place of our military as a result of what happened 4 years ago today. In case you missed it, here is that video playback of President Trump honoring the victims from 4 years ago today.
Thank you very much. This is a very special group of people. I've been with them from the beginning. Abbey Gate, Abbey Gate, one of the dumbest days in the history of our country by a previous administration, getting out of a place that we shouldn't have been. At a minimum, they should have been at Bagram, the big field, where we have hundreds of acres around it. Nobody's going to get near it. They left from a small airfield, and the consequences were horrible. And these people have been my friends, have been with me, and I've been with them 100%. And we meet more than once a year, actually. I think our all-time meeting was in Bedminster where we played music, right? Yeah. Right. Late into the night. They thought I'd be there maybe for 5 minutes, maybe not at all, and I showed up for like 4 hours. We're listening to music all night long, and they were all crying because they lost their loved ones. But it's 4 years. It's a 4-year anniversary. So we're signing a proclamation honoring them and honoring you and honoring your loved one. And so sad and so unnecessary. And what people don't know, there were a lot of other people killed from the other side. I call that, people killed. And the people that we also contact we have like 32, maybe more, but approximately 32 who lost their arms and their legs. And your kids didn't make it, they made it, but boy, they got to go through hell. And we have 32, at a minimum 32. And then you had hundreds of people killed overall. You had hundreds of people killed that day. That was a rough day. We had 13 of our great ones, right? Yes, sir. And somehow this group is just, we get together every once in a while. So I just want to thank you. We're 4 years now into this nightmare, just a nightmare. I think that date also helped start the war with Putin and Ukraine, because he saw how incompetent our military was under Biden and under Milley and all these dopey people. And that's not our military. You see what our military is now. We knock the hell out of people if we have to, or we settle because they don't want to play games with us. But I just want to say I'm really honored to be with you again, and we'll be with each other for a long time. And your loved ones are looking down, and they're very proud. This is the new and improved Oval Office. We had an Oval Office, which was still the Oval Office, so I don't want to disrespect it, but now it's very special. You see what's happened, and everyone loves it. It's all the real deal, 24 karat gold, and people come from all over, and I do believe they're serious. They're not rolling their eyes, you know, the roller of the eyes, but we don't have any of them. And we brought the pictures up. They were in the vaults. Those are pictures of some of our great presidents, a lot of them. And they were in the vaults for over 100 years in many cases. And they were just there. Beautiful pictures, works of art. Lincoln, Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson. That's Monroe of the Monroe document. All mostly great presidents. We have a couple of none. You have Benjamin Franklin, not a president, but we figure he'd make the cut. You know, I would say, you know, he discovered electricity, a couple of other things. But we have a lot of great presidents. But think of it, they've been down there. There's George Washington, the big one. They've been down there for, in some cases, much more than 100 years, and we brought them out. I went through the vaults myself. I spent hours down there looking. That's in between Russia, Ukraine, China, all the other stuff. We do it. I want to thank Doug Collins for being here, the secretary, who's done an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. And JD, thank you very much. You've been fantastic. And all of the others. Pete, good. We did a little thing with Pete about Secretary of War today, and it seemed to be well received. We'll do it a couple of more times, and if everyone likes it, we'll make that change, Pete. You'll decide. But I just want to thank everybody for being here. Very special to me. A very special day. 4 years is a very special time, and now it's lightening up, but it'll never be really light. But there are some great souls that are looking down on you right now, and they're very proud of their parents and brothers and sisters, and but moms and dads especially. That's what I seem to have dealt with mostly. It's a tough. There's nothing tougher. So thank you very much. In the media, I want to thank you because you've been very respectful of this group of people, and they deserve it. They went through hell for no reason. It should have never happened. And I'm going to sign the proclamation now, and we will have a very special proclamation done and completed. Okay? Oh, that's a good one. That's our good one. We rate them. I don't put them under the auto pen. I don't say, here, have the auto pen sign it, right? We don't do that. I don't know how anybody was allowed to do that. They actually weren't. Good one, right? You asked a couple of good questions today. It's been very fair, actually. Okay? Do you have any questions on this subject, please?
Mr. President?
Yes.
The Defense Secretary has ordered a review of Afghanistan withdrawal that is ongoing. I'm curious if you have any update on that review. And then for the families, I know that there was frustration with previous investigations on Capitol Hill. Are you satisfied with the speed of this investigation thus far?
Pete, you want to answer that?
Yes, sir. On behalf of this beautiful group, on behalf of these families, on behalf of your loved ones who fought for our nation, America deserves answers as far as what happened in Afghanistan. The military needs to answer for what happened in Afghanistan. So upon the president's direction, immediately we initiated an investigation which showed that there needed an even deeper dive. So Sean Parnell, our Pentagon spokesman, who himself is an Afghanistan veteran, is leading this effort. It's a top priority for us. We're getting access to all documents necessary, why decisions were made, why they weren't made, why certain force protection measures were ignored. Again, there's never been accountability for this. It's something that Joe Biden allowed to happen that never should have happened. Any objective observer knows that's not how you leave a country, and certainly these families know better than anyone else. These families deserve answers. We're going to be honest about it. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Sean Parnell, an Afghanistan vet, is leading it, and we're doing it on behalf of the American people. So I would anticipate middle of 2026. That's how thorough of a review we're doing. Hopefully a little bit sooner, but we're going into everything to get an understanding of what happened.
So we remember these great 13 souls, but we also remember the people that were so badly injured, our soldiers, 32 of them approximately. And we're in contact with them always also, but they lost arms and legs, and their faces were blown to pieces, and they're incredible, and they suffer with it. And so we understand that. It should have never happened, should have never been allowed to have happened. And they were in the wrong place. Bagram was the place to be. Big, massive airfield with hundreds of acres surrounding it. Nobody could get near it. And who would not have done that? But we had a bunch of incompetent people running our country. So we are going to talk for a little while. We'll talk about people that I've gotten to know, the sons and daughters and others that died. And there were hundreds of people that died that day, hundreds, many from the other side, needlessly also. They did nothing to hurt anybody. But that was a terrible day, and I think it was the worst day, and in many ways the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And yet, at the same time, we learned so much that it's, we call it a big lesson. It won't happen again. A thing like that can never be allowed to happen again. Doug, would you like to say something, please? You've been so fantastic at the VA. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. For these families here, I think you expressed the nation's grief of what happened, and we saw just a tragic mistake that was there. Someone who has been in the military. I was in Iraq and others, but Afghanistan, when you saw that withdrawal, but what you suffered and went through. And for those that you've mentioned, Mr. President, who are injured, who took the VA, the Department of Defense, we're taking care of those folks, and we're going to continue to do so at your direction. But with the families, it's just one of those times. It's a place that never goes away. But I know from this president, is he's made a commitment that that memory will not be forgotten, and the cabinet understands that, and our American people understand that because of what you've done.
And this is actually our biggest gathering today. So you must have heard Oval Office, and you said, I want to get there and be with Trump in the Oval Office. But it is a special place. But this is our biggest gathering in terms of the numbers, everybody here, because there was always somebody couldn't be, everybody's here. And that's a great honor. I think it's a great honor. JD, do you want to say a couple of words, please?
Oh, sir, I just echo what you said. We're so honored to have all of you here. I know that days like today can't make the hurt go away, but hopefully 4 years on, we can start to remember with fondness and with a little bit of joy the people that were taken from us. We're so proud of you. We're so proud of your loved ones for giving their life for our country. And I think importantly today, this is a rectification of a wrong. The fact that the President of the United States lost your loved ones through incompetence, but never acknowledged it. And your government never actually put pen to paper to say, we're grateful for your sacrifice. We correct that wrong today, and we're going to keep on fighting to understand, as Pete said, what happened so it never happens to another family again. But God love you all. God bless you. We're so thrilled to have you here in the People's Oval Office.
Thank you.
And I don't think they ever heard from Biden or anybody, did they ever? You never speak to nobody ever even called you. It's a terrible thing we suffered through for 4 years, so needlessly, yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask about veterans, and I wanted to say I'm so sorry for all of your loss. And I know we've covered it in the media, but I can't imagine what you all have been through, and thank you for being here. I wanted to ask, just on behalf of those veterans who served in Afghanistan and Iraq, and I know we talked about this in the Oval previously, about making sure care for those, for example, exposed to burn pits while serving, making sure that they have the care. Are you considering maybe a streamlined service like the World Trade Center healthcare program, and maybe the Veterans Secretary can comment too, but are you considering something like that to make sure, because it seems like they're struggling to get care?
We take care of our vets. Nobody loves our vets more than me, and we take good care of our vets, great care of our vets. Do you want to just say a couple of words about what we're doing, Doug, please?
Yeah, sure, Mr. President. Through the PACT Act and through others with the burn pit, which is something I've been under as well, we're streamlining following the Congress direction, but we're also adding more services. We've included a lot who have applied. We're also streamlining our backlog under President Trump's direction. Also, we took that backlog that was under President Biden was up at over 260,000. We're down now, Mr. President, I get to tell you that under 150,000 in just a little over 6 months. So we're making sure that what was bogged up in a bureaucratic system, we're streamlining it so they get that care quicker, and we're making sure that it is what they need. And then we're also doing that in our hospitals as well, so they get that care quicker, and not only in our hospitals, but in our community as well. That's been the biggest difference. We're about the veteran at VA, not about the bureaucracy, so we are making progress there.
And the VA has a 93% approval rating. It was down in the low 40s when we did. So I had pretty close to that in the first term. We had a great first term, and it was pretty close to that. And then they took over, and it went down into the 30s and 20s and 40s. But it went down at one point to 28 or 29%, which is terrible. They gave away choice and accountability. Choice meaning you have the way to, as a veteran, you can go and you can choose who your doctor is, et cetera, et cetera. They gave that up. And accountability is getting rid of the people that were sadists and really bad people that abused our veterans and really badly abused them. And they got rid of both of them, and we put them back. I couldn't believe when they did it. And anyway, but we're now, you've blown everybody away, Doug, at 93%. So we're 93% approval for our vets. And I like that, so that's good.
And President Trump there with the Vice President and Secretary of Defense, also Secretary Doug Collins at Veterans Affairs, just reminiscing over this 4 years of a failed, incompetent auto pen administration that led to the Abbeygate scandal. Our thoughts and prayers with the 13 U.S. service members who lost their lives and the family members there who are still looking for answers, as President Trump has directed. And Sean Parnell, the deputy at the Pentagon, per the order of the president and the enactment of the Pentagon chief, we'll hopefully have some clarity and answers as to why that operation was ultimately conducted to exit in such a callous manner and leading to the deaths and destruction of countless civilians, 170 in fact in Afghanistan, and again 13 United States service members. So our hearts, thoughts, prayers all with those who were behind President Trump just yesterday to commemorate and declare that memorial on this day, this Abbeygate Day on August 26. We await at this high noon hour President Trump to hold a cabinet meeting. Sometimes it's difficult to get everyone who is at the head of the executive branch in the White House all at one time. They're busy people who will be describing a number of different items that they are working on. Perhaps the most transparent and accessible administration in modern American history. Truly a group of people that are professionals and bringing their expertise, and many of them on several occasions either facing the full weight of the intelligence community, as the Palestinian Senator Chuck Schumer put it. They have 6 ways from Sunday at getting at you if they want you. And we know the Russia hoax that's still being perpetrated by people like Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois just yesterday, claiming that President Trump is in President Putin's pocket and that for some reason dialogue and discussion should not be happening. Yeah, it does not make a lot of sense, but again, it's the globalist, neocon, neoliberal agenda trying to stand up to this. But we know people like Peter Navarro served in jail because of economic populism, because he was on the right side of history. We know Tulsi Gabbard was investigated. My goodness, the Clintons went after her and consider her to be a threat to democracy. That's always the line, right? Threat to democracy. No, I think it's just a threat to those who are exposed in their extreme positions and can lose elections as a result. And God forbid if any of these individuals, like a J.B. Pritzker, becomes president, because we know that they are not only extraordinarily self-serving, but they simply cannot do the job that this president has been able on countless different items to achieve. Let's check in on the First Lady, Melania Trump, her office launching a nationwide presidential AI challenge. The First Lady, Melania Trump, announcing that via the White House. The Presidential Artificial Intelligence Challenge, inviting K through 12 students and educators across America to participate. And the First Lady commenting that the Presidential AI Challenge will be the first step in preparing our next generation with a base understanding of this important new technology. Now, in a recent video on AI.gov, she reflected on her own experience with artificial intelligence and how its creative nature can turn into things like audiobooks, like her audiobook Melania, a great read if you're looking for another book to perhaps peruse as we get closer to the fall months, emphasizing the transformative potential and inherent risks of the technology. Remember the Take It Down Act, a nearly bipartisan act in 2025, thanks to the work of our First Lady, Melania Trump. She continued stating that in a few short years, artificial intelligence will be the engine driving every business sector across our economy. It is important that America leads the rest of the world, and through initiatives like the Presidential AI Challenge, Mrs. Trump aims to empower the next generation to explore and innovate within this rapidly evolving field. Now, to watch the video and learn more on all this, all you do is simply visit ai.gov/initiatives/presidential-challenge. So once again, ai.gov/initiatives/presidential-challenge. So be sure to visit that as the Presidential AI Challenge underway through the First Lady's office. And it's good to have a great First Lady in office as well. It's not just the president, but the person that he chooses to spend his life with. As he signed that proclamation yesterday that you saw with those to honor the Abbey-Gate tragedy, U.S. service members that were killed in 2021, 13 in fact, in Afghanistan with that botched withdrawal. And I could say that these 200 days, these 200 plus days, really a welcome change to 4 years of incompetence and perhaps the worst administration in American history. Our friend Bill O'Reilly aptly going through his 5 best and 5 worst presidents recently and detailing that in his Killing series with the great Martin Dugard of Southern California, a wonderful writer and historian in his own right, that although he chose to stay away from the modern presidents, Mr. O'Reilly dove into the idea that the second worst on his list had to be Joe Biden, because either it's, you look at the two lanes, complete incompetence, or it was done on purpose. And the more we learn seemingly on a daily basis regarding these various issues, it seems as if a lot was on purpose, because if they simply, Alejandro Mayorkas specifically at DHS, just left the border alone and did what the Trump administration did in the first term, or not touch it at all, you would not have had the trafficking, the fentanyl crisis. You would not have had 300,000 plus children gone missing thanks to our government's incompetence. And Secretary Bobby Kennedy mentioned that there might have been help within HHS to traffic these children. It's a very scary development and something we'll stay on here at this network. We do now know that over 10,000 of them have been recovered, and God willing, all of them. As we are on the right side of history, we won't shy away from those hard topics, but we also will share the hope that is this country. And it's all about freedom, right? It's all about medical freedom, in fact, to have that right to try and choose. And sometimes those pharmacies don't allow you to do that. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, really even staying ahead of right to try and the executive orders signed by President Trump, because we know he's committed to stopping the bureaucracy involved in the pharmaceutical empire. But if you don't have insurance, there's no red tape and there's no worry. Only allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN to bring you those life-saving medications with ivermectin and mebendazole now going for 25% off. Code RSBN10 still intact for an extra 10% off your entire order. So there's also NAD Plus and methylene blue and 200 essential medications, life-saving, from bacterial and viral infections to emergency medical kits to antibiotics that can make a massive difference. God forbid you get sick. So you might as well have this stocked in your medicine cabinet or on the road with you as you celebrate those late summer vacations. I know that this is a great time of year. In fact, over the next 6 weeks or so, go see that fall foliage up in New Hampshire to New England, the upper Midwest, Wisconsin, and the North Woods as well. Beautiful time of year to do that. Not a bad idea to have life-saving medications on you in case you're exploring the great outdoors. So if you order today, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, or scan that QR code there, you can have those life-saving medications to your door in 2 to 3 days. And speaking of a camping trip, why not bring angelpaste.com with you? Those great items they have. The Miracle Cream, it's vitamin B infused, non-GMO, non-chemical, and I've used it here at the network. I love it. It's a great way to counter my dry skin that I get every once in a while. So whether it's a skin issue, eczema, to just wanting that healthy, glowing skin and not worrying about the chemicals that are put into other lotions, why not go with this great option here? They are Christian-owned. They hire veterans out of Spring, Texas, in the Houston Metroplex. That's right off the Gulf of America. Perhaps the greatest name change that we have. Well, Mount McKinley was nice, too, all the way from Denali up in Alaska. Because it's about an America First agenda, why not put your skin first? tvOS.com, the miracle cream that has the orange option, vitamin C infused, again, non-GMO, no chemical, an all-natural mosquito repellent, also an all-natural facial spray for the guys and the gals to paint the town red. Whether it's a first date or that 50th anniversary celebration, angelpaste.com is there for you. Thank you for your sponsorship at roughly 12:10 on the East Coast, 9:10 in the morning on the West Coast. So good afternoon and good morning, America. I'm Robert McNeely, and good morning to wherever you might be in the world, or afternoon or evening. Thanks for tuning in, because right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we are committed to bringing you unbridled access to your 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief, to cabinet meetings, to press conferences, to speeches, and you know us as your go-to rally network. We still do that. Here and there, there's a rally or two out there, and President Trump, I'm sure, will gear up come the midterm, so stay tuned for that. That's right around the corner. Can you believe now we're almost at Labor Day? Just where the heck did this year go? 2025, one of the most enjoyable on the books in a golden era, committed to making America safe again and making America healthy again, ultimately making America great again. We know on the docket, Vice President J.D. Vance will visit La Crosse, Wisconsin, as he did last week in Peachtree City, Georgia, to tout the wins in the economic reforms that have been done through tariffs and the one big beautiful bill to fund border security, but also to help provide, and with that, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much. Are you all set? You all ready? Nice group. Big group. But I want to thank you all for being here as we prepare to celebrate Labor Day, when we honor the incredible, hardworking men and women of our country, which is doing very well, I have to tell you. Every policy of the Trump administration is designed to lift up the American worker, promote great-paying blue-collar jobs, and to rebuild the industrial bedrock of our nation. It's also obviously for great defense. We have the greatest military in the world. We rebuilt it largely in my first term. Some of it was stupidly given away to Afghanistan. For what reason? Nobody can figure that one. But it was still a relatively small amount of what, if you compare. The concept of what they did, however, is just incredible. But the country is doing well. We're respected all over the world like never before, probably. We went to NATO, as you know, and they went from 2% to 5% of GDP. Nobody expected that. And the difference is they didn't pay the 2 and they paid the 5. So, and as you know, we are selling a tremendous amount of equipment to NATO. We're not spending any money. We're making money, but I don't want to talk about making. I want to talk about we're no longer involved with funding Ukraine, but we are involved with trying to stop the war and the killing in Ukraine. So we're selling missiles and military equipment, millions and millions, and ultimately billions of dollars to the NATO people, where I'm very friendly and we have a great relationship. But that was an amazing trip. So they're funding the entire war. We're not funding anything. I think it's an important point to make, because a lot of people don't understand that. And we will continue to do that, and we're trying to get as much as we can for them. They want the American product. The American military product is by far the best in the world, and that's what they want to get. They have lots of options, but that's what they want to get. So the factories are doubling up and tripling up where they make the Patriots and other really, you could say, defense and offensive weapons. The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year, and there's no inflation, because there's been decreases, tremendous decreases, with thanks to Doug and Chris and some of the people, the great job they've done with energy. Thank you very much. And Chris, thank you very much. I see you down close to $60 a barrel, and you'll be breaking that pretty soon. And that has a huge impact. So we have groceries are down. Energy is way down. Energy is way down. It was $4 and $5 for a gallon of gas. Think of that, for gasoline. And now it's probably $2.25. There are some places it's $2. It's even It broke $2 at a couple of locations in the South. In places like California where they charge such high taxes, it's higher, but it's still much lower than what it was a year ago. So energy's way down, groceries are way down, eggs are way down. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. You've done a great job. Appreciate it. When we came in, the eggs were through the roof. They were 4 times higher than they've ever been. And my first question from you people were, what are you going to do with eggs? I said, what's the problem with eggs? That was caused by Biden, or whoever was operating the auto pen actually caused it, I guess, because I don't think he knew too much about eggs. Factories are booming compared to before I took office. Domestic auto production is going to be, it's going to be so thrilling in 2 years when you see the numbers, because they're building plants all over the country. They're all coming in because of tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs. And if they build their plant here, they don't pay the tariffs. And they're pouring into our country, and you know about AI and you know about but the auto plants, that's the good old-fashioned stuff that I love. The auto plants are pouring into the United States of America. They're coming from Mexico, they're coming from Canada, and they're coming from Europe, all over Europe. And it's been pretty amazing. So factories are booming. And when they actually open, right now they're booming in terms of construction. This is something given to me by Mark Zuckerberg. And you'll see, this is AI now. I never understood. I said, well, because I built shopping centers, and for $50 million, you can build a very nice shopping center. So I never understood when they said $50 billion for a plant. I said, what the hell kind of a plant is that? But when you look at this, you understand why it's $50 billion. So this is one he's building in Louisiana. That's Meta, Facebook, as people understand it to be. But look at that. That's the size of Manhattan. So that's superimposed over the island of Manhattan. It takes up a big part of Manhattan. I think they say 81% of Manhattan. So these are big things, and they're going up. A lot of them are going up now. I don't know that big. Actually, Mark is building 4 of them, and others are building similar places. And when these things open up, I'll tell you what, our country, we're leading China now in AI, substantially leading China. And the reason is because we're letting them build their own electrical facilities. We would need double the energy if you take all of the electricity that we produce right now in this country, you'd have to multiply it times 2 or maybe 3 times. So 3 times more than we have right now for everything, to operate your toaster and everything else, okay? 3 times more. And the way we are able to succeed, because China goes out and builds these massive plants. They're right now building 58 coal, in this case, almost all coal-fired plants. And coal is back with this country too, by the way. There's a reason they use it, because it's good. It works for them. And we call it clean coal. We don't call it coal. We call it clean, even very clean coal. But we have coal going up. We have nuclear going up. Nuclear is very much in vogue now. It's safe and inexpensive and great. We don't allow windmills. We're not allowing any windmills to go up. I mean, unless there's a legal situation where somebody committed to it a long time ago, we don't allow windmills. And we don't want the solar panels that I'm speaking with the secretary about, because they take up, thousands of acres of our farmland. You see these big, ugly patches of black plastic that comes from China. And the solar is, I like solar in some ways, but for firing up your big plants, it doesn't work. It's very unstable, but it really takes up your farm. The farmers are saying, they're building these massive blotches in the middle of the fields all over the country. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. So we're not heavy into that at all. And windmills, we're just not going to allow them. They're ruining our country. They're ruining everyone. If you look at, I hate to mention countries, but you look at the UK, what's happened at UK, they have energy costs have gone through the roof. It's because of wind. They want to do everything, close up the northern parts of the country. They have oil that's tremendous. And they closed it up, and they're building windmills all over the place. And I tell them, you're my friends, but man, you're going to have a bad awakening very soon. It's going to be very bad. They're ugly. They don't work. They kill your birds. They're bad for the environment. And if you look at them from a house, your house is worth less than 50%. So I'm trying to have people learn about wind real fast, and I think I've done a good job, but not good enough because some countries are still trying, and they're destroying themselves. Those are countries that are really destroying themselves. I hope they get back to fossil fuel, because right now, Chris, whether we like it or not, fossil fuel is the thing that works, and then you can add nuclear with it and other things, but fossil fuel is what works if we're going to fire up those big monster factories. But if you look at comparing everything before I took office, domestic auto production is up 18,000 cars a month. And we haven't even started yet because a lot of these plants aren't built. It's up 18,000 because Ford, General Motors, and a couple of others, Stellantis, they're taking their existing plants and they're, as quickly as they can, they're adding on to them. So when their plants open, because they're building big, modern, beautiful auto plants. But think of that, we're up 18,000 cars a month, and essentially all they've done is try and utilize their space correctly as their big plants open up. It's going to be, I hope they remember that it was this way. I hope this table gets a lot of the credit for what's happening. It gets all of the credit, because this would have never happened. We were going out of business in every way. We were losing. All the car plants were leaving this country. Now they're all coming back in, and they are coming from Canada, and they are coming from Mexico, but they're coming from Germany. They're coming from all over the world. Domestic steel production is up by 100,000 tons of steel a week. We have a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and various other things. Copper just got brought into the picture, and that means people are going to want to make steel here. We just made a deal with U.S. Steel. As you know, we have an outside company come in, spend $17 billion on building new plants, new everything. It's great, and it stays right here in America. So we're doing amazingly well on steel, and domestic oil production is up by more than 300,000 barrels a day. That's a lot of barrels, and you're going to be talking about that in a second, I think, Chris and Doug. These two people have done a fantastic job, and we have the oil price down to about $62 a barrel. So just so you understand, because a lot of you like to talk about costs and prices, but I watch so much fake information. Product costs are down. Energy is way down. Energy brings things down. You know, with energy, that's what happened with Biden. He stopped our program, and then he went back to it when he realized that it looked like you're going to be paying numbers that nobody's ever seen, like $7 a gallon. You're going to pay $7 a gallon. They were up to $7.50. So then he immediately went back to the Trump plan that they terminated. But it was too late for them. It was too late. They blew it. They had a great thing going. I gave them something great, and they blew it. Since the inauguration, we've created over 500,000 new private jobs. And if you notice, when the numbers come out, government jobs are going down and private jobs are coming up. And that's what really fuels the country. It's easy to hire people and pay them for doing something that maybe is not very productive. But government jobs are down, actually substantially down, and private jobs are way up. And these are the jobs that make money, create a better life. Meanwhile, we've reduced the number of federal bureaucrats by 84,000. So we got rid of 84,000, and I think the job numbers, you're going to see the new job numbers are going to be through the roof because of all of the different businesses that are moving into our country. And not just production businesses, autos and AI, but any business you can think of. In the world of furniture, as an example, North Carolina, I went there many times when I built a lot of hotels and things, and I'd go to North Carolina, I'd buy the greatest, they were the greatest, most talented people. And then China came along and took all of those jobs away. If they would have tariffed them, China wouldn't have taken any of the jobs. But we had presidents that, honestly, and I like some of them, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing from a business standpoint, from running the country. And North Carolina, the most talented woodworkers that you've ever seen. I'd be there and I'd watch them. I'd say, I'd like to have a rail in that chair. Maybe can you fancy it up a little bit? How about this, sir? And they'd hand me a thing. It was like they were artists. They were unbelievable. And that business was stolen from us by others, not only China, but by others. All of a sudden, you're ordering your furniture from China. It was not even close to being as good, but they couldn't compete with it. If we would have said costs 100% or 200% tariff, you wouldn't have lost one job. It's so sad. But we're going to rebuild North Carolina furniture and other places, South Carolina too, to a lesser extent. They make furniture. But furniture, we're going to put a very substantial tariff on. We've already announced it. It'll be done pretty quickly. And when that happens, everyone's going to start. I just tell you, North Carolina, go out and start getting the grandchildren and the children, start teaching them, because some of those incredible artists that I knew as young people, they're older people now, but they still have the talent and they have time left. But they're going to be teaching their sons and their daughters and their grandchildren. And it's going to be a beautiful thing to see. It's going to happen like magic. It's going to happen without question. It's not like, gee, I hope it happens. It's going to happen. The results of Ford that just announced it's going to create 4,000 new jobs, American jobs. Hyundai, 14,000 jobs. General Motors is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico back to the United States where it belongs. Don't forget, we lost 55% of our auto production over the last 35 years. 55%. We were the auto capital of the world. Like there was nobody even think about challenging us. We lost 55% of it to Mexico, Canada, China, a lot to China, and other countries. And it's all coming back. We will be bigger. A couple of years, we'll be bigger than we ever were. We'll be more dominant. We'll be bigger. We make great product, too. We're starting to make really great product. We're going to be bigger than we ever were. We're going to be at the level that it was when we were the only one that really, we sold to the world. And we're going to be back selling to ourselves and other parts of the world. It's not going to be the same, but it's going to be equally as important as it was in the heyday 30 years ago. But we lost more than 50% of the automaking capacity. In fact, the unions, the auto unions, as you know, the top guy didn't know me, didn't like me, and now he likes me. He says, man, I can't believe what Trump has done. But the auto workers voted for me. They understood better than anybody else. The auto workers, the Teamsters voted for me. Teamsters are great. They all voted for me. No Republican has ever gotten the support of the Teamsters and the auto workers. And now the head of the auto workers, I mean, it's so amazing. I watch them on television there. They can't even believe what happened. And I told them all what was going to happen. We secured new market access for American agricultural exports all over the world. Our secretary is doing a great job. Thank you, Brooke. And we have negotiated historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, who was here yesterday, and the European Union. Foreign nations are now paying hundreds of billions of dollars straight into our treasury, and numbers that nobody's ever seen before. As you know, we made trade deals with a lot of countries, and many of those countries, just to be able to sit at the table, are paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We made a trade deal with the European Union. They were rough on us for a long time, and now we have a very good deal. We made that with them. Trillions of dollars is coming into our country. Trillions. Far beyond billions, trillions of dollars. Wouldn't you say, Scott?
Yes, sir.
And in a short period of time. They have to buy $750 billion worth of our energy product. Energy is great. We have more than anybody else, so we're using it. But the European Union is a done deal, and Japan is done. And, I heard there was a problem with South Korea, but we met yesterday, and they're done. We didn't do anything. We just kept the same deal. He honored the deal. They wanted to see if, I don't even want to say it, but they wanted to see if they could do something. But they honored the deal, which is nice. And we cut the previous record-setting trade deficit, I hear just came out. We cut it in half already. We haven't even said, we've only been here really for a few months because, you know, it takes you a little while to fix up the Oval Office and do those things. prepare for the battle, right? So we really only been here for a very short period of time, and we cut the trade deficit in half. Is that right? That's fantastic. I didn't even think we were going to do that. And remember, these are things that are being built. these things, all these numbers up here, they're not open yet. When they open, you're going to see things happen in the United States that nobody's ever seen before, including our country in its heyday. And I had the greatest economy in the history of our country my first 4 years, despite COVID, which was a very unfortunate situation for the whole world. We did a great job with it, never got the credit for the job we did. Operation Warp Speed, people say, is one of the greatest achievements ever in politics or in the military, because it was almost a military procedure. But everybody, including Putin, said that Operation Warp Speed, what you did with that, nobody can believe it. And we did a great job, but it was a horrible, horrible pall over our country. We had a very dark cloud over the world. That was a very, very bad thing that came out of Wuhan, which I said it came out of Wuhan. That's where it came from. And China suffered greatly, but everybody did. But we did a good job with that, as good as you can possibly do, and we came back, and now we're stronger than ever before. If I didn't win this election, this country was gone. I'm telling you, economically it was gone. None of the things that we're talking about would have happened. The whole world was robbing us blind. Friend and foe. They were stealing our jobs, our money, our factories. They were stealing everything. We would have been a shell. We would have been a bankrupt, broken shell. And that's the way it is. But we're doing just the opposite. Stronger than we've ever been. Last month, in a landmark achievement, I also proudly signed the largest working class tax cuts in American history. So the bill that, I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful. That was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class. It's a massive tax cut for jobs. And it's, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So seniors, I don't know how you can vote for anybody else. And, just think of that. And no tax on overtime. So you work overtime, you don't have to pay tax on overtime. That's good. The Democrats don't know what they're going to do. So they have, like, this soundbite. They have all these sound bites. They send it out. I don't know. Some guy sends out a word, and everybody uses it, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now. I'm looking at you. And it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite. The bill is death. It's not. We strengthen Social Security. We strengthen Medicare, Medicaid. The job we've done on Social Security is, if the Democrats got in, Social Security is over because the country's going to fail. There won't be any Social Security. And I made that pledge to you. We're going to take care of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. And we're doing that in spades because the country is becoming so successful again. And it hasn't been this successful. I think in the end, it will never have been this successful. I don't think it'll even be close with what's happening. Every American is seeing a tax cut as a result of the bill. The average police officer will keep an extra $1,000 a year at least in overtime, and the average waiter or waitress will keep nearly $2,000 extra in the fact that they would have had to pay that kind of money on tips. And I never realized that the government was so strong on that. But waitresses, waiters would tell me that the government would go after them. Like, it was horrible. That's how it all started with me. It just was incredible. And the biggest thing was, again, the $4 trillion that they found. They said, well, that was nice. They should have announced it. I could have told them that. And I don't know. It should be simple. But a lot of people didn't understand it. Actually, a lot of good people didn't understand it. But now they're saying, Trump was right. They'd never seen anything like this. And I don't know what it is, Scott. They didn't understand what we were trying to explain to them was going to happen. Everybody's moving back to the United States because they don't want to pay a tax. If they're not here, they have to pay a tax. And it didn't seem that complicated, but it's working at a level that nobody can imagine. This is working $4 trillion, but that's a big number. It's a number that nobody ever heard of before. But $4 trillion is exciting. But that's nothing compared to what's happening, because these places haven't even opened yet. Some of them haven't even started hiring yet. They're under construction. So it's construction jobs, but it's not the big number, and the big numbers, when they open, they're going to be very successful. It's a revolution. We're also working on things to ensure that the awesome power of artificial intelligence is used to benefit all Americans, including American workers and also American children. In that spirit, our wonderful First Lady has just announced a presidential AI challenge. It's going to be a very good challenge, I can tell you. Put her heart into it, which will inspire the next generation to stay on the cutting edge of this vital technology. This is the new internet, the new computer, the new television, the new everything, all put together in one. This is why when I show you a picture like that, I mean, I show you this is a factory superimposed over the island of Manhattan, and you have many of them being built right now all over the country, or soon to start. Some of them have started. This one has actually started. That's in the great state of Louisiana. But the First Lady is working very hard on this, and it's an important initiative. And Melania, when she puts her mind to it, nobody can do better. There's nobody. So every young person should go to AI.gov to learn more, AI.gov to learn more. And you'll see it's a great challenge. I think it's going to be a very modern kind of a challenge that involves AI, which is very exciting to people. So I want to thank her, raise a lot of money for children. We're putting America first, and we're going to be putting the America worker first. And, you know, the Republican Party has picked up 4 million new people, 4 million. The Democrats have lost 2.5 million. Other than that, they're extremely happy. No, they're very depressed. They're very depressed. And their new box that they've fallen into is crime. There was a consultant on one of the shows this morning I was watching. I thought he was very good. He's a Democrat consultant. And he was screaming, no, no, don't let him do this to you. Don't let, it's another trap. It's another trap. What he's talking about, like men playing in women's sports. They said that's an 80-20. No, it's a 97-3. It's 97-3. Like transgender for everybody. They fought for it. They're still fighting for it. I saw a guy today, a politician that you all know very well, fighting like hell for men playing in women's sports. You don't understand. They're human beings also. Well, I agree they're human beings. But you can't have a 7-foot guy playing basketball with the women. You know, just one of those little problems in life. And we all have our place. That's okay. I've got my place too. But this guy's screaming, it's another trap. And this is the worst of all. He said, because this is crime. Trump is saying he's against crime and they're for crime. No, he's going, it was funny. No, it's a trap. Don't do it. And then I saw this poor, stupid Chuck Schumer, the guy. He looks like he's aged 100 years. And I don't like getting into looks. You know, looks don't mean anything, right? When you're in politics, looks don't matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Laurie, secretary. But I will tell you, this is the best of all. And they're going to fight me. Like this slob of a governor you have in Illinois. This poor guy got thrown out of his business by his family. I know the family. I was partners with the family. Nice family. I like the family. But he was no good. They threw him out. He's governor of Illinois. And he goes about Trump, we don't need his help. Chicago is the worst. These places are really bad. Crime in D.C. was the worst it ever was. You know, they make up stories. Crime in D.C. was the worst ever in history. And now, over the last 13 days, we've worked so hard. We've taken so many, there are many left, but we've taken so many criminals, over 1,000. I watched a man from Maryland who said to me, I mean, sir, you're the greatest president. You're doing an unbelievable job. What a great job. Governor Moore, has anyone heard of him? Mm-hmm. He's another hopeful for president. I don't think so. But I met him, and I didn't realize it was on camera. Did you see they caught him on camera? I was at a game, I don't know, like the Army-Navy game or something, and I met him in a hallway. And as usual, you do your job very well. One of these great cameramen had it on tape. But I met this gentleman. I never met him before. Sir, you're doing a great job. You're doing an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. But then he goes on television and says, oh, Trump is a dictator. He's a dictator. And a lot of people are so the line is that I'm a dictator, but I stop crime. So a lot of people say, you know, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. But I'm not a dictator. I just know how to stop crime. And you would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime, such a bad governor. He should be calling me, and he should be saying, could you send over the troops, please? It's out of control. It's out of control. In New York, it's out of control. Not as bad as Illinois, by the way. Not even close. In California, you would have not had the Olympics had I not sent in the troops. We sent in the National Guard. They did a fantastic job. We have the Olympics. We have the World Cup coming. I got them in my first term, and I was really sad because I said, oh, boy, I got them, and I won't be president. And little things happen. Thank you, God. Thank you. Little things happen. Think of it. You could ask Johnny. Johnny would tell you he's the head of World Cup. He's a great guy, too, great commissioner. But he's the head of the World Cup. He said, Trump is the only reason we're doing this. And the sad part is that I was not going to have it. I would have to be, probably I wouldn't have even been invited to the game, depending on who's president, right? And I got that. I did not get 250, okay? The 250th anniversary, I did not get. I'd like to claim it, if I might, but I did get that. That was whether I was president or not, it was still 250. I'd like to take credit for it. What I will take credit for is we're going to have a better celebration under Trump than you would have had under some stuff. That I'll take care of. We're going to have a safer place, Christy, because of you and Tom Homan and everybody, right? But, so we have 250 coming up. We have the World Cup coming up, which is like having 45 Super Bowls. And we have the Olympics coming up. So we're going to have a very exciting 3.5 years remaining. We're going to have a very exciting, it's going to be done properly. So I just want to tell you, our country's in incredible shape. Our military is strong and powerful and respected. We had some fantastic decisions from the Supreme Court that let us put the people into the military and other businesses that are best for the job, as opposed to some woke reason that was killing our country. That was a very strong, very powerful. You can now go into a company based on your ability, as opposed to being forced in based on some factor that cannot make our country great. That was a big decision, very, very big decision. And we've had a lot of great decisions, and we've all made some great decisions sitting around this table. I want to thank Scott. Unbelievable what's happening financially with you and Howard. And Vice President's involved in everything, and he's been great. And Marco has been, really, I think you're born for this job. I don't think you should ever run for another office. I don't think you should, really. You're so good at this. He is so good. And everybody likes him, everybody likes him. But everybody, much more importantly than I think you would say, is respect. They respect Marco. They respect all the people around the table. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to go around the table. You seem to like it. Your audience seems to like it based on ratings. And I want to mention, about crime, because we have a young lady here, Iris, of Epoch Times. You're Iris, aren't you, huh? And I heard you were very savagely mugged in the city, and I'm not going to let that happen under this administration. That was last year. And would you like to mention what happened?
Of course. So first of all, thank you, Mr. President.
Do you want to listen to this?
For having me here to share my story to the room and to the broader public. My name is Iris Tao. I'm a White House correspondent for NTV, the sister media of the Epoch Times. So more than 2 years ago, it was a Saturday morning in broad daylight. I was on my way to work, and a young man with a black ski mask pointed a gun at my face and threatened me to hand over my phone, my wallet, my laptop, and everything else. And when I refused, he used the butt of his handgun to strike me across the face, in the cheek, where what some people call pistol whip me before running away. And that has deeply traumatized myself and my family. Ever since, I've never dared to walk in the street of DC at night, ever. And my family was extremely worried. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for what you're doing right now.
Thank you, Iris, for being honest.
Such incidents involved not just me, but also my family. If he had shot me, I could have died right there in the middle of nowhere without my families or my friends knowing at the age of back then, I think 23.
Right.
Just starting my career here in DC without even starting a family. But now I'm very blessed to have this opportunity.
So you had a gun pointed at your head, and you probably figured that he's going to pull the trigger because these are animals that don't know what the hell. They couldn't care less. The pulling the trigger to him is a very minor event, and I'm sure he's done it before. So how did you? And you did refuse to give it, which would probably, maybe somebody would say that was not the right decision, right? But you refused. But I understand that. So and then he hit you real hard.
Yes.
It's really amazing that you weren't shot, though, isn't it?
I'm very blessed, and that's why having this opportunity to stand here to share my story today. One, I'm very grateful for God for allowing me to still survive to this day, but also to Mr. President. Thank you for now making DC safer.
Thank you very much.
For us, for our families, for my parents, on my behalf of my parents, and now my baby on the way. Thank you so much.
And there are other reporters and journalists, good people, and you don't have to say it, but that have also been attacked violently. And not violently, too, pretty badly. But, and I bet you see a big difference in the streets right now. And this is only 12 days, but people are telling me they're going out to dinner now. They haven't, I told the story of my friend, but I have a lot of friends that are going out to dinner all the time now in D.C., and they weren't doing it 12 days ago. They would never even think. One of my friends went out 5 times. It was 4 times the last time I told. Now it's 5 times. He said, I love going out to dinner, and restaurants are starting to open again. A lot of them closed because, nobody wanted to go into a restaurant. Nobody wanted to get to a restaurant or even sit in the restaurant. But you see a big difference now, don't you?
I do pass by Union Station every day on my way home, and I do feel a lot safer seeing the trucks right outside, seeing the National Guard troops members right outside. It just made me feel like I'm hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our family here.
Thank you very much. That's nice. And those are tough troops, too. Those are not politically correct troops. We don't have politically correct anymore. We have tough guys, tough people, including some tough women. But we have tough people, and when you look at them, I'll tell you, they showed one scene where a bunch of Tren-de-Aragua guys or whatever, maybe MS-13, maybe MSDNC, okay? Because to me, they're worse. I think they're worse. MSNBC maybe is worse than Tren-de-Aragua. Real scum, real dishonest people. But anyway, they went into this gang, I think it was Tren-de-Aragua, Venezuela, and they weren't nice to this group of people. The gang was calling them sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. You're no good. Get out of here. And yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. These are people that beat up people all day long. And they're calling these soldiers, that's what they are. They're real soldiers. There's no games. I said, you don't have to be politically correct. And you know the way they used to spit in the face of the soldiers, with the soldiers saying like this, and you'd have some guy or some woman sometimes screaming at them from 1 inch away. They're standing there, and they're told you cannot do anything, and they start spitting, actually spitting in their face. And I said, you spit, we hit. And they're totally authorized to do that, all of those things. But your story is great, and there are other stories here, but they don't have to tell them. But some people are ashamed to tell them. They don't want to tell them. But it was like a jungle, and it's not a jungle anymore. And it's going to get so good that this will be the safest capital there is. It'll be one of the safest places in our nation, anywhere. And right now it's one of the most unsafe places, but not now. 12 days ago, it was the most unsafe place in our nation. And they have to stop issuing false crime numbers because, I mean, I heard the mayor, and I like the mayor, you know, fine. I don't care if I like her or not. If she did her job, I wish she were a horrible person who did her job. But she's probably nice, I guess. I don't care. I want her to do a job. But the issue, false numbers. She said crime is down, you know, before we got, now they can say crime is down. Crime is very much down. But what they did is they issued numbers. It's the best in 30 years. Not the best. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's much worse. And they gave phony numbers. And then they fired the man who didn't want to write the phony numbers. He got fired. And I guess that whole situation's under investigation because it's a very important thing, Pam. I mean, if they're going to give these phony numbers, it's a false feeling that you get crime. You have to do something about it. You can't go around saying, "Oh, Washington D.C. safe," if it's not. It's going to be very safe very soon. It's very safe right now. You're going to go out, have dinner. People are going out all over the place. They're walking. I have people that work in government, strong, tough cookies. They can take care of themselves. But it doesn't help to have big, strong muscles. And I work out. If a guy's over there with a gun shooting you in your face, you can be the strongest guy in the world. Guy has a gun, shoots you in the face. It doesn't matter how much you've worked out, how many weights you've lifted, how hard you work. And so we have the toughest guys and we have the best guys. And I'm willing to go to Chicago, which is a big trouble, but we have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems, huge problems. Baltimore, Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you too someday, but first you got to clean up your crime because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole. He's another candidate for president. Between him and Newsom, you got some real beauties, I'll tell you. But if we didn't go into Los Angeles, you wouldn't have the Olympics, in my opinion. You wouldn't have the Olympics. We went in, and the sheriff, the boss, said, thank God they're here. You could see his tape. He said, we were not able to control what was happening. That was the sheriff. And he said it loud and clear. And, you know, they're suing us for going in and cleaning up crime. And yet their own sheriff said on the first or second night, he said, we could have never handled. That was going to be, you were not going to have the Olympics or the World Cup because that would be, there wouldn't be anything left. They shouldn't have lost 25,000 houses. The water was turned off from the Pacific Northwest. And I was after them in my first administration, turn on the water, turn it on. Nobody could have believed this could have happened. But they had no water in the fire hydrants. They had no water in the sprinkler systems that people put up in their ceilings. There was no water. And yet we have tremendous amounts of water. They send it all into the Pacific Ocean, trying to protect a certain little fish. It's not doing well because it doesn't do well without water either. And it shouldn't be protected because it shouldn't be a protected species. But I think that's actually just an excuse. I actually think these people are sick. There's something wrong. So we send hundreds of millions of gallons of water a day into the Pacific Ocean. They turn a valve, and the valve heads out, and we turn the valve back. I actually had to do it using force. We turned the valve back, and now they have water, but not as much as they should have, because they should, and I'm telling Gavin Newsom by this conversation right now, turn the rest of the water on. Turn it on. So things are done that are so sad in this country. Lack of common sense. I like to say the Republican Party is the party with common sense. We're smart, we're sharp, we're this and that. They're smart, but they're radical left people. And they can't help it. They're very smart, but they're radical left, and they're destroying our country. But they're not going to destroy it anymore. So we picked up millions of people in the Republican Party. They lost millions of people. And I think we're going to do very well in the midterms. And I just want to say one other thing, and that's medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than the United States because for years the world pushed us around, including our friends. And you go to Germany, you go to England, you go to different places, and you go to a store, and it's sometimes 10% of what we pay in the United States because they said, nope, we're not paying any more. You charge the United States. This went on for 25, 30 years. And I invoked favored nations. I said, I want to pay the same as they're paying. And Bobby Kennedy is doing a good job, and Dr. Oz is doing a good job. And I asked them, I mean, other than the basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy what's happening, it's out of hand. But this is the most important thing that can be done is favored nations, Bobby. And we're not talking about a 25% cut or 50. We're talking about a 1,500% cut because people go to Europe to buy drugs and they come back with drugs, prescription drugs, normal, not, I don't mean the bad drugs, I mean prescription drugs, because you can buy them for 10%, 15%, 20% of what. So they're going to go up in price. And I told the countries, and I get along good with all of them. I mean, you could ask any, I get along good with all of them. But I said, you know, I told them, I said, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world. It's the world. So more people in the world than we have. We're going to go down a lot, and they're going to go up a little. And it's called equalization. We're going to have equalization. So we pay the same price as the lowest drug sold anywhere in the world. And I think, Bobby, that's going to happen pretty soon. The companies are ready for it. They had to go for years. I was with a very great gentleman from Eli Lilly. I think he's an incredible executive. I mean, I'll mention the company and I'll mention him because we had this argument my first term, and then we had it in my second term. In my second term, I wouldn't stop until I won the point. And he threw up his hands. He says, you're right. I can no longer defend it. I can no longer defend that a pill that's made by Johnson & Johnson in a factory, in the same factory in the United States versus a place in Europe or other places, including Canada, by the way, you could buy it for 10% or 15% or 20%, the cost of what we're paying, where we'd pay 5, 6, 7 times more money. He said, it's the hardest part of my job, defending that. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm saying that we have to get down to business. And that's a great company. He's done a great job, and I appreciated it. And it really broke the ice because they were saying, well, we have to do research and development. Well, you have to do it for Germany and all these other countries, too. Well, they think the United States should bear it. I mean, I heard this stuff and I finally said, it's over. Now, you have to have somebody that can get these countries to do it. I told them, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you send into our country. That's much more money than what we're talking about. Then we have to get the drug companies to do it, and they'll do it because we have tremendous power over the drug companies, too. So we're going to get it done. I just hope we get it done fast, Bobby, because this thing should go fast. But we're going to get the cost of medicine is going to be 1,000%. Think of that. Not 2%. And I'll just tell this last story. When I was in my first term, in my last year, I was so proud of myself because drug prices went down for the first time in 28 years under my administration. You know how much they went down? 1/4%. And I was so proud of that. And I held a news conference, I think you'll be able to find it, congratulating myself and my administration because for the first time in 28 years, drug prices went down 1/4%. That isn't tiny, but it still went down. And I thought it was great. And then I realized, you know, it's a very complicated business and formula. You got to be very smart. I said, we're really getting ripped off by the whole world. The whole world is ripping us off. And what happened is I got on this kick, and I got the drug companies to agree, and I got countries to agree. And they're not agreeing because they think I'm a nice person. They're agreeing because I will put charges and costs and tariffs onto them that will be many times more than what they're going to be paying. So the companies are there and the countries are there. And we got to get it done, Bobby. We got to get it done. And we're going to have the biggest price of it. Now, that's going to lower Social Security, Medicare. This is going to lower everything because drugs go for everything. It's going to have the biggest impact, I think, of anything that can possibly be done. But your costs are going to be going down for medicine, for prescription drugs, will be going down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. And that's going to happen in a matter of a very short period of time. And we're all set with the countries, and we're all set with the companies. That's all you need, the two. And the middleman gets cut out. Under this scenario, the middleman doesn't exist anymore. That was the other thing. They always blamed the middleman. I said, who are the middlemen? Nobody knew who the middleman was. You know,
That's right.
they had the most complex formula. It was genius, but they didn't get away with it. So I'm counting on Bobby. Do you want to start, Bobby? Maybe we'll start with you. You can start with that and then go on to what we're talking about.
We are deep into MFN negotiations, most favored nation status negotiations with 14 companies. Howard Lutnick is a breath of fresh air, and I think he's going to help us get across the finish line with the leverage that we have from tariffs.
They're smart. Don't let them get away with it, Howard.
Well, the combination of Bobby's MFN and the 232 Pharmaceuticals, which we launched together, when you put those two together, it really gives Bobby the tools to go execute your plan. So I'm supporting Bobby as he executes his plan.
Good. Right?
Yes. And this cabinet meeting is supposed to be about working Americans who bring jobs back to this country, and particularly rural America. And I want to mention the big, beautiful bill. Right now, we spend 7% of Medicaid dollars on rural hospitals. So they're getting the short end of the stick. It's about $19 billion a year. Under the Rural Transformation Program, we give them an extra $10 billion a year. So we're raising an infusion of cash to rural hospitals and rural communities by 50%. It's going to be the biggest infusion in history, and it's going to restore and revitalize these communities. And we can't survive as a nation if we don't honor our rural communities, which are the source of our values, our virtues, our character, our economy, our food. And you are bringing that back. You are bringing those communities back. I wanted to talk, because you mentioned the wind farms, we now have an interdepartmental coalition, a team, which is Doug Burgum and Howard Lutnick and Chris Wright and Pete Hegseth. We're all working on this issue. And Lee, we're all working together on this issue. We're meeting together. There are right now 11 wind farms planned that were launched during the Biden administration. Between Maine and Virginia, it's 1,130 towers. These towers are twice the size of the Washington Monument. The blades on them
they're massive. It's so crazy.
The blades are 350 feet long, one blade. One of these blades blew up on Nantucket last summer, and the water was filled with shards of glass, of sharp glass, so it's dangerous to swim. They had to close the beaches, but they have indemnified themselves so the local communities can't sue them. None of these projects are bonded. If you build an oil derrick in the Gulf, you got to put a bond down. There's no bond for dismantling them, and that's one of the tools that Doug is now using to challenge some of these projects. None of the cost of energy from these projects is 39 cents a kilowatt hour. The average cost in this country is 17 cents per kilowatt hour.
And natural gas is 3 cents.
Right. So it is the most expensive energy. I've been representing commercial fishermen for 40 years. They are so excited about what you're doing, Mr. President, because their fisheries are being wiped out. As soon as they begin construction, the groundfish fisheries just disappear. The fish leave the area. They've killed 160 whales in the last 2 years. So they're wiping out the whale population, the Atlantic whale population, the big whales, the minkies, the gray whale, or the humpback whales, the right whales. And you are going to save the whales on the East Coast because of this. You're going to save these economies that are based upon commercial fishing. I'll say one other thing about fishing. We are now, the South Asian nations are now dumping shrimp on our country. The shrimp is heavily contaminated. We just stopped a shipment that was contaminated with cesium-157, which is radioactive. They're farming these shrimps, and they use bactericides and antibiotics and all kinds of chemicals, and the shrimp are so contaminated The European nations won't take them, so they're dumping them all here, and they're putting out of business. We have the most sustainable, highly regulated fishery in the world. What our fishermen do is a good thing. And all the trawlers in the Gulf and Alaska are being shut down because we're getting shrimp dumped here. So we have now increased FDA inspections of shrimp to make sure that Americans are not buying and eating contaminated shrimp and putting our shrimpers out of business. I talked just very briefly, we have an historic agreement on pre-authorization. We brought together 80% of the insurance industry, which has agreed to, for 80% of diseases and injuries, give immediate pre-authorization so that when you go to your doctor's office and he prescribes you a new knee or whatever it is, you will immediately know whether your insurance company is going to pay for it. This is an historic agreement. People have been trying to do it for decades, and we, because of your leadership, brought the insurance industry together and got them to voluntarily agree to do this. Similarly, we've made another historic agreement with personal health records. The 60 biggest tech companies in our country have all agreed to allow Americans for the first time access to their personal data, which they own, which these companies have been monetizing without permission. You're going to be able to see by next year all of your health records on your cell phone. It's going to save lives. It is going to fuel an infusion of technology into that space where people can access those records. They can compare their diet to what they personally need, and we'll have personalized medicine. We are doing price transparency. You passed this during your first term, and then the Biden administration refused to enforce it. We've now brought at HHS, under your leadership and my leadership, more enforcement actions than during the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. Right. So we're going to have that kind of price transparency. I'm working with Linda on forcing medical schools and the MCATs, the people who administer the MCATs, the people who do accreditations, to put nutrition into medical school education. Right now, 25% of the doctors in this country do not feel competent to give nutritional advice. 70% of diabetes cases can be reversed or ended if you just change people's diets, and the doctors don't know how to advise it. They only know how to prescribe the drugs. We're going to change that, so if you come out of a medical school under the Trump administration, you are going to know about diet. And then finally, most importantly, the Pete and Bobby Challenge. I want to give an update. Pete got 5 minutes and 48. It's 100 push-ups, 50 pull-ups, and you try to do it within 10 minutes. I got 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Pete beat me. I'm still bitter at that. 5 minutes and 25. The cabinet leader is Scott Turner.
You beat me.
That's good. Got 5 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm waiting for reports from the rest of the cabinet. The only exemptions currently existing is if you can hit a 50 at Bedminster, which President Trump did with Bryce and DeChambeau, so he's the only one exempt in this room.
That's great, Bobby. Bobby, autism, if I could just, I don't want to go too long because we have a lot of people, but the autism is such a tremendous horror show, what's happening in our country and some other countries, but mostly our country. How are you doing on that?
We are doing very well. We will have announcements as promised in September. We're finding certain interventions now that are clearly, almost certainly causing autism. And we're going to be able to address those in September.
It's such a big day. I'm looking forward to that day because there's something wrong when you see the kind of numbers that you have today versus 20 years ago. And those numbers, what are those numbers, Bob?
In 1970, the biggest epidemiological study in history was done in Wisconsin. They looked at 900,000 children, and they were looking for autism. They knew what it looked like, and they were very, very precise about it, and they found an incident rate of 0.7, in other words, less than 1 per every 10,000 children. Today, our most recent numbers are 1 every 31 kids. It's probably actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, is reporting 1 out of every 19 children, American children, has autism, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So it's gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 12.5 boys.
Think of
today.
those numbers. So there has to be something artificially causing this, meaning a drug or something. And I know you're looking very strongly at different things, and I hope you can come out with that as soon as possible.
We will.
So 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 or 34 or 12 if it's a boy. Can you imagine that? 1 in 12. That's for a boy.
1 out of every 12.5 boys.
It's not even believable that could be. And that was 1 in 10,000 not so long ago. I've been hearing these numbers, and they get worse and worse every year. There's got to be something. I think there's nothing, including favored nations and everything else, there's nothing that can be, if you can find out the reason that that's happening, and I know we're gonna do some things. I think we maybe know the reason, and I look forward to that press conference, to be with you on that press conference. That's going to be a great thing. Thank you, Bob. You're doing a great job. Linda, how about it? And we want nothing less than $500 million from Harvard. Don't negotiate, Linda. They've been very bad. Don't negotiate. Go ahead.
All that's working well. Mr. President, thank you very much. Since we are focusing today on Labor Day, and I know that Kelly and Lori are both going to echo some of the things that I'll say as well. We are really focusing, on our workforce. But what I'm finding with great joy around the country is that states really are being innovative and working more with middle schools and with high schools to make sure that we are having hands-on learning, their pathways to jobs that are happening now. And if we see more and more of our community colleges working with our middle schools and our high schools so that high school students are graduating not only with a diploma, but a certificate that they have worked with, perhaps with a Toyota or another company that is coming in, public-private partnerships. And they're learning on the job so that when they graduate from high school, they're ready to go into the workforce, because we know with all of these wonderful jobs that are coming back into the country through AI, through just our normal jobs, we need electricians, HVAC operators, etc. If we don't have this training, we're not going to have the workforce we need for all these wonderful jobs. So governors are really excited about this prospect. I've been now to several states and visited community colleges and tech schools with governors, and they're just all on board for getting this done. I think it's one of the best things that we're hearing relative to the job market. So we're just kind of focusing on that for today.
So we're bringing education back to the states, to put it in a more simple fashion. We're going to let the states educate our children again. And, we're rated out of 40 countries, we're 38, 39, or 40. So obviously, it's not working what they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years. And if you go back, the best are like Norway, Denmark, Sweden, some of the other, Finland, they're very highly rated. If you go back to just take a look at anything you want to do, you just look at us in the past. If we gave Iowa or gave Indiana and I don't say every one of them, a guy like Gavin Newsom's not going to do well. Certain states won't do well. But even California, you cut it up into sections. You have Riverside, you have this, you have that. You cut it into 5 sections. And, if you had a good governor, you'd be able to do well. But certain states will be able to compete with Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and everyone. It'll be just as good. So I figure you have close to 40 of those states. Mm-hmm. And then you'll have 10, you'll have 5 that won't be very good. You have 5 disasters, and we'll have to work on those disasters. But for the most part, we will have education that will go zooming up in those charts, just like we have in everything else we've done. And I think it's one of the most important things we're doing at this table. So bringing education back to the states where you have the parents running it, where you have the school boards, your local. We have people running from Washington that have never even been to the state that they're in charge of. They've never even been there, and I don't think they care about it. So we want to close up the Washington buildings, sell the buildings off, let somebody else get rich with the real estate, because it'll be a crime-free city. By the way, speaking of that, anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty. And that's a very strong preventative. And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it in this country, but where you have it, it is, we have no choice. So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody kills somebody, like you could have been killed, very lucky you didn't get killed, it's the death penalty, okay? Fantastic job you're doing. Thank you, Linda. Very much appreciated. How are you doing with the colleges, by the way? You're doing some pretty good work in terms of getting them to treat people fairly.
Well, interestingly enough, since we've been negotiating with some of the Ivy League schools, I have presidents of universities calling every single week. They want to sit down and talk to us about all of the steps that they are taking, because they would like to not come under the same investigative program, and so it is having its desired effect.
That's great.
So if you fire a shot across the bow, the big guys, people kind of step in line and know you mean business, and we have teeth in these agreements, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing there.
Well, they misbehaved, and some of these schools are getting billions and billions of dollars, and they misbehaved, so that's it. And so one way or the other, we're going to win that whole thing. It's going to straighten them out. Okay? Thank you. Great job. Lee, please.
Mr. President, the Trump EPA has a special Labor Day message to America's workforce, especially our auto workers, our coal miners, our steam fitters, our pipe fitters, and the list goes on. See what a difference a year makes. A year ago, the way that the Environmental Protection Agency was operating, the choice was made to protect the environment. We would have to strangulate the economy. That's the way that the EPA operated for years. There was a binary choice. We had to choose one or the other. The Trump EPA completely rejects that. See, we choose to protect the environment and grow the economy. And a very special shout out to Russ Vogt and his team at the Office of Management and Budget. We give him a lot of work. He's happy to do it. Dozens of different deregulatory actions. We just announced a proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding, all of the light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicle regulations that followed. It is the single largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States government. And when you add up the dozens of different actions that we have announced and that we're working through, in one agency in 1 year, we'll do more deregulation than entire federal governments have done across all agencies, across entire presidencies. And what we are accomplishing would not be possible if not for the support of the rest of this team you've assembled around this table. The well-oiled, well-wired machine at the White House, led by Susie Wiles, and the DCOSP, the policy shop, led by Stephen Miller, they have been amazing to work with. I was just in Iowa with Administrator Loeffler, who made an announcement with Secretary Rollins to reverse the deratement on diesel exhaust fluid systems. Mr. President, you said you wanted water flowing faster. Working with the Secretary of Energy, we've done our part to do that, to get gas cans flowing faster, to stop that annoying start-stop feature in vehicles. See, people out there might say, well, why are you focused on all of these little things? If it's little to you, it doesn't mean that it's not a very big deal for millions of other Americans. The charge was clear when you called me in November and you asked me to do this job. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans. Unleash energy dominance. Advance cooperative federalism, permitting reform, make America the AI capital of the world, bring back American auto jobs. What we are accomplishing now, again, wouldn't be possible if not for your leadership. I'm grateful to the American people for electing you and our amazing Vice President. I was just in Mexico City announcing and signing on behalf of the Trump administration an agreement with Mexico for a permanent solution for the Tijuana River sewage crisis, which you have been so outspoken and passionate about in our conversations. It would not be possible if not for Secretary Rubio, Deputy Secretary Landau, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Johnson. The team at the State Department has been incredible. The work with the NEDC on permitting, to be able to get new pipelines built, to get new factories started. The list, it's amazing. Somebody out there might not realize the relationship between the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Defense. The amount of work with Secretary Hegseth and the Army Corps, from responding to the LA wildfires, to getting more water flowing in California, which is also something that Secretary Burgum is involved with, to helping the farmers, the ranchers and landowners to revise the waters of the United States definition so they don't have to go hire an attorney or a consultant to tell them whether or not a water on their property is subject to federal regulation. Thank you for putting this entire team together. It's an honor to be at the Trump EPA, where we choose to both protect the environment and grow the economy. It's a very happy Labor Day for America's workforce.
And Lee, in Los Angeles, if you could, because of the fires, Lee was there, and as you know, we have very strict federal rules having to do with the rebuilding of those houses. And Lee was able to get the approvals done for everybody immediately. It was so fast, nobody could believe it. And the mayor and the governor still haven't gotten their approvals. And they're going to have riots out there for that reason. These are great homeowners. They want to build their house. They can't get approved because you have the mayor, Bass, who has no idea what she's doing. And you have a governor who is just such a bad governor. And the people are unable to build their house. The toughest permit to get was the federal permit by far. And yet he got them all in a short period of time after the fire. How long did it take?
Well, Mr. President, you came in, signed an executive order, and told the EPA that we had less than 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal, which the initial response, once all of our heart rates went down a bit, was just to figure out how to get it done. We got it done in just less than 30 days. The Army Corps of Engineers then comes in for the debris removal. The federal government, in clearing over 13,000 properties that were destroyed because of these wildfires. We've got to the point today where property owners all across Los Angeles, they're grateful to the Trump administration. They're happy that we did our part, but they are desperate to rebuild. And there is not a single green light approval that they are waiting for from the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers proudly have done our work. It's important for those local officials to let these property owners build on their land. It's their property. It doesn't belong to the mayor of Los Angeles. And they need to represent their people better. They're ready to build.
When will they have their permits from Los Angeles?
Well, here's the problem, Mr. President, is that they have been ready since the moment we were done with the federal part. I mean, I was visiting a week after. Actually, I thought my first trip was going to be to Los Angeles. However, the moment I got confirmed, the vice president said, "You're going to East Palestine right away." So that actually ended up being the first visit because the vice president's so passionate about that from the great state of Ohio. Then we went to Los Angeles from there. We're talking about the beginning of February, where we were meeting with property owners already. They were already all set up. They had the contractors. It was the beginning of February, and they were waiting for green lights from Los Angeles to be able to go onto their property and start rebuilding. Some of the same people who were waiting for a green light ready with the contractors at the beginning of February are still waiting now in the middle of August. Let these Californians rebuild.
And we're talking about also taking away some of the properties and building low-income housing on those properties. They're going to have problems like they've never had before. These people don't know what they're doing. So we have all our permits. Everything the federal government has to do was done long ago. They should have been. I went to a town hall with Lee, but we were there, and the mayor was saying it would take 2 years, maybe 3 years to get this approved. I said, no, not 2 years, 2 days. They should have it in 2 days. And I toured the site, and I met 100 homeowners, all standing in front of their site a couple of days after the fire, and they were ready to go right then. They wanted to just build right then. And the city won't let them do it. Los Angeles, I don't think it's that they won't. I think they're incompetent, okay, to be honest with you. I think they just don't know how to go about it. It is so badly run by Newsom and by Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass, she was in Africa during the fire. She knew the fire was starting to rage, and she decided to take a trip to Africa. These people are they're just bad. You know, you talk about make America great again. They could never make America great again, but we are doing that. Congratulations, you found some interesting things, Tulsi. She's becoming a bigger and bigger star every day. She found a lot of good things. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. As we approach Labor Day weekend here, this is just such a great opportunity really to recognize your leadership as a true champion for working people. And I know we'll hear as we go around the table here how your focus singularly on putting the well-being and interests of the American people first is that common thread that we're seeing in your policies being implemented across your administration. For ODNI, number one, our focus is and must always be making sure that our intelligence community is focused on our mission, keeping the American people safe, secure, and free. We're doing great work on this front. I'll point out our National Counterterrorism Center, led by Director Joe Kent, are working across different agencies with Homeland Security, DEA, FBI, and others to catch terrorists, both those who are trying to come into our country, those who may already be in our country. They are finding the worst of the cartel bosses and making sure that they're not able to continue to wreak havoc and terror in our communities. Secondly, Mr. President, you have charged me with the mission of finding the truth and telling the truth to the American people. And we've exposed some of the worst examples of the weaponization of intelligence in the last several weeks. I will continue down that mission and that path wherever it leads. Transparency, telling the truth is what will drive true accountability for the American people who deserve nothing less. And lastly, Mr. President, all of us are charged with being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I've gone through a reorganization for ODNI that we've announced in the last week. We've cut nearly half of redundant, unnecessary functions within ODNI, saving taxpayers over $700 million a year. We will continue focusing on our core mission in keeping the American people safe, and appreciate your leadership and your focus on this most critical task.
And you've also found many bags of information. I think they call them burn bags. They're supposed to be burned, and they didn't get burned, having to do with how corrupt the 2020 election was. And when will that all come out?
Mr. President, I will be the first to brief you once we have that information collected. But you're right, we are finding documents literally tucked away in the back of safes in random offices, in these bags and in other areas, which again speaks to the intent of those who are trying to hide the truth from the American people and trying to cover up the politicization that was led by people like John Brennan and James Clapper and others that have caused really immeasurable harm to the American people and to our country.
Great job. Thank you. We look forward to hearing it. The public looks forward. Thank you very much. Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, everyone knows there's no stronger advocate for hardworking American families than you, sir. Thank you for the largest tax cut in American history for working families. The average family of four is going to save about $10,000 take-home pay more a year. And what we're seeing is an increase in the child tax credit, the increase in the standard deduction. Hardworking families are going to benefit from this bill, and small businesses. There's no bigger beneficiary than Main Street, because small business makes up 99% of all businesses in this country. I've traveled to nearly half of our states, 24 unique states. I've made 40 state visits. In fact, I was with our great vice president at a small business manufacturer in Georgia last week. I was with a trucking company in Ohio. I was in Michigan at a motorcycle manufacturer. The return of Made in America is going to be driven by small businesses, because 98% of all of our manufacturers in America are small and medium businesses, 600,000 factories. that employ 5 million people. And as Secretary McMahon mentioned, this work-based learning that is going on in professional and trade schools is real. I visited them from Utah to Maine to Georgia and seen this revolution in education happening. So small businesses need skilled labor. Now that you've solved for inflation, for the taxes, every Democrat voted for a $4 trillion tax increase on the backs of hardworking Americans. And so you prevented that. And now we've got fair trade. And thanks to Administrator Zeldin, we're seeing deregulation. I mean, this diesel exhaust fluid crushed farmers and construction and other heavy industry. So rolling that back makes a real difference for small business. And your domestic economic agenda is amplified through small businesses, which is why small business optimism is above its 53-year average, finally. And so Main Street appreciates it. What Main Street wants now is a rate cut. They feel burdened by high interest rates. They would grow higher and expand more if they could, but the interest rates are really hurting them. And finally, I want to say thank you for your executive order on debanking. We're about to announce a major investigation on debanking. It happened to you and your family. It happened to me. It happened to thousands and thousands of Americans, and unfortunately, disproportionately on those that had conservative values, on Christians, on pro-life, on 2A businesses. And so we're going to be talking to the banks about that. The SBA operates the largest government business loan program in the federal government. We have a network of 5,000 banks. So we're going to be making sure that that never happens to anyone again.
Great job. You've done a great job. Thank you very much. Christy?
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to work for you. And you committed when you ran for president to make America safe again. And today the average family and individual that lives in this country is safer than they've been in years because of what you've done. We've got 3 months in a row now with 0 illegal aliens coming into this country. And I want to thank Pete and the Department of Defense for all of their help. They're down at the border with us still, helping us keep that border secure and make sure we know who's coming into this country. You've arrested and brought to justice hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens, of criminals that have perpetuated violence against American people. Sir, you've had 1.6 million people voluntarily go home to their home countries that were here in this country illegally. Because of your strong message and you enforcing the law, they decided to go home on their own so that they could come back the right way someday and be American citizens. But what I think is one of the most remarkable statistics is that under Joe Biden's administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born individuals. Under your administration, 2.5 Americans have jobs today that they didn't under the previous administration. And they have those jobs because you created opportunities. You made this country safe. You opened up the economy. You enforced the law. Now people can get up and provide for their families and go to work every day and be confident in that. And the last thing I would say is that it's incredibly important to know that every one of those illegal aliens that has gone home, they were costing us about $8,700 to $9,000 a piece in what they were taking out of our social programs, out of Social Security. You've saved this country billions of dollars, about $15 billion, just in what those illegal aliens were costing us in social programs. I've cut over 450 different contracts at the Department of Homeland Security. We're getting rid of corrupt ones that were not efficient for taxpayers, weren't focused on our mission of keeping us safe. And we've also renegotiated and brought in our biggest vendors that said you have to do better. And we've saved the taxpayers over $13 billion doing that as well. So we're continuing to be accountable to taxpayer dollars, but sort of focused on doing the mission of what you've committed, and that's to keep us safe and to make sure we put Americans first.
Well, great job, and great job on the border. We had millions and millions of people coming in. To think 3 months in a row, 0.
Incredible.
That's some job. Thank Tom and everybody. And Pete, good job. Not surprised. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Chrissy. Sorry about that, Mr. President. Like Secretary Noam, I'm thrilled to be here to work with you on the simple platform you were elected on, which was to bring back the American dream. to bring jobs and opportunity for families across the country and to lower their costs so they can live their lives and expand the choices they have. You led off today talking about gasoline prices. I'll throw in diesel. If you correct for inflation, they're at multi-decade lows. This is a huge expense. This is a huge constraint on people's lives. We should celebrate that. Natural gas has become our main industrial fuel powering factories around the country. Natural gas prices are quite low in this country, and they're lower than in any country in the world. The reason for that is the United States produces 2 times more natural gas than the second largest natural gas producer in the world, and 4 times more natural gas than the number 3 and number 4 producers in the world. So you've opened up American opportunity and energy together with the work of Secretary Burgum, Administrator Zeldin, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Rawlins. You know, we've made it easy to produce energy in America again, and those benefits are flowing. I could go on about this stuff forever, but let me talk about one specific area of energy, electricity. That's in the front of people's minds. When the day you were inaugurated, we get hold of all the data. We can look at the resource plans of utilities across the country. What you inherited when you arrived was a plan over the next 5 years to close 100 gigawatts of reliable electric generation. So that's 100 large power plants. Now that was offset with a plan to build 22 gigawatts of reliable electricity generation. Their plan was to close more than 4 times as much electricity generating capacity as they were going to build in that 5-year period. How do we lead the world in artificial intelligence if we're shrinking our supply of reliable electricity? How do we reshore steel and aluminum and automobiles and semiconductors and all those jobs Americans want back in our country when we're degrading and shrinking our energy system? We were going to hand that leadership to China in artificial intelligence, not just to our economic loss, but to our huge national security loss. Your team around this table, and almost everyone around this table is involved in it, is just to completely pivot dramatically. We're stopping the closure of all these plants way before their retirement date. Some plants get to their end of life. That's a small percent of the planned closures. Most of those were just political nonsense at the cost to American taxpayers. So we have rapid new construction of power plants under in the United States. We're doing everything we can with suppliers who build the equipment for these power plants. They've got to build their factories bigger to build power plants in America. People thought those days were past. We weren't going to build big things in America anymore. We're just going to keep sending it over to Asia and overseas and just buy other people's stuff. Totally nuts economically, totally nuts for national security, and of course crushing for working Americans, particularly Americans that work with their hands. But we are seeing a revitalization of those people, of that optimism. You showed that picture of that plant being built in Arkansas, dozens of those under construction, just in artificial intelligence. But the reshoring of steel, of aluminum, of plastics, of fertilizer, semiconductors. Like, this, America's the land of opportunity. How did we get to become this awesome nation? Because we believed in the American dream and we leaned in on it. But the wealthy in our country and the coastal elites that live away from where stuff's actually made, they just lost their way, and politicians just let them have it. Your tireless campaign and your relentless messaging made people realize the American dream isn't dead. It's just been smothered, and we're unsmothering it and setting it loose. God bless your efforts. God bless your assembly of this team around this table for bringing the American dream back.
Thank you, Chris, very much. Great job you're doing. Appreciate it. Lori, please.
Mr. President, everybody here who spoke works at the Department of Labor, clearly, which I love. They have all the correct talking points, but I think that's a testament, again, that we are all working together every single day. We talk to each other often, and the workforce, the skilled workforce, the education factor, retirees, it's been so important because they all touch the Department of Labor, and I have the opportunity to work with every single one. If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt, because we're bringing business and labor together. And I was so honored to unveil that yesterday, and everybody is taking note of that. You also mentioned crime, and I think it's been important for my colleagues to recognize that now American workers can return to work and feel safe. That business owners aren't shutting down their businesses because they're afraid they can't protect their workers, and now it's open for business again, and it's starting right here in our nation's capital. Many things have been mentioned about consumer confidence up, unemployment is holding steady, and more than 2 million net jobs for native-born Americans has been key under your leadership. 84% of the workforce and jobs has been produced by the private sector. I think that was the mission of this administration and the Department of Labor. And I will continue to say for a little bit longer, until I heard you today, the One Big Beautiful Bill, because it equals one big beautiful workforce. And Congress passed this legislation. It probably will be the single most important bill that they did sign, because it is protecting our American workforce by expanding Pell Grants and child care and reduction in taxes, so they can keep more of their hard-earned dollars. I am at the Department of Labor announcing $30 million in grants for our skilled workforce, that I have an MOU with Secretary McMahon. I have an MOU with Administrator Loeffler. That's important to share the data points on how important this is. In June, we awarded nearly $84 million in grants for the capacity of what? Registered apprenticeships. An executive order to have 1 million active apprentices across this nation, where we've already registered 185,000 since in the last few months. One of the other things that we have done is the Biden administration's guidance on cryptocurrency. And thanks to you and your leadership on that, we've rolled that back. And of course, we're going to see the 401k, the investors in our alternative assets. That's been key through the Department of Labor to work through. Partnering with our agencies, again, as I mentioned before, is important as we work together. I have visited, I'll be 31 states on my 50-state tour by the end of this month. I'm headed with Secretary Duffy, with the South Korean President Lee today, as we move through the shipbuilding. We will do that in Philly, and then I'm off to New England to talk to those states about how important the apprenticeship program is. But while I visited Hexel in Salt Lake City, 100% domestic carbon fiber for the Department of Defense as they produce. They are announcing another $1 billion investment per your executive order on advanced manufacturing. So it is working. Everything that you have been saying since you were elected and since we all can put into play has been working. Ohio, McDonald's is investing 375,000 new jobs. The shrimpers I visited as well, and they need our help in protecting that industry for our American fishermen and shrimpers. In Minnesota, I toured Cambria. When we're talking about quartz countertops, all made in America. And again, in Oregon, where we are expecting a crackdown. Thank you for what you are doing with your agents on ICE, and thank you for the prosecution that I hope you will come to Portland, Oregon, and crack down. But while there are still good people, I was able to visit Buckeye Pacific, really a trading floor for the timber industry. So we still want to focus on great, hardworking American businesses. Mr. President, I couldn't be more excited to ring in Labor Day in Erie, Pennsylvania for the Labor Day Parade. I will be there to welcome it. It is an honor to serve this country. It is an honor to serve under your administration as the Labor Secretary, and we will kick off, and Republicans will own Labor Day again, not Democrats. We will own it because we are, and you are the president of the American worker. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you very much, Lori.
Absolutely.
You're doing a fantastic job, and I will tell you that Lori was recommended by the Teamsters. And I said, that doesn't really work, does it? And it turned out to be one of our best choices. So I just want to thank you and Sean, who, as you know, recommended you very strongly. You really turned out to be a gem. Thank you.
I was able to talk to the president on the phone the other day. He called and we visited, and he said, but I know that you were, a little bit middle of the road and not so sure. I said, Mr. President, I have been a Republican. He's like, what? Wait, what? Now I like you even more. So,
You're doing a great
I appreciate
job.
it.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pam?
President, I'm working with
everyone around this table almost daily on legal issues that we're winning on. But today, because it's Labor Day, President Trump, if I could focus on public safety, not only domestic, but from our foreign adversaries. And Secretary McMahon, I know you know, kids are out of school this weekend. It's Labor Day. And Secretary Duffy, you know, our highways are going to be packed with travelers coming to not only our nation's capital, but all over this country. We're also going to have boaters, Secretary Duffy, right, on our waterways. It is illegal to be under the influence and on a boat. So get a designated boater if you're out on our waterways, whether it's the Potomac or the Gulf of America or the Pacific. Wherever you're out this weekend, people need to be safe. And on an international level, Secretary Rubio, thank you for all your help on everything we're doing, and everyone around this room. But yesterday, there was a big, big win. El Mayo pled guilty, and he was the co-founder of Sinaloa cartel with El Chapo. And there's even a Narcos Netflix series about these guys. Well, now we know the ending. He's going to die in an American prison. They are one of the worst, El Chapo and El Mayo, some of the worst narco traffickers in our world. And he will spend life in prison now. And that's so important because those guys and others throughout this country, throughout this world, have brought into our country drugs, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines that's killing our kids. And we have to stop that. And that's what you've been doing not only in D.C., but around the country at your leadership. And over the weekend, parents need to know, with kids out of school, with people out on our highways and on our waters, do not take a pill from anyone you know, don't know. Do not buy anything on the street. It could be laced with something toxic. We've seen so many fentanyl overdoses. And when you were here in D.C., we showed you pictures of some of the drugs that had been seized right here in D.C. President, they were packaged for children. Packaged for children. And people are dying from these around our country. So thank you, President Trump, for your leadership and for letting Americans know that it's now a safe place to go. But parents also have to know, college kids have to know, to be vigilant and not take this trash. Because you could be thinking you're taking a Xanax, an Adderall, anything, and it could be laced with something very lethal. So thank you, President
Great
Trump.
message.
Thank
And
you,
you've been
President.
fantastic this last 12 days in D.C. The job you and your whole group has done is,
All of us.
everyone's talking about it all over the world. I hate to have to talk about that, but we have to. It's becoming a very safe place again. And the work, I've seen how hard you worked the last, well, from the beginning in all fairness, but this focus on D.C. is so important for the country. So great job.
Thank
and to
you.
everybody.
And
Great job.
President, it's a team around. We're all working hand in hand, side by side, all of our agencies together to make America safe and D.C. safe. And Iris, congratulations on your baby. And I'm so glad that you're safe now.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam, very much. Great. Mr. VP, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. I'll be brief, but I want to congratulate you and the entire team on all the things that have been accomplished. You'll hear about a lot of it. You've already heard some of it, but I thought it would be helpful, Mr. President, just to take stock, not just of what we've accomplished, what we will accomplish, but of the mess that we inherited, because I think it makes this first Labor Day a bigger and more special occasion. You heard, I think, Christy talk about this, that all of the net job growth under the Biden administration had gone to the foreign-born. Now that net job growth is going to American citizens who deserve opportunity in their own country. That's a great accomplishment. You'll hear, I'm sure, Scott talk about the success with tariffs. People forget that we inherited the largest peacetime deficit in the history of the United States of America. And now, because the president is not letting foreign countries take advantage of us, we're collecting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over 10 years in tariffs from countries and companies that were formerly taking advantage of the American people. You heard Pam talk about the public safety and the success that we've had there. I happen to believe that maybe the most sacred thing that we can deliver to American workers is the ability to live safely and comfortably in their own neighborhoods. Public safety is not just something that should belong to the wealthy. It should belong to every working man and woman in the United States of America. And because of the work of this administration, that is happening. And of course, Mr. President, you yourself talked about the inflation mess that we inherited under the Biden administration. Maybe the most striking and even shocking statistic of the Biden administration is that housing costs have gone up by 100% over the 4 years of the Biden administration, literally doubled, making the American dream of homeownership unaffordable. We've made great strides and great progress already. But to the American people who are listening, there's a lot more to do. We're going to keep on working hard at it, but it's an honor to do this job under the President's leadership and with this very great team that you've assembled. So we've done a lot, but there's a lot more work to do, and we're very cognizant of it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, J.D. Scott?
Sir, as we've said very often, economic security is national security, and our country has never been so secure thanks to you. You have brought us back from the edge. You have the overwhelming mandate from the American people. You're restoring confidence in government, a topic that is on the front of everyone's mind, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve's independence comes from a political arrangement between itself and the American public. Having the public's trust is the only thing that gives it credibility, and you, sir, are restoring trust to government. You are weeding out the waste, fraud, and abuse, and the old ways of doing things are not good enough. We are seeing a blue-collar boom. In the first 7 months of your administration, real blue-collar wages have taken off, and the only other time that they've done this in the past 70 years was in your previous term. Your efforts on tax, trade, and deregulation have boosted paychecks for American workers while slowing the pace of inflation and lowering the cost of energy. Inflation has plummeted to just 1.9% since you took office, and the economy rebounded with real GDP surging 3% last quarter. The blue-collar boom coincides with a CapEx comeback. In anticipation of your one big, beautiful bill becoming law, CapEx increased by American businesses by nearly 14% in the first half of this year. And as you and I talk about frequently, and as that chart or that photo attests, we are going to see, I believe, a bigger CapEx boom from here. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning. You have saved this country by making it the best place in the world to do business again. Treasury is helping to implement these new provisions, as well as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. This weekend, I will be meeting with workers from local restaurants to discuss the positive impacts of the pro-labor reforms on no tax on tips. And I have to tell you, thanks to you, when I go into a restaurant or stop by a Hotel Dorman, I am the most popular person there. And since my first job at age 9 was as a busboy getting tips, I am going to spend Labor Day going from restaurant to restaurant talking to workers who receive substantial amount of tip income. So I'll hear directly from them how your one big beautiful bill is increasing their take-home pay and making a big difference. Now, we can also talk, that is domestic. On the international front, you have leveled the international trading system whereby countries took advantage of us, and that's over. It's over. The Treasury Department is taking in record tariff revenues that I had been saying was running at a rate of $300 billion a year. You chastised me for saying that it's not, that number is too low. And as usual, you're right, that we had a substantial jump from July to August. And I think we're going to see a bigger jump from August to September. So I think we could be on our way well over $500 billion, maybe towards the $1 trillion number. This administration, your administration, has made a meaningful dent in the budget deficit. The average budget deficit during this term is 26% less than the last 12 months under Biden. And even the CBO, and we don't agree with CBO on everything, as you said, last Friday, on a summer Friday, had to admit that they believe over the next 10 years, the budget deficit will be $4 trillion lower than they had previously scored. $4 trillion. 3.3 trillion of tariff income, $700 billion of lower interest cost, and I would expect that that number could go up from here. So, Mr. President, your return to the White House marked the return of the American worker. Thank you for reclaiming Labor Day for the American people. You're growing the economy for everyone, especially the middle and lower income households who suffered disproportionately under the last administration, and it's an honor to do this under your leadership.
Great job. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Scott. Brooke?
Sir, I dropped my second son off at college last week. And I wasn't planning to say this, but just listening to everybody, I want to put a little bit of a personal touch on this work. He started his freshman year yesterday at Texas A&M, for all my SEC friends in the room. Thank you for saving college football, by the way. We're all very grateful. The country just feels different. It just feels different. There's such a optimism and a love. There's a faith movement going through, especially with our younger Americans. And for those of us with kids in college, I know we feel it. And I experienced it firsthand last week, moving him and my other older son in as well. As we move toward Labor Day, you have made a lot of dreams come true for a lot of people, but one of my longtime dreams was for the right to recapture Labor Day. And I've been talking about this for almost 20 years and writing about it, that why are we ceding the day that we are celebrating the American worker to the Democrats? Because this is our day. Perhaps of any day of the entire year, this is our day. America was founded and fought for by fishermen and farmers and workmen and et cetera. The Genesis, the first book of the Bible, talks about the righteousness of work and the art of creation. And so to be part of this effort to represent the farmers, the ranchers, the agriculture industry at this moment in time, which I do believe we're in a revolution. 1776 was the first one. 1863 or so with Abraham Lincoln was the second. This is the third, with Donald Trump leading the way. And we are saving America. And the idea that we are putting the worker, the very central component of the American dream, at the center of it, is the reason that it is so. So at USDA, it continues to be my greatest honor to fight for the original American worker, whom I think the farmer is and what they represent. And as we are building new systems and new structures, as we have this year going to have the best harvest on record for our row croppers and others, what this team has done and is doing to open up those markets to ensure that these farmers can continue to return prosperity to rural America. I'll finish with this. This morning, we had a working group with 6 of our cabinet members. Bobby Kennedy representing healthcare, Linda McMahon education, Lee Zeldin deregulation, Kelly Loeffler small business, Lori Chavez Trimmer labor, and Scotty Turner housing. And how you leading the way in your vision, how that will return the golden age to rural America, to the very fabric of our country. And whether it's better hospitals, better education, more opportunity, less government, better and bigger small businesses, better opportunities for our workers, and better housing, and of course the agriculture piece of that, through the big, beautiful bill, what it did, the greatest investment in rural America in history. And now the opportunity to effectuate that is, again, a game changer, a country saver, and what a joy to be able to do it under your leadership. So thank you, sir.
Really good. Thank you. Beautifully stated. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Scott?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so grateful to be here to celebrate Labor Day with the greatest team in America. And it is football season, so I'm happy about that. But, Mr. President, I want to say thank you for, as Brooke said, reclaiming Labor Day. And you've been a tremendous champion for the American worker. I come from a hard-working family, as many people around this table do. And so thank you for helping us to change the conversation. And I believe we are changing the conversation around the kitchen table. And as everybody knows, my job is to steward HUD. And we have at HUD been very intentional about changing the conversation about the dignity of work and the dignity and the honor of family formation through work. And how the younger generation, when they see their parents work, how they're incentivized to work. And that, you know, America is not a welfare state, but America was built on small business. It was built on entrepreneurship. And so as it pertains to housing, we're being very focused on that, and even some that receive HUD funding to make sure, like our Section 3, when you receive HUD funding, that you are given opportunities for the most vulnerable Americans that you serve to have work, to have opportunities to work, to have work requirements. Work requirements are not a bad word. That's a great word. Time limits is a great word. To incentivize people, able-bodied, able-minded people to work. And I believe that we are, under your leadership, sir, changing that conversation in America to where working is an honorable thing. And Secretary Wright talked about revitalization. Revitalization means to bring new life. And I believe we're bringing new life to America, Mr. President, through work and through all the jobs that people are doing around this table. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, the most extensive tax break in American history, opportunity zones are now made permanent. And you know how passionate I am, and you are too, sir, about opportunity zones. And so this will allow us to continue to build affordable housing around our country. And Mr. Vice President, I'm coming your way. I'm coming to Columbus later this week and to see how we can continue to build affordable housing in our country with opportunity zones. And you know, 1 million people, Mr. President, were lifted out of poverty because of opportunity zones. $90 billion of private money was invested in opportunity zones, urban, tribal, and rural. And now that they've been made permanent, we're looking for millions more to be lifted out of poverty, $100 billion to be invested, hundreds of thousands of jobs to be created, hundreds of thousands of units of housing to come online. And so, sir, I sit here very excited about the future of this country. I'm very proud to be at this table, humbled to do so. And HUD, we're on a good path. So thank you for all your support and helping us, sir.
Thank you very much. And I want to give credit to Tim Scott, great senator from a place called South Carolina that we love, right? And Tim really came up with opportunity zones, and we did a good job of working with him, and together we created something that nobody speaks of very much, but it's probably the most successful thing that's ever been done of its kind. It's been amazing. So Tim Scott deserves a lot of credit for that. Thank you. Thank you. So Russell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I get the opportunity to go hand by hand with all of these people as they move their deregs through the Office of Management and Budget. And I wanted to zoom out for a second. In the first term, you gave us a goal of 2 for 1. And then we outperformed it through your leadership. We came in at around 5.5, 6 for 1. And then as you're running for your second term, you put out a goal that when you put it out, I was thinking to myself, that's going to be a pretty ambitious goal. You said 10 for 1. Well, where we are right now, in just 1 month, in 1 year, basically 8 months, we are at 245 deregulatory initiatives planned by these agencies. That comes out to 30 for 1. So we are making incredible strides, and you know, as you're focused on the details of each one, I mean, these aren't small things. Endangerment finding is one of the most deregulatory things we've in the history of this country. NEPA reform, incredibly deregulatory. WOTUS just came in, which is Waters of the United States. So every single one of these agencies is doing incredible work when it comes to deregulatory, and when you add that to the work being done to get us going on energy, reduce spending, we're going to lower costs for the American people, we're going to be able to have innovative jobs and get them back to work. So thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job, Russell. Appreciate it. John, central casting, I call him. You send it.
Well, Mr. President, I'm grateful to be with everyone today. And as we're talking about jobs and workforce at CIA, consistent with your directives to all of us, we've embraced your mantra for a leaner, more effective, more efficient workforce. But at CIA, Mr. President, we had an additional challenge because, as you know, at times, our workforce had been misdirected. Its focus put on political narratives, some that even worked against you and always worked against the American people.
I heard about that.
But under your leadership and your direction, we have been focused back on the core mission of what CIA is supposed to be doing, which is to provide you and this entire incredible team around the table with a decisive strategic advantage in accomplishing your goals. And your success in that regard, the examples are clear and many. With regard to Iran, everyone knows that our DoD partners executed that mission flawlessly. But flawless military operations are subject to flawless intelligence. And as you know, Mr. President, CIA was the backbone in terms of its intelligence operations in providing that flawless execution that allowed you and your team to obliterate Iranian nuclear facilities and set back a nuclear program by years. Likewise, with regard to your ability to prevent and to preempt wars between India and Pakistan, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. In all those cases, CIA intelligence supported you and your entire team in making that possible. It's not just you, it's folks around this table, Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lucknick, Trade Representative Greer, and their great successful negotiations on trade and tariffs, again, was a CIA workforce working to enable them to accomplish your goals. So as we roll into Labor Day, I tell you that the CIA workforce at the Trump CIA is grateful to be focused on what it's supposed to be, which is helping you prevent and end wars and to make America safer.
Thank you very much. You've been really fantastic, but I'm not surprised. I've known John a long time. I'm not surprised at all. Thank you very much. Steve, please.
Mr. President, working for this government, for you, is the greatest honor of my life. I tell it to everybody, and I really do feel that way, and I thank you, because it's a privilege to go out there and represent you in your humanitarian effort, in your goals of solving conflicts all over the world. I think there were actually more than 7 conflicts that you've put to bed in the last 8 months. And I hear these, I travel all over the world. In Hostage Square, they talk about you reverentially. It's really quite amazing. I sometimes wish that I had a cam recorder with me and I could put you right there as I listen to it. I was in Gaza, the first American diplomat. On your behalf, and as we delivered food and aid pursuant to your new aid initiative, pushed forth by your great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who it is a privilege for me to work alongside. The people were applauding you. The signs were up. I mean, these are people who I just don't think you get the proper credit for it all. We are negotiating multiple entries into the Abraham Peace Accords because of your vision. Azerbaijan, all these different conflicts that we're out there on your behalf on, these are people who have never really seen the world change in this way. Peace through strength really, really works. Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Israel, Hamas, we're having meetings all this week on all 3 of those conflicts, and we hope to settle them before the end of this year. Your team is nothing short of incredible. And there's only one thing I wish for, that Nobel Committee finally gets its act together and realizes that you are the single finest candidate since the this Nobel Award was ever talked about to receive that reward. Beyond your success is game-changing out in the world today. And I hope everybody one day wakes up and realizes that.
Thank you, Steve. Jamison, please.
Mr. President, I like to think of Labor Day as the Trump trade policy day, because everyone around this table and everyone listening knows that one of the major reasons why American workers and organized labor voted for you is because of your trade policy and the policies you've had and advocated for 40 years or more. You have reset global trade policy in the past few months, and it shows that it's been working for American workers. When you look at President Biden, in the last quarter of 2024, median weekly earnings fell 2.1%. In the first quarter of your term, they went up 3.3%. And that's why we're doing the trade policy we're doing. It's to help the workers of the United States of America. And they're the best in the world, but they can't do it without a level playing field. And you have flipped the script. For many years, the other countries had high tariffs and high non-tariff barriers, while we were open to, right, to all of their labor and services and goods and capital. You flipped it. Now we have the tariffs, and they have lowered theirs and the non-tariff barriers. And we couldn't have done it without you and the leverage you've created. So between the tariffs and the deals, the hot streak continues for the workers of America. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Really good job, by the way. He's a good negotiator. Very good negotiator. Thank you. Please.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, I feel like, as everybody here has talked about how great working with this team is and all, but I do feel a special need that you've given me the privilege of working with the best of America. I get to take care of the veterans. I get to take care of the veterans who Labor Day really finds its roots in, if you think about it. We wouldn't have Labor Day if it wasn't for men and women who would leave their jobs and go fight this nation's battles to keep us free and independent so that they would have jobs to come home to. And over the past few years, they've been coming home to many times a government that was keeping them back, holding them back, taxing them, regulating them. And now we have veterans who represent the bill, the big, beautiful bill, they're the beneficiaries of. And I get to see them all the time because they're receiving the benefit, because they see the jobs, they see the care that they're being given. And these veterans can look at their country with pride, knowing that we're taking care of them, just like you told me to do. When your only statement you said to me, I asked you what to do, you said, go take care of my veterans. Well, that's what we're doing. One of the other things we're doing right now is, for many of you, I love to hear how you're deregulating everything, and I've worked from Congress and worked with many of you before. I get to do the same thing with the largest bureaucratic organization in the government. We're deregulating from the inside. And it's amazing to me because we have such a powerful workforce at the VA who really want to do good, but yet they kept tripping themselves up. They kept making their own, they'd take one step forward and put a regulation in that put them 3 steps back, and it always hurt our veterans at the end. We're taking that away. We're making community care again, Mr. President. We talked about this yesterday. We're making community care a part of our direct care system. So if a veteran wants to get into the community, they have our direct care, and they also have the ability to go into the community. Something that the previous administration decided they wanted to keep everybody inside because they thought it was a fiefdom they were building. I'm telling you, we're not building a fiefdom at the VA. We're trying to take care of a service organization that takes care of veterans. So how do we do that? We made best medical interest, where a doctor can send a veteran to the community a lot quicker without having to worry about miles and time logged and wait times. Just get them the help they need. We've actually expanded out, and it's made a difference in this regulation, and also unleashed a workforce that is now free of the collective bargaining agreements and other things that have kept them from being able to do the job of national security that they've been intended to. I'm actually giving them the benefit of the doubt to actually go be the workers that they're called to be, and that's what Labor Day is about. The VA is going to have the best workers. But just to let you know how that's working out, wait times at our hospital are going down because we're getting them into our hospitals or into community care. And then one for you, Mr. President, you heard about this a lot, and that was backlogs. At the backlog when I first came in, and I've said this before, in February we had over 260,000 backlog. That means over 125 days of not getting an answer. In just a little over 4.5 months, we've dropped that over 100,000. We're under 150 and heading down to historic lows. We'll be within the next month lower than any time under the previous administration at all. That means our veterans are getting the help they need. So when you look at it this way, we've opened new facilities. We've put new facilities in places where workers can get to. We've expanded out hours, over 1 million extra hours, so veterans, younger veterans in particular, can get off of work and bring themselves and get their appointments in after hours or on Saturdays. That's what it means to be in the Trump administration. That's what it means to take care of veterans. That's what it means for Labor Day. Because you can't forget the ones who fought for us to be on this table today. And it's all because of what you've done and the progress that we've made.
Well, you've done a tremendous job, and I hear it all the time. We have a 93% approval rating at the VA now. And you know what it was before? It was like horrible. So thank you very much.
Mr. President, there's been some conversation about the Pete and Bobby challenge. I would just note that I don't think Pete or Bobby could hold these sticks for 2.5 hours. Exactly. If they want that to be the challenge, so be it. But I think 50 pull-ups and 100 push-ups might be easy compared to the.
You didn't have this problem with Biden. It was in and out very quickly.
So kudos on Labor Day to the audio team that's holding the sticks. But Mr. President, it's pretty great to celebrate Labor Day with a builder who loves labor, who loves the men and women who have built this country, the people that sweat, that have great skills, They have grit. They do the dirty jobs of America that have made this country great, and you know them very well because you have worked with them. The great Trump projects have come from the very men and women we're going into this weekend to celebrate. We all want to claim Labor Day in our departments, but I'm going to claim this at DOT because, roads, bridges, pipelines, shipbuilding, rail, passenger, and freight all fall under the great men and women who wear boots and make this country wonderful. And at DOT, we don't want to have the Congress spend money. We want to take the money that Congress gives us and actually deploy it and put these men and women to work building the great projects of this country. That you said, the big, beautiful projects that connect this country. And that's why we have got rid of the DEI. We've got rid of the green. We've done what we can to streamline the regulation to move these projects faster. Time is money. And time has been money. Even Democrats agree now that it takes too long to go through the regulatory process. So we're going to move these projects faster, putting the great American worker back to work. I want to make a quick comment. We've all probably talked about this horrific accident in Florida. And I appreciate the help of Christy and Marco on this very issue. But in May, we said, listen, it's a safety issue if you can't proficiently speak the English language. And we gave states a little over a month to comply. And Washington, California, and New Mexico have refused to comply. And by the way, this individual in Florida received a CDL from Washington, from California, and received a speeding ticket after our rule went into place, and they didn't stop him. And had they taken him out of service, he wouldn't have been in Florida, and we would have 3 beautiful people alive today. And I make that point because it's the work that maybe no one sees that then shines a light when horrific things happen, but also that your cabinet works together and teams up to make a difference for the American people. Real quickly, so we have a safety mission at DOT. I don't know that you'd think of the transit unions in the greatest cities of the country, New York maybe being one of them, that support us. But they do, because the violence in the subways and on our buses across the country, the transit workers are the ones who take the most abuse. And they're grateful for the mission of everybody around this table fighting to make their communities safer. So I appreciate everyone's help on that. But the transit unions love the effort that all of us have put in together. One quick FAA. We are about to put out a request for proposals for a big, beautiful bill. We got build. We got $12.5 billion in the big, beautiful bill. We need more, but this is a great start. I expect the middle to the later part of July, we'll be through the process to bring the proposed integrators to you for selection, so we're looking forward to that. We will have the most, I'm learning from you, this is going to be the greatest contract ever crafted in the federal government for this build for air traffic control. Really, it's innovative, and we have unique tools at FAA. It's going to be a great contract. Bobby left me out of the windmill conversation, Bobby, so there was a study done in the last administration that said if you build windmills 1.2 miles, within 1.2 miles from a roadway, it can mess up the automation and technology on a car. Same thing 1.2 miles from rail. The last administration buried that report, Mr. President. And so now what we've said is, what we're going to do is say, listen, I'm sorry, it is a safety risk to build windmills this close to roads. By the way, they want to build them by roads and by rail. We're going to say no more. It is a safety risk, and we have a report to show that. And just real quick.
That's a good idea. That's great.
It's a good team effort. I wasn't invited to the party, but I'm still going to throw it at the party. Maybe next time, Bobby. One last thing. We have this Mars to Moon mission at NASA. No, Moon to Mars mission. Sorry about that. But sometimes people think that space doesn't matter to them. But if you look at every rocket that's launched, the machinists, the truck drivers, the electricians, the welders that build these rockets in the industry that has developed over the course of the last 10 years in space, it's truly remarkable. It's not just rich guys sending up rockets in partnership with NASA. There's a whole industry of working men and women who we celebrate this weekend that build, refurbish, design the rockets that are making America the leader in space. So thank you for your leadership, and happy to celebrate this weekend with you, Mr. President.
Really great. And he is doing a good job at NASA too, and we are, I think we'll have some pretty exciting announcements. And you enjoy it.
And fun.
I said, how about temporary? He said, well, can I go a little bit longer? He loves it. He loves it, and he's doing a really good job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard, please.
So, making America great again is one of the key statements, and people don't always understand what you mean. So, we always talk about 1870 to 1913, but in the mid-1980s, America owned more of the rest of the world than they owned of us. We owned $140 billion of the rest of the world net of what they owned of us. And when you came into office this time, the rest of the world owned $24 trillion more of our assets than we owned of theirs. And so when people argue with you about, the trade deficit is nothing, the trade deficit sends 1.2 trillion of our dollars to them. And what do they do with it? They buy the great America. Because when we learned in college, what we learned was that if you keep printing these dollars, they're supposed to devalue. But the problem is we're too smart. We invented the light bulb, the transistor, the GPU, so they keep buying us. And the only president ever to understand that, and you understood it in the 80s and the 90s, and I used to see you on TV and you'd say, God, what are these people doing? And finally we've changed it. So let's go over what we changed. So Japan and Korea, they're never going to open their markets to us. So we've negotiated $900 billion that they're giving you to invest in national and economic security in America. The European Union, the second largest economy, $20 trillion. And all the experts said you'd never get a deal done with them. And watching you in Scotland was my favorite thing, right? 15%. They'll pay us 15%. And we will pay zero. So we can export to their $20 trillion economy, and they can pay to come to the great American consumer, right? So, a couple of other things. 4 days before you took office, the Commerce Department, which had the CHIPS money, they set up this thing called NatCast, which was a make-believe not-for-profit. And they signed contracts to wire them $7.4 billion. This was just nonsense. So we stopped the payment. We've got the money. It's an illegal thing to try to set up a department that's not the Department of Commerce, that kind of acts like the Department of Commerce. And what was it filled with? All these people who work for the Biden administration. I mean, it's exact corruption that you talk about. $7.4 billion now clawed back. Last week was the most fun. In 1 week, Intel came in, right? The Biden administration had given $11 billion to Intel, given it to them, done. Corporate just gift. And you turn that into really, it was like less than 5 minutes of conversation, and Intel agreed to give us 10% of their company, which of course was worth $11 billion. So it's not socialism. This is capitalism. If you give someone $11 billion, who's just building in America, they're not doing something special, they're building in America. And their CEO told the president he didn't need the grant. And you said, well, then why don't we get something for it? So it's amazing. You're going to watch semiconductors come home, right? We don't produce semiconductors. We've got $165 billion for TSMC, but you're going to watch the whole ecosystem come home because Donald Trump is the only president who understands the magnet to make them come home is one word, which used to be your favorite word. Now it's dropped to number 4, which is tariffs, right? Tariffs are going to bring semiconductors home. They are going to empower Bobby to execute MFN. Tariffs are going to be one of those tools that he's going to use to do that. We're going to do it for furniture. We're getting autos. We got steel, aluminum. I mean, it has been a blast, a blast. So 2 more things. The Department of Commerce is going to start issuing its statistics on the blockchain because you are the crypto president, and we are going to put out GDP on the blockchain so people can use the blockchain for data distribution, and then we're going to make that available to the entire government so all of you can do it. We're just ironing out all the details so we can do it. Patents. We have given tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to universities for them to do research, and they invent things. And you know who owns those patents? The universities. So we are going to make a deal with them all, which is if we give them the money, don't you think it's fair that the United States of America and the taxpayers who funded it get a piece of that, right? So we wrote a letter to Harvard, so Linda and I working together. I mean, it's so much fun to work with everybody here. I mean, we just have a blast, you know, because Linda's hitting Harvard and she says, what can we do? And now we send them a patent letter and we'll hit them again. So we're having fun together. This is the greatest cabinet working for the greatest president, and I just want to say thank you. I'm having the time of my life working for you, Mr. President.
Thank you. That was very well stated, wasn't it? Some things people don't think of too much. Thank you very much. Great job. Pete?
Sir, well, amen to what Howard said. And I would just say, heading into Labor Day from the American military, sir, we happen to be the largest employer in America. We like to think we have a different form of employees who need to be the toughest and the strongest and the most well-trained and the most lethal. And under the previous administration, and for decades, frankly, it was social justice, it was political correctness, it was divisive ideologies seeping into the ranks and changing how well we do our job. No more. Now it is only merit-based, gender-neutral, colorblind. The best of the best from the top to the bottom. That's our expectation. And so you've enabled that. So from the troops directly, which they ask me to say all the time, thank you for your leadership, for your boldness, for your clarity, for common sense, for providing a shield for the rest of us to put America first and to apply peace through strength. We're in the strength business. That's our job, is to stand behind everybody here and alongside John in everything they do to keep the country safe. And the world is noticing. And I wish everybody could. There were 2 meetings yesterday that I think tell the story. One was, because today happens to be the 4-year anniversary of what happened at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Mr. President, you had the families in, who you've met with multiple times, who, when the cameras were on and not on, acknowledged, sir, you were the only one that gave them a proper greeting, that recognized what they gave their sons and daughters in the debacle that was the withdrawal in Afghanistan, that we will bring accountability for the Defense Department through our investigation.
That's good.
But at the same time, the world sadly took notice, whether it was Israel, whether it was Ukraine. Those wars never would have started if you were president. Instead, they looked at the foolishness of Joe Biden. Under your military, your Pentagon, we are restoring deterrence, whether it's Midnight Hammer and those beautiful B-2s, 37 hours straight, whether it's counter-drug operations in our own hemisphere, whether it's the border, working with Christie and the national security team, whether it's L.A., whether it's Washington, D.C., you name it, whether it's Europe. Our allies paying 5%, now our allies in the Indo-Pacific stepping up to do the same. That's a recognition that American leadership is here. And then in the second meeting, we were talking about what we're doing in D.C., and Pam's taking the lead. I have to say, just pause for a second. When I look around this table, yes, there's a national security team of Steve Witkoff and John and Scott and Howard and the vice president and Susie and Christy and Tulsi, but to every person here, we work together on a daily basis. And if you call me and I call you, if the answer is yes, how do we do it together? I think that's exceptional. It's what the American people deserve, and you've demanded that, sir. So I very much appreciate it. In that meeting on D.C., I started my sentence by saying, the Department of Defense, to which you said that just doesn't sound right. So maybe next time we're here, my card will read Department of War. We'll see. But it's not, here's the thing, here's what people miss. It's not just about words. It's about the warrior ethos. It's about what the department is supposed to do. George Washington started the Department of War because he wanted us to win our wars. Our founders didn't want endless foreign entanglements. They didn't want endless contingencies and deployments. They wanted an empowered military that was, the handcuffs were taken off to fight to win and then bring those troops home. So my platoon in Guantanamo Bay, our motto was, those who long for peace must declare for war, must prepare for war. We don't want war. We don't seek it. You are the peace president, sir. Because we are strong, our enemies know what we will do. And so whether it's Secretary of War or Secretary of Defense, that warrior ethos is changing. We're going back to basics. Our drill instructors can be drill instructors again, sir. So from the minute of the tactical of standards to the strategic of B-2 bombers, we're focused on what matters. Had a meeting yesterday on Golden Dome for America, which is on track to deliver strategically for the American people. Munitions and the Deputy Secretary making sure our stockpiles are overflowing. That's our job. I'm an honor to be a part of it, sir. Thank you for your leadership.
That's great. I think I like Department of War better, but we'll make that decision, right? But you've been great. Thank you very much. So Marco, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, everyone's made this comment already and needs to be echoed again. You were elected as the President of Working Americans, and that's why this Labor Day is so meaningful. For me personally, this is the most meaningful Labor Day of my life as someone with 4 jobs. And so... It's true. And, but on the point of, you made it very clear from the outset, even in foreign policy, everything we did has to be pro-American. It has to make America stronger or safer or more prosperous. And there's just a few things I want to touch to because it involves your team under your leadership making it happen. The first is, for the first time in the modern era, we are truly on offense against organized cartels that are pumping poison, killer poison, into our cities. And that's a team effort. It's Christie's team, it's Pete's team, it's Pam's team, and obviously it's under your leadership. And by the way, we're getting incredible economic international cooperation. Countries just in the last week, Ecuador, Paraguay, Guyana, Trinidad, today Argentina, all joining us or trying to be helpful in advancing this. And this just, one thing is we're going to stop drugs from coming in and we're having record seizures. But another thing is to build an international coalition against the scourge on the international stage. The second is mass migration, illegal mass migration, which is dangerous for the country but harmful for American workers. What's happening on the border is essential. But it's not just what's happening on the border. And again, Christy and her team have been essential in this. We have countries all over the world that are actually helping us, whether it's through safe third country agreements, whether through it's stopping the migration flow from coming here in the first place, incredible international cooperation. You've redefined our border. It's no longer just our physical border. We are doing things ahead of time to prevent this from happening and getting cooperations from countries that we've never seen before. And last, I would say, and Steve touched upon this, who, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. Steve is both a great negotiator and he's also a nice guy, which are two tough things to pull off together. But it's incredible. But we both work for the peacemaker in chief. Think about it, how fortunate we are as Americans to have a president who's made peace a priority. And just since the last time we've met, there was a war going on in Cambodia and Thailand, between Cambodia and Thailand. The president just picks up the phone and tells them to stop fighting, and within 72 hours, the fighting had stopped. There's no other leader in the world that could have done it. And the fact that you were willing to spend time to do that and to make it happen is, of course, essential. And then the war that didn't happen because of Azerbaijan and Armenia coming here to sign that peace deal, which is historic in so many countries. You know how many countries said, "I think it's never going to happen. It isn't possible." And it occurred, Mr. President, because of your leadership. And then on a point of personal privilege, I wasn't even going to raise it. I haven't even talked to you about this. It's a little controversial, but I think I need to bring it up at this time of year. This thing about people getting married on Saturdays during college football season is a scourge, Mr. President. It's dividing families. And I don't know if we can have an executive order on this. It's insane. But it's really difficult. There's 7 other months of the year that people can get married, so I just wanted to say that because it's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Doug, please.
Well, Mr. President, you've heard from around the table how people are grateful to have an opportunity to be part of this team, have an opportunity to work for you, and have an opportunity to serve the American people. And I would say as we head into this Labor Day, the thing that really differentiates you and your leadership and everybody around this table is one word, and that's respect. Because this is a group of people that respect our farmers and ranchers. We respect the people that are in law enforcement. That's a huge change. Respecting the people that are in uniform, respecting our veterans, respecting our shrimp fishermen. I mean, whoever it is in this country, people that are building our roads. This whole group embodies that sense of respect. And when we start with that, then who benefits? We come up with policies that help those people. And what have you done? You've led an opportunity for us to have the lower taxes, way lower deregulation, record amounts of investment that's coming into this country. We're going to be seeing lower interest rates. All of those things coming together is a gift to the working people. The policies are lifting everybody up. There's 140 million Americans that get up and go every day and drive to work. They commute. And one of the most obscene things of the prior administration was their energy policies was creating a hidden tax on those people. The poorer you were, usually the further you had to drive because you couldn't afford the housing if you were working at a hotel, if you were working in a service industry. We were taxing them. A hidden tax on them was the high cost of energy. You were perhaps one of the only leaders in the world that understood the connection between peace abroad and prosperity at home was directly connected to energy policy. You came in and said, we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. We're going to bring prosperity at home through policies here by having lower energy prices. And we're going to stop funding wars abroad with energy policies that help their adversaries and hurt us. You said we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. And with the work that Jameson and Howard and Scott and everyone has done on these trade deals, we're going to have an opportunity to have a renaissance in American energy, selling energy to the world, which is going to help bring peace abroad. But the real key thing, in closing, I want to say is two things. One has to do with the U.S. Park Police. That's the group here in Washington, D.C. They're the oldest uniform law enforcement group in the nation. You coming out and visiting with them in person before they went out on the surge. Not only are carjackings down, muggings down, homicides down, everything down, morale is through the roof. Just like Pete saw, we've got record people signing up to want to be part of our military. You have breathed life back into the profession of law enforcement. Your respect for law enforcement is so incredible. It's making a difference. And then us giving them the tools. On a lighter note for everybody here, one of the rules that under President Trump we were able to change for the U.S. Park Police was they could do a pursuit. I was shocked to find out when we were talking to them, like, oh, you pull somebody over and they just drive away and you can't pursue them? I mean, and they said, no, we can't. They said, all rules. We got that rule changed in 24 hours because of President Trump's leadership. The next night, they had so much fun. They pulled people over. They started to take off. They chased them. They stopped them. And then the bad guys, some of these were in cars that had stolen plates. So they take the plate off. They steal them off somebody else's car. They know it. The plate doesn't match. They know they're doing this thing. The bad guys in the car said, What, you're not supposed to chase us. Like, you're breaking the rules. The bad guys are telling us to bring them. No, we're back in action. So it's like, and so the morale is high. They all wanted to say thank you to you. Yesterday, you announced increasing the number of U.S. Park Police that we're going to hire. This is the group that protects not only our sacred monuments of democracy here, but also the Statue of Liberty and the Golden Gate. This is a great group. But on behalf of all law enforcement, we say thank you. And as Chris Wright was talking about electricity, I want to close with that. We've solved amazing things in 7 months, but the big challenge we have against the remaining is, solving Iran's nuclear thing, that was an existential threat. China beating us in the AI arms race, that's an existential threat. We finally have a president who talks about it. You talked about it in your opening remarks. You've signed executive orders. You understand that essentially we used to say hundreds of years ago, people started saying that knowledge is power. But now, for the first time in history, we can take electricity and we can convert it into intelligence. So it's flipped. It's no longer knowledge is power. Power is also knowledge. And while we're ahead on the technology, we're way behind China on the amount of electricity they're bringing online. And your strong position to support affordable, reliable energy using our nation's resources, including those across the Department of Interior, bringing back coal mining, bringing back mining, bringing back timber. All the industries that have been killed in this country are coming back to life because of you. And with your leadership, we have a chance to not only win the AI arms race, but actually dominate it the way we're dominating in other things. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And we're leading that race right now by a lot. And we're going to keep the electricity coming. You know, in China, they do it very quickly. They have one person that says, do it, and that's it. But essentially, we have one person that says, do it. And we've given that order, and the job they've done has been amazing. And I want to thank again, Lee, what you're doing in that regard is so important. And the rapidity, just as fast as them, because it's a question of a week versus a day, and that's not going to make the difference. But you've done fantastically, and Doug and Chris, amazing job. So we've done this for a little while now. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it, and I think Sean was right. these guys that are holding these up, if you ever try holding your hand out for 2 hours, that's a long time. These are pretty strong characters. You've been doing that a long time, I guess. Congratulations. Are you getting tired? Are you getting tired? I'm looking at these guys. They look like they have no problem. It's amazing, actually. It's I think they would have beaten you guys in the test. So I want to thank you. If you want, it's been a long time. If you want, we could go in and we can call it a day. And feel free then to ask some of the questions here. Look, I believe in very open, we want to be open, above board. We want to be honest with the media. I wish the media was totally honest with us, but I think they're getting better, to be honest with you. And so we'll see. But if you want to take a few questions, you really
On a serious note, when it comes to Fed Governor Lisa Cook, her lawyer has said that they're going to be filing a lawsuit challenging this legal action. What is your response? Are you prepared for a legal fight? And then a little bit more.
Oh, sure.
of a
Always. You
happy
always have
question,
legal
sir.
fights. Look,
And
I
then
had a
a
legal
football-
fight that went on for years with crooked people, with very horrible people that have been found out now between John Ratcliffe and Tulsi and Pam. And, I mean, the things that we found out, of course, it's a very, very sad group of people. But no, she seems to have had an infraction, and she can't have an infraction, especially that infraction, because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, first, I would love to ask you a serious question, but I have to tell you the biggest pop culture news of the year broke while we were in this cabinet meeting. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged, and the world wants your reaction, sir.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person. So I wish them a lot of luck.
On a serious note, Mr. President, in May, Secretary Rubio said that they were aggressively removing visas of Chinese students. Yesterday, you said you wanted to allow 600,000 Chinese students to study in the United States. Could you and the Secretary clarify what is the policy on Chinese students in the United States?
And they'll be able to survive it. But I like that their students come here. I like that other countries' students come here. And you know what would happen if they didn't? Our college system would go to hell very quickly. You'd have, and it wouldn't be the top colleges. It would be colleges that struggle on the bottom. And you take out 300,000 or 600,000 students out of the system. I like having, and I told this to President Xi, that we're honored to have their students here. Now, with that, we check and we're careful and we see who's there. And Marco wants that. We're in the same position. But we have a tremendous college system, the best in the world. Nobody even close. That's why China sends them here. And you can call it an industry if you want, but you're talking about millions of people. And I'm honored to have the students from China come here. And we're just getting along very well with China. And it's a different relationship than we had for years, where they took hundreds of billions of dollars, just sucked it right out of our country. They respect us again. I respect them. The relationship is very good. I think it's important that these are two very major powers, nuclear powers at that, but two very important powers. You know, when I get along with Putin, when I get along with President Xi, when I get along with these people, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We're tough and we're smart and we're strong. We get along. It's a lot better than not getting along. You had somebody in here before. The war should have never started with Ukraine and Russia. It would have never started. And Putin said that himself. President Putin said that himself. So we want to see college students come in from countries. There are some countries that we can't necessarily say that. These are places that have ideologies that we can't live with. So there are some areas, some countries that we can't say that. But we're honored to have the students come here. Please. Yeah, please.
Yesterday you said that within 2 to 3 weeks we have a pretty good conclusive end to the war in Gaza. What did you mean by that? And could you tell us
On what?
In the war in Gaza? You said
Yeah, what about it?
You said in 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive end a pretty good conclusion.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking about, I guess if you really add it up, Steve, you're talking about thousands of years, okay? It's been going on there's nothing conclusive, but hopefully we're going to have things solved very quickly with regard to Gaza and also with regard to Ukraine and Russia.
Mr. President, who are you considering for the replacement to nominate for Lisa Cook, and what economic background or history are you?
Well, we have some very good people for that position, and I think we have some very good people. We're down to, I think I maybe in my own mind have somebody that I like, but I deal with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision. Ultimately, it's a very important decision. As we see, I got a bad recommendation when I went with Jerome Too Late. He's too late. His nickname is Too Late, costing us a lot of money, hurting the housing. Our housing industry is good, but it could be phenomenal. Most of this country, in economic terms, has been phenomenal. We've never seen anything like it. Because of him and his high interest rates, the housing is less than it could be. We're going to get that straightened out very quickly. He gets out very quickly, fortunately. He's been the wrong guy. Not a bad person, I don't think, but I do think he has motives, by the way, but I don't consider him. I've dealt with worse, but he hasn't done the job. The recommendation from a certain person was not a great recommendation. That person vouched for him, but we're doing a very careful study. We'll see what happens. Look, we just put a very good man in one position. We might switch him to the other. It's a longer term and pick somebody else, but we're very happy with the person we have in there. And we'll have a majority very shortly, so that'll be great. Once we have a majority, housing is going to swing and it's going to be great. People are paying too high an interest rate. That's the only problem with housing. We have to get the rates down a little bit. And when we do, it's going to be a tremendous difference. The country is doing so well. It sort of blows through the fact that we have a man who's too late and not doing a very good job. Please,
Mr. President, regarding crime in D.C., something that might help especially ladies is being able to carry. I know you've talked about reciprocal carry. Would you like for that to apply here in Washington, D.C.?
When you say carry, I assume you're talking about carry what we're talking
Concealed
about, right?
or, yeah.
In other words, carry a gun. Is that right? Would you like to carry a gun?
I would like to, yes, sir.
You'd feel a hell of a lot better, right?
I absolutely would.
I agree with you 100%, okay?
Okay, great.
But I'll tell you, within another couple of weeks, it's hard to believe what's been accomplished in 12 days, but within another couple of weeks, you won't have to carry. You're not going to have to carry. You're going to be safe. People are safe now. The turn has gone fast. I knew it was going to go fast, but this turn has gone really fast. And within a month or two, this is going to be one of the safest places in the country. I have no doubt about it. And we'll do an extension. We'll work with Congress, or I could declare an emergency, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. We'll work with Congress. We're going to be working with Congress. I spoke with our great speaker, and I will be speaking to John Thune. And we're getting tremendous support from Congress, especially maybe here. Everybody wants to see our capital be great. Could say be great again. It's such a beautiful place, but if you have crime, nothing looks beautiful. So, but you won't need to carry a gun, but if you do,
Well, I would like to have the option, just in case.
Well, a lot of
Sir,
people feel that.
Also in other blue cities, you've got Karen Bass in Los Angeles, Brandon Johnson in Chicago. It seems to be very popular here, the fact that people can walk around, go to restaurants, shop, not have to worry about their safety. If blue city mayors oppose those efforts in their cities, do you anticipate that Democrat voters are going to take it out on them at the ballot?
I think so. I think that crime is going to be a big thing. And we are the party, the Republicans are the party that wants to stop crime. We're against crime. The Democrats like crime. I don't know why. We talk about common sense. I think I got elected on talking about common sense. The border, we have to have a wall. We don't want transgender for everybody. We don't, as I said before, we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. You see the difference. Weightlifting. Take a look at weightlifting. Take a look at long distance running, where a runner came in 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of another runner, both champions. One male, one. It's not fair. It's demeaning to women. It's so bad. But they have another one, and I think this is the beauty of them all, crime. They're against crime prevention. You can't do that. You can't do that. And I think to myself, I say, is there some game? You know, they're smart people. Is there anybody that could cheat like that in elections is smart, okay? And there's never been in history anybody that could cheat like that. They're smart. They're brilliant in many ways. I say, is there some trick to this? When they say, Trump is in Washington, D.C., stopping crime. He's a dictator. And people are being mugged like your brilliant associate here. I don't know how you're alive. I mean, based on that story, you got very lucky. He didn't just go, all he had to do is this, right? And, you know, it's pretty amazing. So we have something. I think we have two things. I think what Bobby was talking about with respect to drug prices is unbeatable. Nobody else could have done it but us. And I think that crime will be the big subject of the midterms and will be the big subject of the next election. Think of it. They are, instead of saying, Trump's right about crime, it's really bad in Chicago. You have a guy in Illinois, the governor of Illinois, saying that crime has been much better in Chicago recently, and Trump is a dictator. And most people say, if you call him a dictator, if he stops crime, he can be whatever he wants. I'm not a dictator, by the way, but he can be whatever he wants. I think it's going to be a big subject for the midterms, and I think the Republicans are going to do really well. They called it a trap. This Democrat consultant, they said, he's put them in a trap again, because these are all traps. You know, 80-20, but they're not 80-20. They're almost 100-0, all these issues. But I would say that crime is stronger than men playing in women's sports. I think it's stronger than transgender for everybody. You know, it's transgender for everybody, according to them. It's stronger. Of course, this is the cause of it, open borders. Open borders gave us a lot of this crime. So, you know, so they're sort of on an equal footing, I guess. But crime is going to be a very big subject. And you know what he should do if he was smart? Illinois or New York, if they want, or Gavin Newsom, they should call me and they should say, you know, we've got a problem. You know, we could solve with this team different players, but work the same way, because you'd leave them here. You don't want to take them out and let it go to hell. Everybody's so happy in what I bet you walked over here today and you had no fear. Nobody has any fear anymore for the last 12 days. But it would be so smart. Gavin Newsom called me up, say, you know what, we have a big problem. We have the Olympics coming up. We want to do well. We have tremendous problems on crime and other things, and would love some help. Chicago in particular, maybe right now. I mean, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. We could solve their problem it's bigger than this, let's say 2 months, okay? Working with their police. I know their police very well. I have a big project in Chicago. I was so proud of it. It's the best site in Chicago. I got it. Nobody else got it. I was happy as hell. That was when I was a real estate guy, and I got it. The Sun Times site, they call it. And I built the building. It's a great building. And I'm so embarrassed when I see the kind of crime stats coming out there. So embarrassed. And if I were a governor, a Democrat governor, or mayor, or anybody having to do, I'd call up President Trump. I'd say, President Trump, we need your help. We saw what you've done in D.C. in a period of 12 days. This is 12 days. We haven't even started. This is going to be so safe. It's going to be the safest place on earth. And we'll do the same thing in Chicago. But I'd like to be asked, as opposed to just going in and doing it. Because, you know, when you go in and do it, then they start screaming, oh, he shouldn't be here. We don't need him. We're doing so well. And then the better we do, they take credit for it. So it's really pretty unfair. Yes, go ahead.
Crime, for a lot of victims like myself, a big concern is long-term sustainability. Can you share with the American public about your plan in ensuring that DC is safe in the long term?
Longer term, yeah. Well, it's a great question. Number one, we want to stay there for longer than 30 days. As you know, we have an absolute mandate, and I can extend it, but I'd rather not have to declare a national emergency, because by that time, I mean, right now there's not an emergency. We've done, as you sort of said yourself, it feels like a different world. We've got under arrest and prosecution, and we've taken some, and we're in the process of taking hundreds out of our country that shouldn't be here. And these are hardcore professional criminals. They were born to be criminals, in my opinion, but they're seriously bad people. Murderers, drug dealers, you know them all. You see them all as you walk beautifully to work, and every once in a while somebody puts a gun to your head, because that's what happened in your case. We're getting a lot of them out of the country. We're putting a lot of them in prison because we're afraid to bring them out of the country. They could come back. You know, as good as we're doing, they could come back. We don't want them back. And that's going to solve a lot of it. We also think there should be a presence here for long enough. We should also work with our police department, because you have very good police here. Very good. We're working very well with them, by the way. And we have to work together for a while. We have some people that are very tough and very strong working with the police. They're going to be able to handle it. And you know what? If it gets a little bit bad, just a little bit, I'll bring them back in and we'll straighten it out and we'll make it perfect. You're going to be so safe in the city. And you're going to have the city beautified. We're going to be giving out, we're working with Clark, as you know, construction. They're the biggest. They're working with me also. We're building a beautiful ballroom for the White House. They've been after it for 150 years, employs a lot of people. It's going to be as beautiful a ballroom as has ever been built. And Clark is the big builder in this city. They've done, I guess, a majority of the good work, the big work. And we're working with them on the beautification, the fixing up of the roads, the fixing up of the medians, between the roads, so cars don't wrap into each other. They wrap into I have one piece sitting on the ground for weeks. This was a year ago when I had to come in, unfortunately, for fake court cases. And I looked at the condition. We have it fixed up a lot right now. You know, the tents are removed and a lot of things have taken place. But I'd come into this city and I'd say, boy, does it look bad. The filth on the roads, the medians were broken and always laying down, and nobody would fix them, and all of that. Well, we're going to have new medians. We're going to have a nice topping put on the road. We're not going to rip the roads apart and start a construction project that lasts for 2.5 years as they rebuild the road, which they don't have to do. And we're going to have this place so beautiful. That's going to be a part of it. Now, the biggest part is crime, but it's also a part, when you see a dirty city, it's like I don't know, it became the #1 thing viral. I said my father is a smart guy, he's a great guy, he's a loving, wonderful father, but he could be a little on the tough side. He told me that, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty, filthy door going into the restaurant, don't go there because the kitchen's dirty also. When they see a dirty Capitol, the rest of the world, they lose a lot of respect for our country. This Capitol is going to be so beautiful. We're going to have new poles, new lights, new fences. It's stuff that, when you add it up, it's money, but it's peanuts compared to what we're talking about. And we're also going to have great safety.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you on crime and also a question on foreign policy that maybe other officials can weigh into. And on crime, Iris shared her story, and you mentioned, people going.
That was a terrible story. Because I'm just amazed she's here. When the gun is when the gun is put to the head. Did they ever capture these people, by the way?
I kept calling, but I haven't heard back about this guy.
It'd be really great if you could maybe give the information. She's very good at capturing people, She's very good. If you could give that information to Pam, would be great. Would you do that?
Yes.
Wouldn't you'd love to see them? I would assume you'd like to see them captured.
For sure.
You can't. You just can't.
For years.
Yeah, take a good look at that.
So,
Go ahead. So go ahead.
Just a few weeks ago, I was out to dinner with my husband, and then we're taking the metro back, and then we get attacked in the metro. They're throwing things. Some teenagers, throwing liquid at us.
Oh, they're throwing things. They throw. How about where they chop down the granite curbs and the concrete curbs? But the granite curbs so expensive. Those granite curbs, nobody uses them because they're so expensive. And you see a guy chopping them and handing out big chunks of them like a brick because they couldn't get in because people were stopping them from walking out. A little bit unusual when you're walking with a bag of bricks. Generally speaking, Sean, that's not a good sign. Right? It's not a good sign. But they now come in with hammers. They can disguise a hammer, and they start pounding the concrete and the granite, and they hand out chunks. And those people take those chunks and start throwing them at cops, or they stand on the top of bridges and they drop them down into the windshield of your car, and you get killed running into a light pole. it's those days are over.
I wanted to ask you, Governor Hochul, Kathy Hochul said that she spoke to you on the phone, and you said you might send National Guard troops to New York. You mentioned that. So will you?
I'd love to do it if she'd like. I get along with Kathy. If she'd like to do that, I would do it. See, look, New York has difficulty, like other, and I don't want to make this bite. I want to make this like friendly, but the places we're talking about happen to be virtually all Democrat run. Now, take a look at your 25 places that are most troubled. Everyone, except maybe one, and it's way back in number 24 or 25, but essentially 25 out of 25 are run by Democrats, and cashless bail was a disaster. When they did that, and I believe it was instituted first in New York, but when they did cashless bail, that was a tragedy for this, because that's when it really started getting bad. When somebody kills somebody, you don't say you can come out, you don't have to put up anything. You put that person in jail and you find out whether or not it's true, but you don't give cashless bail with a promise to come back in a couple of months. We'll start talking to you, because they go out and they kill other people, and you can't do that. The cashless bail has been, it's just a woke thing. It's got to stop. You see that, Christy, better than anybody. It's got to stop. It causes unbelievable, and we're doing that. We're stopping it in D.C. I would love to have the governor of Illinois call me and say, look, we have a problem in Chicago. We will stop that problem in Chicago in 2 months, maybe less, 2 months. We'll stop it. These are tough cookies we have working for us. These are tough cookies. These are not politically correct soldiers that I won't go into definitions of what that means, but these are not politically correct soldiers. These are rough guys. I watched it last night. I see it. I saw them the other day when we went down and we spent some time together with them. These are tough cookies. These are not people that you're going to laugh at and spit in their face and they're not going to do anything about it. And these people, they're afraid. These gang members who are bad people too. These are bad. These are just bad people. Ours are bad, but they're bad in a good sense, right? You don't understand that, Scott. And we can solve Chicago in 2 months. Now, then, as per your statement before, we have to keep it going, and we'll be able to keep it going. The first thing you have to do is get it down. We are very close to being at that position in D.C., and within a month, we will be, within a month from when we started, which is quicker than I thought. You're going to feel very, very safe. I think you feel very safe right now. But I would love it to have these governors, mayors call me and say, we'd like to invite you into our community because we have a problem and you can handle the problem and we can't. One other thing, sanctuary cities, they should be terminated. They're sanctuary for criminals. They're safety and security for criminals. They are very, very bad. And all of these places have big sanctuary cities, and all they're doing is protecting criminals. Okay.
About Lisa Cook. You have spoken out very strongly for a long time about what you see as the weaponization of government.
Yeah.
Is your administration weaponizing
No.
government by digging into the mortgage records of officials you don't like?
No, they're public. I mean, you can find out those records. You can go check out the records yourself. And you should be doing that job, actually. You wouldn't do that because that's not the kind of reporter you are. But you should be doing that job. I shouldn't have to be doing it. If you did your job properly, we wouldn't have problems like Lisa Cook. Go ahead. You were going to say something? Go. Blue?
Lower interest rates? On national
Please.
security.
I think we have to have lower interest rates, yes.
It's all a question for you and Madam Attorney General on national security. We heard from Stephen Miller yesterday in the Oval Office that there are street criminals here in D.C. who are actually found to be doing business with transnational criminal cartels.
That's right.
overseas.
And we know who they are, and we know who they're doing business with. And we're arresting the people, very strongly arresting, and we're keeping them there because, your laws here make it very difficult. And one of the other laws we're trying to get done, because you have 14-year-old kids that are just as tough as a 25-year-old kid, just as dangerous, and they carry the same gun. And we have to make a provision where they're treated like older people, because these are seriously tough, bad. They're children, but they're criminals, and they're really bad criminals. And they're used by older people because they never get charged because you can't do anything to them. But we are getting that change, Pam, I hope, because you have 14-year-old kids that are evil, they're sick, and they have to be put away. Something has to be done, because you can't have a society where they're allowed to walk the street. You know that better than anybody.
On your way to Alaska.
I can't believe you're not tired holding that?
I have a few more questions.
How strong are you? How strong are you? Look at him. He's been holding that thing for 3 hours. You're a good fisherman.
Well,
Go ahead.
On the way to Alaska, you had mentioned that there would be severe consequences if Vladimir Putin did not agree to a ceasefire.
Yeah.
After that summit that was rolled back, given the negotiations, is he back on the clock now?
I want to see that deal end. It's very serious what I have in mind if I have to do it, but I want to see it end. I think that in many ways he's there. Sometimes he'll be there and Zelensky won't be there. You know, it's like, who do we have today? I got to get them both at the same time. But I want to have it end. We have economic sanctions. I'm talking about economic, because we're not going to get into a world war. I'll tell you what, in my opinion, if I didn't win this race, Ukraine could have ended up in a world war. We're not going to end up in a world war anymore, but it would have ended up possibly in a world war. That would have been they were ready to trot. But just like India and Pakistan, we're going to end up in a nuclear war if I didn't stop them. You know, it's sort of strange. I saw they were fighting. Then I saw 7 jets were shot down. I said, that's not good. That's a lot of jets, you know. $150 million planes were shot down. A lot of them, 7, maybe more than that. They didn't even report the real number. I'm talking to a very terrific man, Modi of India. And they say, what's going on with you in Pakistan? Then I'm talking to Pakistan on trade. I said, what's going on with you in India? And the hatred was tremendous. Now, this has been going on for a hell of a long time, like sometimes with different names for hundreds of years. But I said, what's going on? I said, I don't want to make a trade deal. No, we want to make a trade deal. I said, no, I don't want to make a trade deal with you. You're going to have a nuclear war. You guys are going to end up in a nuclear war. And that was very important to them. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're going to put tariffs on you that are so high. You were there, Howard, right? Yep. You're going to put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn. Your head's going to spin. You're not going to end up in a war. Within about 5 hours, it was done. It was done. Now, maybe it starts again. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll stop it if it does. We can't let these things happen. The Russia-Ukraine situation, last week, 7,012 soldiers, 7,012 soldiers died. They were Russian, they were Ukrainian, they weren't American, so a lot of people would say, what do you care? They're not American. I care. They're 12,000, over the last couple of weeks, over 12,000 people died in like in 2 weeks. You know, we're talking about crime where somebody's killed here or somebody. Think of it. You have your son leaving Russia, leaving Ukraine, their little house, wherever they live with their parents. They're waving goodbye, just like our parents would wave goodbye. And they're waving goodbye, son. And then a week later, his head's blown off in a stupid war by a drone, a whole new form of military problem. So, no, I'd like it to stop. I want to get it to stop. And it will not be a world war, but it will be an economic war. And an economic war is going to be bad. And it's going to be bad for Russia, and I don't want that. Now, I have to also see, because not everybody, you know, Zelensky's not exactly innocent either, okay? You know, it takes 2 people to tango. And I say it all the time. You got to get them together. I get along with Zelensky now, but we have a much different relationship, because now we're not paying any money to Ukraine. You know, stop that. We're paying money to ourselves. What's happening is NATO is buying all of the equipment and paying in full. But even with that, forget about that. I want to get it stopped, because it's a lot of lives that are being lost. Every week it's 7,000, 5,000, 6,000. I get the reports, and I see battlefields. I'd rather not see them. And you know, you read about Gettysburg. You read about Gettysburg, and you see, you know, those 600,000 people. But in that war in particular was really bad, like 150,000 or something, just dead body. I'm seeing the same. I see pictures. I see satellite pictures of heads over here, arms over here, legs over here. And this is like a modern age. It's no different than the worst wars that I've ever seen. And if I can stop it because I have a certain power or a certain relationship, I had a very good relationship with President Putin. Very, very good. That's a positive thing again. And I think I'm probably the only, Steve Witkoff would tell you I'm the only one that can solve it. I don't know. You've told me that a few times, unless he was saying that just to build up my ego, but it's not really. I have no ego when it comes to this stuff. I just want to see it stop. Thousands of young people, mostly young people, are dying every single week. If I can save that by doing sanctions or by just being me, or by using a very strong tariff system that's very costly to Russia or Ukraine or whoever we have, But I stopped 7 wars, and 3 of those wars were going on for more than 30 years. If you look at Congo, if you look at, just look at any of them, almost all of them were going on for an extended period of time. Now, interestingly, one had just started. It was 2 days old, and you know that one. And we did that one when we were in Scotland negotiating. It was 2 days up, but there were 2,000 dead bodies laying on the border, and I got that one stopped too. And I'm very honored by that, but the one that I thought would be the easiest is turning out to be the hardest. That's President Putin and President Zelensky, but I think I'll get it done.
Why do you think why is it harder than you thought it would be?
You never know. It's war.
Can you stop the family?
With war, you never know, right? War's very tricky, very horrible. But with war, you never know. Things change. People go into war, think they're going to win the war, and then they get their asses kicked. And they lose their country, and they lose millions of lives. Nobody goes into a war thinking they're going to lose. They go in. I'm sure that Ukraine thought they were going to win. It's going to be, we're going to win. You're going to beat somebody that's 15 times your size. Biden shouldn't have let that happen. Biden shouldn't have. I mean, the man was grossly incompetent. He should have never been there. That would have never happened. But you don't go into a war that's 15 times your size.
Say it. Fed just put out a statement saying that Lisa Cook has indicated through a personal attorney that she'll promptly challenge this action in court, seek a judicial decision that would confirm her ability to continue.
That's all right, whatever it
It
is.
says the Fed will abide by any court decision.
Thank you very much for reading
You abide
that.
by a court decision.
I abide by the court, yeah. I abide by the court. Yes, please. That's enough. That's enough.
Mr.
Go ahead.
President, what other companies are you thinking about taking stake in?
Well, we didn't take a stake in the sense that it was reported. Everyone said, I bought a stake in Intel. No, I got it for free. I said I was with is that correct statement? Howard was there.
Absolutely correct.
Scott knew all about it. They came in, a man was charged with something by a very good person, Senator Cotton, made some statements about the gentleman that was running Intel. When he came in, and I said some rough things about him, I said, I'm not happy with it, and they called, and he was very devastated at what I said. I said he should immediately resign. And he came to see me, and I was very impressed by him, actually. And he made a mistake, or factors happened where something like this could have taken place. In the meantime, his board was staying by him. And I said to him, and it took about, I would say, less than 45 seconds. I said, you know what you should do if you're smart? Give the United States of America 10% of your company. And he looked at me and he said, I'll do that. I said, I just made $11 billion for the United States. And we made the deal. I didn't pay, we didn't write a check. Now, I guess Biden, with his stupid CHIPS Act, handed money to all these people that didn't need any money. Exactly. It didn't do anything. They're giving billions of dollars to everybody. They all have so much money, and they have more money. But there's no commitment that you had to build. They just took all this money. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. See, with tariffs, they have to come in. Because if they don't come in, they can't sell into our country. So it's power, and you don't have to give up any money. But I said to him very simply, I'm glad we're straightening this out, because everyone thinks I bought in. No. I said, it would be great, we'd be a great partner for you, and I want to see Intel do well. You know, Intel was a great company, and it can be a great company again. But I said, I think it would be good if we own 10% of your company. He said, I'll make that deal. And it happens to be worth $11 billion. So we made $11 billion for the country, and then I was criticized by some of the fake news media. That's not the American way. Actually, it is the American way. Now, if I can help other countries or do those deals with others, I would do that. I think it's great. It's good. Builds up our balance sheet. Let me tell you, our country is becoming very rich again. You don't see it. When the CBO came out on Friday and said, we just found $4 trillion, and that goes to reduce our deficit, $4 trillion, and it was from the tariffs. Our country is becoming very, very rich again. I hope you get used to it. You know, you're going to have to get used to it.
In addition to reducing the deficit, any update on your previous talking about potentially giving Americans a tariff rebate check?
Well, we have a lot of money coming in, rebate check for the Americans, and it's coming in at tremendous numbers. Don't forget, I would say, Scott, we probably are talking about right now 50%, maybe even less than that. With all the money you're hearing is coming in, you're talking about, you know, a lot of it hasn't kicked in yet. And when it really kicks in is in 2 years when these plants are built and opened and the money starts pouring in, right? But, I mean, there's a concept of making you could call it a dividend, as we would say, making a dividend to the people in this country who have had to suffer through stupid leadership. And they paid a lot of taxes, and they got nothing for it. Or they got attacked like you were, okay, for it. No, there's a possibility. Primarily, we want to pay down debt, but there's a possibility that we take a piece of it and make a dividend to the people.
Mr. President, I have a question for Steve Witkoff, if I may.
Yeah.
This past weekend, Sergei Lavrov was saying that Putin will not sign a peace deal with Zelensky because Russia views him as illegitimate. Just wondering if the Russians have been relaying this to your team, if they view Zelensky, you know, as a leader worth signing a peace deal with, if they will.
Doesn't matter what they say. Steve can answer, but I can answer too. Doesn't matter what they say. Everybody's posturing. It's all bullshit, okay? Everybody's posturing. Steve, do you have a different answer?
I agree with you, sir.
Here in this city, there are 500 people short of the police department, Metro Police. In New York City, it's 3,000. In Chicago, it's 1,300. Would they have had to bring in troops from the National Guard if the police departments in this country were fully staffed? Defund the police. How bad did that turn out for America?
It's an interesting question. I was surprised when I heard how many police were here. It's not a really big area, and I think they said they're down to 3,200 police or something like that. I said, that's a lot of police. And I was a little bit surprised, because to me that's a big force. And it's not a big area, but it is what it is. There's a lot of crime. You have a lot of, don't forget, you have a lot of police that weren't allowed to do their job. When I came in, as you remember, we made tremendous strides in a little conflict that we had going at the time, because I allowed our military to make the decision. I said, you can make any decision you want. I gave it to the colonels in the field. I gave it to the captains in the field. You remember that, where everything went through Biden, meaning one of the people, and everything went through Obama before him. Everything went through. They had to make the decision as to whether or not to attack the Taliban. So they'd find 30 people together, they'd call up Washington, and they'd go to a political hack who knew nothing about it. My first night, I got that same call. Like, they called me, and they said, I got a call at 3 o'clock in the morning, because I listened to their system, and they were calling me, and they were asking me whether or not they could attack a group of people having to do with you-know-what war I'm talking about. And I said, I know nothing about this. Wait a minute. And then I said, who is he? Let me speak to the people calling. They're calling from Afghanistan. And I said, let me speak to the people. I want to speak to them. And it was a colonel. I said, where'd you go to school, Colonel? I went to West Point, sir. Were you a good student? I was, sir. I was a very good student. So you're calling the White House to ask for permission to attack, and by the time you get the answer, how long does it take? Sometimes 2 or 3 weeks. So by the time you get the answer, the people that you want to attack have already left, right? He said, how did you know that, sir? I said, let me ask you, so you're a good student, you went to West Point, and you love the military, right? Yeah. You make the decision. And I gave all those guys that went to all these great schools, and they're all military people, I gave them the right to make their own decision, and we kicked ISIS's ass. Don't forget, ISIS was supposed to be, was supposed to take 5 years to terminate them, and we had a man named Raisin Kane, who happens to have done the whole thing in Iran. He's a great general, and he's a wonderful guy too, believe it or not, but he's a great soldier. We let them do their work, and we defeated ISIS. We defeated everybody. Every fight that we had militarily that I had, I won. And I let these great soldiers do some make a mistake, I guess. But like this colonel, I'll never forget it. Where did you go to school? I went to West Point, sir. I did ask him a question. I like good students as opposed to bad students. He said, I was a good student, sir. And I said, you do what's necessary. And, you know, I don't want to sound overly vicious, but he wiped out the entire group of very bad people that want to kill us. So you have to let them do their job. In Washington, they're not allowed to do their job, okay? They're not allowed. You have great police. You have great police, but they're not allowed. Hello. Go ahead.
On Congress, Mr. President, would you be open to a year-long continuing resolution?
I'm always open to whatever is necessary. Look, here's the problem in Congress. You have Democrats that will never vote for anything. I could say that we're going to lower your taxes by 50%. We're going to guarantee you free cities, safe cities. Nobody will ever get touched, molested, beat up, shot in the head. We're going to give you the greatest country ever. We need your vote. And they won't vote. And they do it in unison. The only thing they do good is cheat on elections and unite. You know why they unite? Not because they're good or they're loyal people. They unite because they're afraid. They're afraid of the radical left. And you can't get their vote. So we have a vote coming up at the end of September. And I think we're going to pass it because we have the majority. And I think almost every Republican will vote for an extension. Because no matter what deal you make with these people, look at Schumer. He made a deal a year and a half ago, and after making the deal, he's been almost run out of the party. He's not the same man. He's not the same man. He's finished. He aged 20 years. He's become a Palestinian, by the way. We call him our great Palestinian senator. But Chuck Schumer, and I wrote him a letter. I said, Chuck, that was really great. Thank you very much. And somebody gave the letter to the press, not me. And he was destroyed because they thought I was being sarcastic, and I wasn't. He made a great decision. It kept our country open. It was a positive. But you can count on almost no vote. I mean, I see things. I'll give you an example, crime. So we're going to pass a bill to stop crime. We may not get one Democrat vote, okay? We may not get one. So when you say continuing resolution, I guess so, and it's going to be passed exclusively by Republicans.
On farm
Mr. President,
visas,
why do you use
you mentioned in Iowa that you wanted to see
sir?
some changes to the H-2A visa program for farm workers.
Right.
You mentioned in Iowa that you want to see changes. Do you want to see that before the fall harvest?
Well, I love both groups, and we take care of our farmers, and we also take care of the people that want bad people out of our country, and we're working on something that's going to work really well. We take care of our farmers, but we also have to take care of those people that voted for me because they don't want criminals in our country, and we're working on something where we can take care of both.
Mr. President, you were talking about the CBO report that two of your cabinet members were talking about. I remember back on Liberation Day, many of us reporters covered your detractors, people saying that it was going to explode the deficit and therefore explode the debt. Who all has called you to say I was wrong?
That's very good. You know the answer to that. Okay, yeah, please.
Governor Pritzker said yesterday that he, at a press conference, that he would encourage nonviolent resistance to the National Guard if they were sent to Chicago. What's your response to that?
He said what?
That he would encourage nonviolent resistance if the National Guard is sent to
Look, this guy doesn't know what resistance is or nonviolent resistance is. He's a bad politician. It's amazing. I mean, if he didn't have the money, he wouldn't get any votes because there's no compelling reason to vote for him. The guy's a major loser. But it would be nice if he would call me. I would change my mind immediately. He said, you know, because everybody knows Chicago is a hellhole right now. Everybody knows it. It's not like he's saying, Chicago has much better numbers, right? Well, what's much better? You mean 100 people are going to be murdered? It's going to be much more than that. So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he'd call me up and say, I have a problem. Can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it. I don't love, not that I don't have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the President of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it. No problem going in and solving, his difficulties. But it would be nice if they'd call and they'd say, would you do it? And we do it in conjunction. Now, we work very well with the police because we naturally get along with the police. So the police and us work really well together, whether the mayor is opposed or whether, you have a really rotten mayor there, too. He's got a 6% approval rating in Chicago. And I see black women wearing a red MAGA hat last night on television. Please let the president come in. My son was attacked. You have a force of black women. They're like only Trump. They want Trump to come in. And you see them, they're all over the place in Chicago because they're afraid to go out and they don't want their son or their daughter killed, just like your parents didn't want you killed. And we have a tremendous, look, it's not about winning elections because we want to have nice, fair elections. It's not politics. We want to see a safe country. You have people that want to see a safe country, and they're great people. You have great people in Chicago. The mayor is at 6% approval. He's an incompetent man. He should have never been put in a position like that. He can't handle it. You have an incompetent governor there. You have an incompetent governor in California, Gavin. I know him very well. He's incompetent. He's a nice guy, looks good. Hi, everybody. How you doing? He's got some strange hand action going. I don't know what the hell his problem is. It's a little weird, to be honest. There's a little something shaky going on there. But, all he has to do is call me and say, we have the Olympics coming up. We want to make it really good and safe. And I'll put some really good, great American patriots in there, and you won't have any problems. Don't forget, it's loaded up with some stone-cold killers, some really bad people, some people that were just born to be bad. They're criminals, bad criminals, dangerous. And we can solve the problem for them very quickly. Okay, you know what I think? I think this. You have not had this happen for 4 years. You sat and you'd ask one question to Biden, and it was always the ice cream question, right? What flavor ice cream do you like best? I like vanilla. And that was the end of the conference. I think now we've done enough. These people are very busy. I want to just thank, this is the greatest, this has never been done before. First of all, a cabinet meeting was sacred. You'd never let the fake news media in. But the fake news media isn't all fake. A lot of it is, but it's not all. I think it's a great thing. I think maybe it's going to be done in the future. I hope it's going to be done. But you really get the word out. We had, each one of these people spoke. I think each one, if I thought one of them did badly, I would call that person out. I would say, Christy, what the heck are you doing? No, seriously, you have a very talented group of people. They get along, they work along together. And there's something really nice about just, the openness of what we're doing. It's government. It's an open government. That's what we are. And we haven't made too many mistakes. Maybe we'll, but we haven't made too many mistakes. We've called it right. And I think you can be very proud of your country. We are a respected country again. We are really, right now, respected at the highest level, and we're doing great. And we're a very rich country again, very rich. And that's a good thing, because when we're rich, we can take care of poor. And that's what we're doing. And we're taking care of crime. And I hope, just in finishing, I hope that Illinois, I hope that New York, I hope that California, I hope they call me and they say, I'd love to have you come in and help us out. I will be a totally different person with them. I will respect them for doing it. Thank you all very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for
Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we